united, our culture, united, our culture, united, our culture, united, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world.
Mike, check. You're tuned in live. Culture United every Wednesday right here on the Company Man channel. Hashtag See You Wednesdays. It's great to see you all. 9-second applause. Word up. Fantastic panel today. Fantastic conversation on the way. If this is your first time, I'm your guest, Justin Hunt, the Company Man. This is your party. We want you guys to have a good time. Everyone here came ready to kick some dope-ass commentary. 1 second, applause. Joining the panel today, back again. I think this is the second time on this panel, second time on the channel, the third time on the channel, second time on the panel. One of the illest MCs alive who's done incredible work through his school, Pendulum Inc. I promise you don't want to come after him in a cypher. The one and only Mickey Factz celebrating the Knicks. 9-second applause.
Yes.
53 years, man. 53 years. We've never seen it.
You know, I'm envious of people, you know, that have multiple championships and things like that. And I'm just grateful that we won. Finally, we finally got one.
I invited Mickey a couple of weeks ago. He was like, I can't do it, man. It's the finals. You know what I'm saying? It's the finals. We can't have a Jay-Z conversation and the Knicks are playing. That's not happening. So thanks for coming through, man. Also on the panel today, my partner, my brother, does incredible work as an executive, incredible writing as an MC, incredible co-host on the podcast, the one and only Stat Quo. 9-second applause.
We back at it.
Fresh with a new background.
You got to swap it out. You know what I'm saying? You got to swap it out every now and then, once in a while. A little something special, man.
I feel you.
Do something different.
You got that nature. It's good for the breathing right there by the trees.
Everybody love the trees, man. You know my head's in the trees, man. You know what I mean?
That's a double entendre for people counting at home. Also on the panel today, first time joining the Culture United discussion. One of my favorite MCs ever. Just really impressed with everything that he has produced, the bars he's dropped, but also the person he is. I've had the benefit of knowing him for maybe a decade now. And my impression of him is everyone else's impression of him. Incredibly talented artist who's a great person at the core. The one and only King Crooked. 9-second applause.
Appreciate that.
Word up, man. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me, dog. I'm ready to be enlightened.
Word up. And as always, co-host of Culture United, representing 1st and 15th, representing a brand new degree, philosophy degreed up, the one and only Elle. 9-second applause.
Should have threw my cap on. What was I thinking? I could have wore burgundy.
You know what I'm saying? That could have been
fresh
tough.
Off of graduation, fresh off of trying to look cool. I didn't fall. So, but no, I appreciate it. I got a lot of support from the community for my graduation, and I'm on my way to Paris. I'm also getting a lot of support on my path to Paris for my study abroad session. So I really appreciate it, and I'm really excited about today's show. Bars all over the place.
Bars all over the place. Now, Simba was scheduled for this lineup. He had to change his plans unexpectedly at the last minute, and so he won't be joining us today. But if you've been here before, you know that this is basically a two-part show. The first part of the show is the 2-hour main discussion. We're going to tackle the most crucial topics of the week, and then after that, we move into your show. Basically, this is the second show. Now, this week on the second show, we have a special guest. We'll have Matt Ross and Peter Relic. Matt Ross is one of the co-founders of Delicious Vinyl. So he will be here, and we'll talk about just the incredible movement that came out of the West Coast in the late 1980s. And so I'm very much looking forward to that conversation. And then also the second show is driven by your comments, your super chats. So what you guys are thinking is where the conversation goes. 9-second applause one more time to you all. Word up, word up. So main topic, first topic today. You know, it feels like clearly Jay-Z is back outside, right? We've got the GQ interview, we got the New York Times interview, we got the Roots Picnic. He's got 3 stadium shows that is coming up here. Okay. Sorry, just got thrown off by text message. My bad, y'all. But then also, he's got 2 shows. He's got a show in Paris, and he's got a show in LA coming up. And also, he is putting out the 30th anniversary reissue of Reasonable Doubt. And now, one of the big points of contention this week was that part of the release for the 30th anniversary reissue of Reasonable Doubt, Target will get an exclusive vinyl. It'll be white, have some redone tracks on it, and the news did not like it. The social media did not like that at all. If you look at this headline, I think this headline actually really speaks to where most people are around this. Give me 1 second. Boom, boom, there it is. And you can see the debate here. There it is. Jay-Z's Target partnership sparks fresh debate over black consumer boycotts. The hip-hop icon's 30th anniversary release of Reasonable Doubt has reignited discussion about Target's relationship with black consumers and the lasting impact of boycott efforts. Now, there was a 2-part boycott with Target. One was after the Target C-suite decided that they wanted to get rid of DEI, but also another one just based off of Target's inaction or non-statements around the ICE's invasion of Minneapolis earlier this year, where Target is headquartered. And so this is another fresh round of criticism that we are seeing from Jay-Z. In your opinion, Elle, do you think that this criticism from everybody, it seems like, about Jay-Z, this partnership with Target, for example, do you feel like, is he over-criticized at this point?
Absolutely. And I know that everybody knows I'm a whole Avenger, so they're going to be like, oh, no, stand with us. This is hate. There are plenty of people who have partnered with Target since the boycott. There's plenty of us who still shop at Target, not saying it's okay. I also feel like I don't know that I'm that mad at Target as everybody else. Like, DEI was made illegal. So was I supposed to have the false idea that once they made it illegal, Target was supposed to stand with us and be like, we don't care if it's illegal, take us to jail, throw away the key? That's what we expected from Target. I didn't have that expectation of Target. And also, it's hella people who have partnered with Target since then. I think they specifically targeted Jay because they always want to make Jay look like he's just this ultra negative capitalist. And to be honest, I think this kind of validates what he says about the right-wing anti-Jay slander that's going on, because how did y'all skip all the other people who partnered with Target? And as soon as it gets to Jay, now it's like, look, this y'all king? Ain't y'all supposed to be boycotting Target? So I do think it was somewhat of a smear campaign.
You know, it's interesting. 1 second applause, by the way. DEI, I know there is definitely frowned upon from a federal standpoint, but there are multiple Fortune 500 companies, that still kept and enacted their DEI policies. So just a note on that. Crook, what do you think?
It's funny to me that a lot of the people who are complaining are utilizing DEI, anti-DEI social media platforms. You know what I'm saying? Like, how are you complaining about him teaming up because they got rid of their DEI policies, but you're using one of the biggest anti-DEI platforms, which is X? You know what I'm saying? Elon ain't with that. So it's like people want to be able to do whatever they want to do and be hypocritical. Another thing that I want to know is, when did Jay-Z become top 5 dead or alive most hated rapper on social media, dog? When did he enter that list? What did he do? Can somebody tell me what point in time did he become one of the most hated rappers, dude? Because I must have missed something, bro. I really do. Y'all know?
I mean,
I can tell you.
There you go.
Well, when you reach a certain status financially, you're most hated. That's what happens when he like Crook. If you listen to his verses, and we all rappers on here, he been playing. He been playing Na 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 Boo Boo since he got started. My plane fly over the bus. I got more money than everybody, and once it get to a certain level, you know, you're gonna start getting that hate. That's just how our community does it. Not just our community, but just the communities across the board. What billionaires do people like? What billionaires do we? Which? Yeah, because he's black. But which billionaires do we champion? The richest man on earth right now is Elon Musk. For whatever reason, I'm not saying we should not. We should like him or dislike him. He's one of the most hated dudes. Jeff Bezos, all these people that have crazy amounts of money, they all are hated. So Jay-Z has reached a point financially that he's that on that level. Period. It's just it comes along with the territory.
I think it's much deeper, my brother. I agree with you. I agree that once you get money, you get hated. That's even in the hood. You know that ain't that. You know what I'm saying? That's never going nowhere. That mentality, you know, is alive and well. But there's something deeper because there's a lot of billionaires that don't get. You know, they don't come at him like they come at Jay. You know what I'm saying? Like even the rumors and the things that they attach to his name, it's something else, dog. Like I don't know what it is, but it's always been too. Like soon as he did Title, people prayed that Title would fail. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody really prayed that Beats by Dre would fail. You know what I'm saying? Like
well I must tell you this too, Crooks. Without me getting so deep into it, Rock Nation get greasy with that business though. You know, our co-host, me and my brother DJ Moore Millie, you know, it's a lot of things he would love to say on platforms such as ours and these that he does not say about my brother Hove and the Rock Nation crew over there. But it gets real. I'm telling you, listen to me, Crook. Look at my face. It get tricky, bro. It get
tricky.
Oh man, listen to me, and I'm not mad at it because it's so crazy. Your name is Crooked, but it's just like I tell people all the time, you cannot drive straight on a crooked road. So this business is like this, and you understand. The only way to operate on it is to do this, and that's all Jay-Z be doing this. He be wiggling, man. You know what I'm saying? And I'm telling you, they wiggle on another level, okay?
All right. I got you.
I want to add 2 points to that too. One, I think that if you think about Occupy Wall Street, how he came out with Occupy All Streets, I think if you're thinking about the Brooklyn Stadium and how a lot of people were affected by that, I think if you're looking at Kaepernick and then the partnership with the NFL, and then now you're looking at this, for a lot of people, there's a trend line of Jay-Z's willingness to partner with, or to partner with the ops with on the ground working people movements or protests. I think that's one of them. And then two, I also think the rise of the superfan plays a huge role in this. And so MCs, hip hop has always been competitive, right? And so, but what has exponentially grown over the past 15, 20 years is just the sheer interconnectedness of all of us. So all of these armies, ultimately, I think online create a discussion that adds to the Jay-Z hate, right? I mean, whoever the opposite of the Beehive, for example, might be very critical of Jay-Z. Anyone who's a Drake fan might be very critical of Jay-Z. Anyone who's a Nas fan might be really critical of Jay-Z. And I think you see a whole lot of that at the same time online, and I think that raises the conversation around all of this. What do you think?
Trying up.
Yeah, I feel like that's what it is. What do you think, Mickey? Let's get Mickey in.
I agree that it's the super fans that's doing this. And to y'all point, I ain't gonna lie, I live across the street from Target. I just left Target. There was so many black people in there. Target. I was on the phone with somebody. I was like, it looked like the club in here. The women are dressed like it's the club in Target in Atlanta. I'm in Atlanta, and I mean it's wild. Like I just think the internet is the internet. Like people project what they think people want to hear, and that's not like reality or real life a lot of times. So,
I think it's also I think it is some form of a smear campaign. I think when Jay was explaining like a lot of those right-wing people are coming for me, it kind of makes sense to me. It's like how many times was Jay-Z and Beyonce used to help the other side, or have they openly denigrated conservatives or things like that? So I do think at a time right now where a lot of the people on the right are using social media to attack previous pillars that were able to stand up to them or to make them look bad, I do think Jay qualifies for that, just because I think it's so crazy that there are multiple people who had partnerships with Target. Like if it wasn't for that, I think I would be a little more leaning to the side of, yeah, I mean, we've all heard about the Target boycott, whether you fucked with it or not, you heard about the Target boycott. So I can kind of see why some people would be like, damn, Jay, again, you did the NFL shit, now you're doing that. I could see that. But once you start digging into it and you like, well, there's multiple people who did this same exact partnership, then you start to question, well, why wasn't that a story? Why didn't a person start writing blogs and tweets and all of that shit about those Target partnerships? And that is what really makes me be like, oh, because they specifically trying to make Jay look bad. And then it could not even be just to make Jay look bad. At some point, I think the clickbait becomes, we're used to people getting upset about Jay seeming like he's a sellout. So anytime there's anything that we can use to make him like he's a sellout, we're going to put that up because we'll get the clicks. It also could be as simple as that. But it does seem odd that Jay-Z was just picked out. Like, niggas don't shop at Target and niggas don't partner with Target now.
Real quick stat, then we'll come right back to you. Counterpoint, do you think perhaps that has to do with a trend line? Not every artist has a trend line of public things that people have been critical of.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. But then I also start to, just from things that I know about other people who have trend lines, a trend line is basically, this has happened over and over again and it's been brought to our light. But if you've already been deemed as a clickbaitable person to put this idea on you, it is going to happen over and over again. So if I'm a blogger and I get money from making you upset about Jay, and I did it 10 years ago, 8 years ago, 6 years ago, how much of that is a trend line and how much of that is we've been getting money by pushing this narrative for this long? So it starts to get a little blurry to me.
What do you got, Steph?
I think it also has to do with his popularity as an artist and where he stands and his longevity. All of that has something to do with it. Because if, no disrespect to us on the panel, if we did a partnership with Target, will nobody say nothing about what the hell we doing? But it's Jay-Z, you know what I'm saying? It's like that to whom much is given, much is required. It comes along with being Jay-Z. It's certain. You got Jay-Z, you have Eminem, you know what I mean? You have now Drake and Kendrick. They've entered into this, you know what I mean? Into that pantheon of rappers. So anything that these people do is going to be news. You know what I mean? Like if Eminem go into the Arby's and get a sandwich, hey, yo, Eminem can't, we probably end up talking about it some kind of way. That's another thing that's going along with it too. That plays a role as well,
Are people really mad?
I'm not.
I did like Mickey said, I just went to Target, so I can't say nothing.
Yeah, I think it depends on where you look. I definitely think that we are in an era right now where people are paying more attention to who seems to be aligning with forces that are working against our community or his community or communities like ours. You know what I mean? I think that is a much louder thing right now, all things considered. I've run into people in real life too. So most of the people that I see, most is online discussion, but there's real people in real life who text. I had 7 texts this week saying that they were disappointed in Jay-Z's Target partnership.
Man, that's
like real texts.
I got 3.
And you got 3.
I got a question though, and I'm not trying to sit here. I don't get paid from Rock Nation. You know what I'm saying? I got love for Hov though. Every time I spoke to him, it was good. But even with the NFL thing, you know what I'm saying? It's like I was all for it, but me boycotting the NFL don't mean nothing because my favorite team is the Raiders. You know what I'm saying? They
Not too much.
boycott winning all the time. But I was with it.
I'm second
You know what I'm
applause.
saying? I was with it. And you know, the funny thing to me, because I'm an observer, I just sit back and observe things. You know what I mean? And I'm sitting here watching how everybody is attacking Jay for doing the deal with the NFL. We supposed to be anti-NFL. Why is Kaepernick trying out for teams then?
Well, this is something I've run into with people who look at MCs. To be honest, right? I've noticed that with rappers who rap from a certain perspective, if they're more community based, and then it turns out that they also have a nice car. There's a portion of the fan base that looks at that as contradictory. You know what I'm saying? I think that at the end of the day, Kaepernick is a professional football player. And so there's not a whole lot of places for him to go play professional American football. And he didn't want to leave the league, but he was removed from the league. And so just like I have a hard time looking at, people who criticize Kendrick Lamar, for example, for doing stadium shows and doing major label deals, even though his music doesn't seem to lean into that. Or, doing a show where, people who look at these things as a contradiction because of the type of conversation you have versus what it just means to be a professional.
Walking that line.
Where else can you play American football? Canada?
Well, I mean, that's the whole thing. It's like, I think the narrative snowballed into let's hate the NFL. You know what I'm saying? So for the average person who was not playing in the sport and just being a fan of it, was like, yo, I'll burn my jerseys. I'm not going. Forget my season tickets. I'm not, and it's kind of like, but he's trying out for teams. And by the way, Jay got him a few tryouts after he did the deal.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So it's just, it's.
Well, that's one of the
crazy.
things I've run into people who bring that up a lot. They're like, well, Jay-Z got him tryouts. Why didn't he, he didn't perform well, or he changed the location, or he changed his shirt, and
I doubt that.
Yeah,
I'm not saying none of that. That, you know what I'm saying?
No, not Jay-Z, Kaepernick, because there was definitely one that was supposed to be at one location that he moved it to a high school. And so that was a big discussion on ESPN. I think he wore a Kunta Kinte shirt. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was very antagonistic to the process. Now there's people who have reported on this and said that Kaepernick, the contract he needed to sign, he was waving away a lot of rights. But the point is, away from that, to me, the bigger thing is, would Jay-Z have a partnership with the NFL if Kaepernick hadn't taken a knee?
That's a good question.
No,
I don't think so.
hell no.
And it's good business. Is it morally correct? Absolutely not. But it's good business, and he already told you he's a businessman. So this whole thing about there's no emotions in the business. He's just trying to do good business, and his plan is he does it every time. If black folks is in conflict with something, he gonna backdoor and go do a deal and say, hey, you know what? I can bring the niggas back. Do it with me. Y'all pay me more money. Then he gonna get in front of us and say, hey guys, come on in. They got us over here now.
And that is
and guess what? And guess what? I ain't mad at him. It's strategy. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Because he ain't my savior. He ain't my Robin Hood. I'm never put on Jay-Z when I'm about to go with Justin and go protest somewhere. I don't put on Can't Knock the Hustle when we trying to go fight for the government. The nigga ain't never made a song that we gonna protest. He ain't made We Gonna Be All Right. He didn't make that. He made this a hard night life for us.
He was on the Hell Yeah remix.
Nigga, we ain't listen.
I love Hell Yeah. But he on the track with he definitely got down with Dead Prez.
Check this out. I love Jay-Z music. I'm a Jay-Z fan. I think the shit dope. But let's be real who we talking about here. He is a hustler, baby. He sells water to a whale, nigga. We are the whales. He sold us water. We bought it. I bought all this shit. I got it all. I got posters and everything in this motherfucker.
This is where I disagree, and I think that's why I am still a whole Venger. If my mind changed, I will cease to be a whole Venger. But the truth is, I do not see what he's doing as that. I don't think it's niggas is mad at y'all. I'ma come bring the niggas back. Like I got a friend, she has the gift of gab, whenever I'm in a sticky situation, I know I can go get her and she gonna go get whatever it is out of the person I'm trying to get out of them. She Harlem, so you know what I'm saying. So I think that Hove kind of looks at it like, oh, y'all was playing. I'm gonna come in here and show y'all how to play for real. And I just don't look at it this. I don't think that he's like, I'm coming to bring the niggas back. I think he's like, oh, you need us now? Oh, you need me? Oh, you want me to come in and do something? All right, you're gonna cash out. I just don't see it the way y'all see it, because niggas, I don't think niggas was gonna boycott the NFL in the first place. So
But
that's how he's looking at it. Like, oh, so we supposed to just let Kaepernick not get a job, then we're gonna boycott the NFL and we not gonna get nothing out of it. Now, to be honest, I disagreed when he said we passed kneeling. I didn't. I was like, what the fuck? That was crazy to me. But now, from we passed kneeling, we got the Kendrick Super Bowl, got the Bad Bunny Super Bowl. We got all of these different ways that I think antagonized conservatives. I think it pissed them the fuck off. And I like that.
You know, I think that, one, that is one of the most inarticulate moments in Jay-Z history. I'll tell you that shit. When he said, we passed kneeling. And he was wrong. Because, like, the next year, there was a whole lot of kneeling going on. A lot of kneeling in 2020. So I don't know how far past we actually were. You know, Stat brought this up on Third Verse podcast too. He raised a similar point to that you made. He said, look, we got Jay-Z being in charge of the Super Bowl, for example, and truthfully also a lot of community outreach programs that the NFL does. But Jay-Z getting control of the Super Bowl, we got very subversive Kendrick show, very subversive Bad Bunny show, Usher on roller skates, all kinds of things, right? And so that, and his other broader point is that, you know, sometimes representation does make a difference, right? It does mean something to see Obama. Regardless if we're more focused on tangibles at this point, we're now 8 years since Obama, 12 years since Obama, it's time to work on tangibles. Whatever the message is, representation does mean something. So seeing Jay-Z do these things is a powerful thing too. My question is, if it looks to people, because it does look like this to me, it looks like to me, anytime there's an opportunity to get paid and to put himself in a position of power, Hove does that thing, right? Regardless of what that situation is, one way or the other, Hove is going to do it. And I wonder and I question whether or not that's really that great of representation. Here is the most successful, arguably one of the most successful black capitalists ever. Here is one of the greatest lyricists of all time ever. And he consistently is occupy all streets. Yes, let's build this stadium where poor people live. Yes, we're past kneeling now. Yes, Target. To me, that is also representation. That is an example of someone who says, hey, let's just get paid regardless of what it is. Open floor.
Well, hey, Justin. So I think they had 700,000 people in the queue for those 2 nights he's doing in LA. The New York shows are sold out. The Philly shows are sold out. If those shows didn't sell any tickets, if he looked in that queue and nobody wanted to go see him, I bet you everything you're talking about, he would change the way he is. But why? As people continue to support what he's doing, it's never going to change. You get what I'm saying? So these conversations, like even about it and people bringing it up, the numbers don't make sense, because for him, the people that are complaining, he's like, well, I got 700,000 people trying to get tickets. It's only 160,000 tickets I'm trying to sell out here. It's 800,000. Like, how is he gonna swap it out or switch? You know what I'm saying? Kanye West, you know, he has some wild shit going on. But then you go to the stadiums, they pack. Niggas in there singing the songs. So as a people, if we don't stand behind and say, you know what, we not fucking with you. I don't care how good your song sound. We not going to the show. Then these people are never going to switch it out, because they're just looking at the numbers. How can they think they're doing something wrong when people are willing to spend their hard-earned money to go see them perform? So Jay's like, people love me still. What y'all talking about?
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I 100% agree with you on that. 1 second applause. I'm not sure if that's an upstream conversation. I don't know if the conversation is necessarily to change Jay-Z's behavior, particularly at this point. I mean, he told us in GQ that he don't care. He has accomplished all of his dreams. He is doing everything that he wants to do. I don't know if that these conversations, when it comes to Jay-Z or anybody, truthfully, is about getting them to change behavior. More as raising awareness to other things for the audience to consider, or people who are also looking at this situation. Now, maybe that's effective, maybe it's not, but I don't think the expectation for anybody is that Jay-Z is going to show up and do anything any different.
I think he would change if I think he would change if the numbers were affected. That's all I'm saying, because that's the only way to make significant change. You know, that boycott they did on Target when the numbers went down, which I think the numbers went down for other reasons, but they associated it with some of that boycott. Then they came in and said, we're going to do this and do that and do that because the numbers changed. When the numbers change, even for these individuals, then they'll start apologizing. Kanye West started apologizing because his money got low and he couldn't do shows. So all of a sudden, he wrote a letter to the Hebrews. He wrote a letter to the blacks. He had his numbers not changed, he'll still be here doing the same stuff with a red hat on. You know what I mean? When you affect the finances, that's when you get changes. And Jay-Z has not seen any effect in the finances because we, the people that still support everything he does, gives him the impression that he's doing it the right way because the masses and the numbers are on his side. That's all I'm saying.
1 second, pause.
I do think he has the impression that he's doing the things the right way. I just don't know how much the people affect that opinion. I think him and Beyonce are real deep on the philosophies around how to win, especially in America. They seem really affected by how fucked up Black people have gotten it in America, and they seem like they want like some sort of revenge for it, some sort of, you know, I'm overcharging niggas for what they did to the Cold Crush type shit. So to me, I think Jay is always looking at it like, these white folks think we fucking stupid. I'm gonna come in there and show them how to fucking milk a turnip. And so I think when he saw the NFL shit, he looked at it like, oh yeah, I bet you want us to just cry, be mad, throw a fit, nothing happen, and y'all still get y'all money and still be on your yachts. No, actually, no, let us take this over. Y'all mad? Okay, let me take this over, and then now I have the power to put something in your face to make you real mad. So to me, it registers that he's very anti-conservative. He's very anti-racist white folks in America and the way they try to play Black folks. He just takes a different path on trying to push back against it. And so that's why I think I give him grace. I wouldn't do it. Let's be clear. I wouldn't do it. I would just crash out. But that's not really nothing to be proud of. That's not really nothing that I can hang my hat on and be like, Jay, you should just crash out like I can. I recognize that he is choosing a different path, and I watch it. Sometimes I agree, sometimes I don't agree. But I do think they over-exaggerating the Target shit because niggas is definitely in Target. I'm not. Definitely in Target, but I think they definitely over exaggerating that shit, and I think it's a reason why anti-Jay-Z stories get amplified, and I think it may be some truth to what he's saying about them niggas is hella mad I helped Obama get elected. They hella mad I call out racist motherfuckers, so they gonna highlight me. I think it could be some truth to that.
1 second, applause. Before we move on to the next topic, I want to put this on the screen, and what this is a list of good things Jay-Z has done. Okay, so let's look at some good things Jay-Z has done. Sean Carter Foundation raised $20 million at his 20th anniversary gala 2023 to support post-secondary education for those with socioeconomic hardships. 1 second, applause. Wharton Partnership offered financial literacy wealth building workshops. 1 second, applause. HBCU Bus Tour continued to expose students to historically Black colleges and universities with over 95% of participants gaining acceptance. 1 second, applause. Distributed thousands of grocery gift cards and provided holiday support, meals and toys to New York City communities. That's where he's from. 1 second, applause. 22 laws passed in 12 states, 12.5 million mass PPE delivered to prisons for COVID-19 relief. Under United Justice Coalition, 3 annual summits for social justice, 60+ nationally recognized social justice organizations assembled. Team Rock, $1 million raised to fund investigations into wrongful convictions. Launched Rock Lit 101, a publishing imprint with Random House focused on culture and activism. Helped reopen the case of DJ Henry, who was shot by the police. Filed lawsuits and led investigations into horrific conditions at Mississippi's Parchment Prison, leading to Department of Justice findings of unconstitutional conditions. There's more. 1 second, applause. Look, Hov has done some good things. Hov has done a lot of good things, and I think that, you know, one of the criticisms that people do have about these conversations, and not even just with Hov, but with people in general, is a lot of times is the media tends to lean towards all of the negative, and that is just a part of the way the media works. You have some conflict out there in the world, people want to see what that conflict is. You have a YouTube channel, you ask Claude or ChatGPT what this headline should be, they're going to give you some headlines with conflict in them. Why this is a problem. And a lot of that is to what Elle is saying. People in the media understand this as well, so perhaps that is the reason why. But
I gotta be honest, Justin, the money donation don't hit for me. Sorry.
From Hov?
Nobody. A rich motherfucker being like, but I gave you $10,000. I mean, not me. If you rich, you give me $10,000. That hit. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. But if you rich and you like, oh, we gave away hella scholarships or we donated hella, like that shit don't really hit for me. Now that fucking
the criminal justice reform.
The criminal justice shit?
Yeah.
That hit. The way he was able to highlight those different fucked up cases and even just put more attention on Khalif Browder, I think was his name.
Yep.
Those type of things hit when people are like, oh, they this corporation is trying to play me, and they call Hov and he does something about it. That shit hits. But I'm gonna be honest, all that I donated hella money shit out. Thanks.
You know,
it was this it's this serial killer right back in the days that had like he had a family, and but he also was on the school board. And he did stuff in the community, but he chopped people up in the basement. You know what I'm saying? The reason why I brought that up is, you know, human beings, it's possible to be good and bad in the same person. You know what I'm saying? It's a balance. You know what I mean? As crazy as that sounded, as I brought that up, I know you're like, what the hell? I'm just saying, Jay-Z did some good. He did a lot of bad too. It's the same dude. So what it is it? We all, if you put the mirror in front of all of us, there's something for all of us to be scrutinized. But I do agree with Justin when he says, when you are a person in his position, you have a public responsibility when your voice becomes large to try to, at this point in his life, you know, you're almost 60 years old, try to lean more towards the good. But I'm just somebody that knows nobody perfect, and I know he done a bunch of bullshit. And that ain't all the good he did either. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, there's a whole bunch more. There's a lot more.
Yeah.
There's a lot more.
So.
You know what I mean? Word up.
Did Tabitha Brown get the same type of? I think she did though. I think Tabitha Brown did get somewhat of pushback because I think when the boycott first happened, she said something like, "Hey man, don't boycott Target. Y'all gonna like it's a lot. Target is the person giving a lot of Black companies opportunities. So yes, they didn't do their DEI shit. Maybe they're gonna figure it out." She said something like that. Did they kick her back in or what?
I'm not sure about that story. So
okay.
I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that, but it wasn't as much as this. You know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't as much as this. But then again, like you said, the magnitude of his brand makes sense. You know what I mean? People coming at him, and then they look at his good deeds like he's just a drug dealer giving away Thanksgiving turkeys. You know, so. Is what it is. More power to him. I fuck with Hov. You know what I mean? When I first met Hov, he came to my room and I was on Death Row Records and he knocked on the door and my god brother Jim Giddem was like, yo, Hov at the door. And I woke up and I was like, nigga, get out of here. And he was like, nah, Hov at the door. So I opened it up and that man proceeded to give me a lot of jewels about the industry, about deals, about contracts, about my future. He just ran it down on the first meetup. And at that time, I was meeting a lot of different celebrities. You know what I mean? I'm the new guy on Death Row. I got the song with Ashanti as #1 on 106 in Park. You know what I'm saying? I'm meeting all these people. And nobody had nothing to say to me that was worth anything. You know what I mean? But when he said that to me, it made me change my perspective on the inside of the industry. So I was like, yo, this is a cool dude. I'm like, yo, dog, I really appreciate you just taking your time out, you know what I'm saying, in between all the things you got going and giving a young rapper some real game, bro. Like, I always fucked with him since then. And then I just watched his journey and I seen what it is, dog. When you come from the mud, every decision is not going to be perfect. You know what I'm saying? And when you represent something, you know, there's levels to things that we're not privy to. You know what I mean? So it's like I say I reserve my judgment. I just sit back and watch. Only God can judge, and I take that approach. You know what I'm saying? I just reserve it, but I get it. People want a leader, but you know, in this era right now, dog, how we gonna get a real fucking leader, dog? Motherfuckers broke Marcus Garvey Hart, dog. You know what I'm saying? He got deported and they motherfucking clapped their hands, his own people. How are we gonna do it right now when people got money, people got opportunities, people trying to keep their jobs and career positions? Like, it's gonna take a cold person to really come out and put everything together to where we can all move as a unit. I hope. I'm not gonna look for it to be a rapper. I'm just not.
9 second applause. Word up. That was the first discussion. That was spirited. That was some dope jewels right there too.
Yeah, man.
That's some jewels right there. That's something we have to remember. And I think that's one of those things, that's one of those Malcolm X quotes that always sticks with us. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't be looking towards entertainers to be doing this kind of thing in the first place. You know? And I think...
Yeah, Dick Gregory, the elder, he always said that. He said, when we go to war, it ain't going to be marching with no trombones. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be, you know what I mean? Nah, let's get to it. For real.
Word up. Word up. Now, one of this, with this particular panel, I am a lyrics first guy, right? When I listen to music, I listen for the words, because I just love words in general. I love the art of communication. I love the English language and all of its weirdness and nonsensical moments. And that's one of the things, my favorite things about hip hop is the bars, but also the wordplay, the flows, all of that, right? And so we have another panel here of people who are incredible at that. And so I want to have some discussion around this, and I want to start with this this clip here, because I thought this was a really interesting exchange. This is a clip from Crook's Corner when Eminem was on as a guest, and we're going to take a look at this, and I'm going to ask you guys on the panel to react to it.
Nobody like that was every single fucking word he said rhymed, and he just made a sentence with it. Like, that made sense. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Every person who's a fan of hip hop might feel like hip hop is about something different, right? It ain't about lyrics. It's about how good you flow in your cadence, right? Right. Or it ain't like, but it's just about the beat is dope and just having a message over it. That could be what your opinion of what hip hop is about. My opinion is hip hop is about lyricism, and the greats who we put up on the pedestal, right? That's what they were about, and that was the beauty of us being able to learn how to do it and learn from them, right? So like, do you ever agree with any of the top 50 lists that circulate on the internet? Have you seen one that you like, oh yeah, that's accurate?
I've seen it.
Now, I love that, because that clip right there when M is describing that, he, to me, is describing the conundrum of being an MC, but also an artist in the industry, right? There is a compulsion you have to impress your peers and to artistically push the margin, but you also know at the same time, like, this isn't a hobby. This isn't a community center. This isn't a pickup game. And so people have to go outside and also put numbers on the board in a real way for the partners that are helping invest in them and get them to the point where people can even see them in the first place. You know, and so I want to start with you, Crook. That was a fantastic conversation, by the way. It's one of my favorite.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, it was really, really well done. But for you, like, do you remember a moment when you had to, or at least how's that experience been for you overall, right? Being able to rhyme every type of way, but knowing that there is pressure or there is an expectation to actually sell records. Is that a difficult balance that you've experienced at any point in your career?
I always went against the grain, dog, and it didn't always work out for my bank account. You know what I'm saying? But you know, that is a difficult part about being an MC, is finding your audience without compromising your art. You know what I mean? And that's a trippy tightrope that you're walking on, because you're right. You are in business with partners who are spreading and distributing your music and your art all around the world. And with somebody that's contributing that much to your career, they have a say-so in what the art may be. So you might have to sit there and compromise, might have to dumb it down depending on what type of lyricist you are. And yeah, I used to face that a lot. How I used to get around that was to find a record that represents me and could potentially go. You know what I'm saying? That was one thing, but I see people in the studio stressed out, pulling their hair out, going crazy. Like, I got to make a radio record. Like you'll have a whole banging album. The album is 4.5 mics. You know what I'm saying? And the label is like, we just need that single. And even J. Cole rapped about that. That's true indeed. I've sat in rooms where the label was telling the artist, yo, dog, this album is fire, but you don't got no singles. And they might take them 6 months, 12 months. You know what I mean? Just to try to find a single that the label feels good about going to the masses with. So it's very difficult, man. But like I said the other day, everybody has their own Goliath to slay. You know what I mean? And if your Goliath is finding a single so you can get pushed all the way to the limit, to the max, then you're gonna have to find that single. I chose to take a different route. I didn't want to play that game. You know what I'm saying? Radio wanted 250,000 from me. I went and bought a house instead. You see what I mean? So, you know,
that sounds like Jay-Z. I think Jay-Z would have done that same thing. That sounds like 444.
Yeah, dog. I was like, okay, I'm not playing that game. It's cool. I'm gonna keep on serving these bars, and we're gonna just see what that get me. You know what I'm saying? But I do understand it, and when I ghostwrite for people or write people's songs, you know, it's definitely you coming off the gas pedal with the ink pen, because you're talking to a wider audience, and you're talking to people who don't even understand certain nuances of being a lyricist. You know what I mean? And it's a whole different crowd, a whole different audience. And, you know, you're getting paid to do it. So, all in all, for anybody that's brand new and they're a real MC, a real lyricist, they're into the craft, they into all that, I think one of the toughest things on their journey is just going to be finding that crowd, finding their audience without totally sacrificing their art.
We'll take applause. How's that experience been for you, Mick? Like, what's an aspect of MCing that the average person just doesn't understand?
I think, and Crook and Stack could probably agree with me. And I teach this to my students all the time. It's having discipline and knowing when to showcase what you can do. You know, Batman he's not gonna pull out the Batmobile for a random street thug. You know what I'm saying? He's not gonna go in his utility belt for a random guy walking down the block. He's only doing that against high level villains. You know what I'm saying? We as writers, as songwriters, as lyricists, poets, you know, we know when to do what we gotta do. You have to have discernment to know when to put pen to paper and when not to. Now, what I will say that I agree with Crook on is, because I was on the label as well, I was signed to Jive Records. They always wanted the single. Now, for me, I came in there with the singles. I was the opposite of Crook. I wanted to give them the big records. And because to me, the most difficult thing, like we had the ability of seeing what the people before us had to go through, just a little bit, not a lot. And I said to myself, all right, let me go get the big records. I hollered at Bruno Mars. I hollered at John Legend. I hollered at Yellow Wolf. And I got the big records. Because if they can accept these big records, doing a regular album for a lyricist is easy. Because this is second nature to us. I think the challenge for me, I can't speak to anyone else, the challenge was trying to prove people wrong that yes, us as lyricists can do this. And we can do it to a point where it's not compromising ourselves and it can still be at it's higher than, it's still going to be higher than the level of what the other artists that are popular are doing, but we can still have a message and still bring forth something good for people to kind of, grasp and hold on to. Sorry, I got some camera issues over here. I apologize.
No, you're good. 1 second applause. What's your reaction, Stat? Open floor after that.
I just think it's as a person, I mean, you have to use your mind to know that if someone's giving you X amount of dollars, when I did my deal, they gave me $1 million. I knew they didn't give me $1 million, so I can just go in there and hit them records that they thought was just gonna be bop bop bop. You know what I mean? They wanted me to come with some songs that would kind of match what was going on. I think my situation was just kind of unique. I think at the time when I signed with Shady Aftermath, they could have put out 50 was like, man, we could sell blank CDs over here. I mean, everything that came out was selling, regardless of we had hits. I think Obi Trice single was Got Some Teeth. That wasn't like a big smash, but I think that album sold 2 million. That Re-Up album we did is double platinum, I believe. You know what I mean? So my personal situation was I just crossed the boss and basically questioned. He had a song that he wanted to be the single, and I questioned. I didn't like the song at the time, and I was prideful about him writing because he had wrote the hook and he wanted me to say it. So I just felt weird about saying a hook that somebody else wrote for me at the time because I didn't understand being dumb and ignorant. And so I said, hey, how about you give me $1 million, then I'll say the hook. And at that point, it was, So my situation is unique. I think I would have, exactly. I probably would, I would have had a smash. My album would have been out, I think. They was going, because the Re-Up had came out and they was doing that for me to come out next. But along what we saying in this situation with, as far as being a lyricist, it's definitely a balance. As I've been working in the business and seeing the business of hip hop and how it has changed my life and changed different artists' lives, I realize how important the chorus is. The chorus has become a significant part of how I do business and rap. Because it just seems like to me that's the first thing people gravitate to, versus I don't know if it's the skill set of the artist why I'm not as interested, but some of the newer songs I'm really not locked into any of these verses that these people are creating. I'm more compelled about the choruses, you know what I'm saying, with some of the up and coming artists, honestly. Just being truthful on the mainstream side. Now, of course, on the underground, there are a lot of artists that's killing it. I'm just saying, mainstream wise, I'm like, let's just hurry up and get to the hook because what you talking about in this verse is terrible. East May is like, yo, come on, bro. Like, I'm not. I'm like, no disrespect. I'm nice though. Like, I know I don't be like, I don't really say that. Like, I'm like nice, like Mickey nice, like Crooked nice. I'm nice. You know what I'm saying? And I know somebody in the audience like, yo, nigga, the reason I know I'm nice because all the people that I've written for that y'all think is the greatest. They say I'm nice, so that's why I'm nice. Right now, I'm just gonna go ahead and do that. I'm nice. Like Crooked is nice, Mickey nice, and now that I heard Elle song, she nice. Like niggas is nice up here talking about this. So like I'm just saying. So when I hear some of the newer dudes, and I'm just like, it's like, oh my god, please just give me the hook. This nigga here is terrible.
1 second applause. I don't know. I think about that whole era of the 2000s as an anomaly in music that I'm not sure the last time the industry actually saw, right? Coming out of the 90s, you end up having all this consolidation in the label space. So all these companies, all these labels get rolled up into basically 4 major companies. Or 3. You got Sony, Universal, Warner, maybe EMI, you know what I'm saying? And then Napster was happening at the same time. So everyone was pirating and stealing things at the same time. And so you have a consolidation on the label side, and you have consolidation on the media side, radio side, and television side, right? So it felt like a lot of artists to me didn't necessarily get the full opportunity that they thought, right? You could think about an artist like, think about the Clips, for example. If they don't put out those mixtapes, I'm not sure when we get Hell Hath No Fury, for example. You take an artist like Pharoah Monch, one of the greatest MCs of all time, coming off of the success of Simon Says, gets caught in limbo for basically a decade before he comes out with Desire. You know what I mean? You look at the freshman cover that you were on, Crook. I mean, there was a lot of people on there who never really got the look that they expected. Saigon never really got it. You know what I'm saying? I'd argue you didn't necessarily get it at that point in time the way that, in my opinion, I expected it to be. You know what I'm saying? And so it's one of those eras that I think is such an outlier that there ended up being so much talent that ended up finding success on the independent level moving forward. And then comes streaming. Right? I think things shifted a bit when streaming got there because, okay, well, here's another way to make money. And that's when you get the XXL freshman cover that has you on it, Mickey. You know what I'm saying? So what do you guys remember about that particular point in time when all this consolidation was happening prior to streaming, when when Napster was going crazy and LimeWire and all these things?
I was downloading that brother right there's music. Crooked. I was out here studying Crook. All them Long Beach records, all them Death Row joints. Because you got to remember, I'm in New York. He's a California-based artist, and if you didn't buy the Wake Up Show mixtape, there wasn't no YouTube. You didn't hear a lot of these artists if they didn't have they weren't on a big record. So all it took was, rest in peace, my brother Chino XL. All it took was a Chino XL Crooked Eye freestyle, and then LimeWire and Napster was able to allow me to hear things that the West Coast only was privy to. And I think that the Napsters and the LimeWires and the Hulk shares, that was the beginning of the internet blog era, where it was like, okay, if I'm hearing Crooked Eye in New York City, and nobody that I know knows of who he is, the same thing can happen for me. And I'm talking 2002, 2003. Obviously, Crook goes on to do the Hip Hop Weekly, right, in 2007. Again, utilizing the tools that is in front of him to push his thing forward, and saying to myself, okay, if he can do a freestyle a week, I can do a song a week and get the same exact attention. And I think that intuitiveness is what led these magazines and these labels to say, hey, what is going on here on the internet? Because the streets is the streets. You capture the streets, you capture the streets. But the streets is delegated to just the streets. My very, very first paid show was in China. Not because of doing mixtapes with DJ, it was because I went directly to the internet. And I think there was power in that. And the consolidation of the labels at that time, I lived in New York. So all of the labels are in New York, the same way all of the labels in LA. Our main goal was to get that record deal. We can get that record deal, then we just felt everything would change from there, right? But as you said previously, bro, a lot of talented MCs just didn't get that push that we all thought that we would get. A lot of it is politics. A lot of it is just there's not a lot of space and slates for everybody to go around with. You know what I'm saying? So that's my point.
Facts.
Word up. We'll take a pause.
Facts.
Word up. All right. Yeah, I mean, that time to me, for me personally, I think that, and speaking from a fan standpoint, I think a lot of us actually discovered, to your point, Mickey, way more things that were going on. Way more than whatever Sucker Free Sunday might be talking about. Way more than you might hear on Power, whatever, in whatever city you in, because of the internet. And I think that, even away from just the music side of it, there's so many of us, so many journalists that are in this space right now that actually got a shot because of the freedom of the internet. You know what I mean? And so in a lot of ways, I see a lot of people whose era is coming back to them or came back to them because of the impact that they made at this point in time through the internet in the 2000s and was able to carry people with them along with them throughout their career. You know what I mean? And so to me, that is also the birth of, from a scale standpoint, maybe we don't need a record label. That is when that concept really just takes off. We had seen it with, No Limit, or we've seen it with Out the Trunk Conversations. But when you get to that particular point where the whole industry felt like it was crumbling, a lot of beautiful things came out of that.
Well, I want to say this too. I mean, I've said it before. I think streaming is, I guess some people would say is the best thing, but I think it's probably one of the worst things that ever happened to hip hop music in particular. Because when it's not tangible anymore for us to touch it, and literally like I can just pick up my phone and go listen to a song, and then that just counts as a sale. I have no relationship with the music that I just heard, and then we're gonna just count that. I just felt like it was a relationship that you had. It was a bond. It was something special about. I don't want to sound like the old dude, but it was something special about going to get a CD, dog, and opening it up and reading the credits, listening to the songs. It's like it just who the samples and like who wrote what. I can't tell you the last time I read the credits on an album. I don't even know how you even. I work in this business. I don't even go look for them or find them. Only time, like I don't even go look. Only time they even come up is when some A&R is complaining that they ain't get their credit, or somebody's complaining and I'm on an email trying to fix it. But it used to be a time where I literally would go get the booklet and just read about the names that worked on the projects. And then you just develop a relationship with the music when you so in tune to it like that. That is just gone. I hate that my kids won't get to experience that. I hate that for them, because I got to experience that, and that's probably why I love hip hop so much. Because I could see, damn, oh, this who mixed it? Oh, they mixed that in Hollywood? Oh, damn, okay. Who is this person? Is that the sample? Oh, that's S. Oh, no, that's did he write? What did he do? Like now you don't know what's what. You don't know nothing. You don't know. You just think an artist put an album out and it's just them. There are hundreds and thousands of people that work on these projects that when you see Future's face or Kendrick's face on the front of an album, you know how many people work behind the scenes for that album to come out? You know how many the engineers that stayed up all night, 3 days straight working with these artists, the producers that made beats and like, man, Victory Lap, we worked with Victory Lap took 3 years, dog. Nipsey worked on that album for 3 years. I took Sap over there. We started working on it 3 years, dog. 3 years, and that just came out. People just think it's just Nip. Dog, Nip had so many people helping him with that record, and he killed it. But I'm just saying, the public don't even get to experience that to know what's going on with these projects. So they put so much fandom into the person, like, oh yeah, it's Nipsey, oh it's Kendrick, it's so many people behind the scenes that's doing so much stuff. It sucks that these people don't get the light, and that used to happen in that little booklet, dog.
Has this turned? Do you feel like it turned into the movie industry? Like when I go to see a movie, if it ain't a Marvel movie, I am not watching the post credits. So now everything that you're saying, I think everyone here did, and we were even blessed if there was an artist that put the lyrics in the booklet.
Now you talking now, Mickey. Now you talking now.
Then we got a different conversation, right? They had a bigger budget, but we learned about production. We learned about who was writing. We learned about the engineers. That's when I first heard that R. Kelly at the time, right before I got signed a job and knew the truth, he was writing and arranging, producing, all of these things, right? And it was like, wow, this is happening. And I just feel like now we're in a space where it's like the movie industry. But once the movie's done, I'm not watching the grip guy. Pause. I'm not watching who was the assistant to Mr. Robert Downey Jr. Like, I don't care who that person's name is. And I think there isn't a space to honor the people that are helping these massive projects that move the culture forward. And I think that needs to shift in some way, shape, or form.
And another thing, you brought up lyrics. I didn't mean to cut you off quick, but he brought up lyrics. when y'all go on Apple and them lyrics be up there, them shits be wrong as fuck most of the time. so like, cause the artists don't even be having nothing to do with it. Be some assistant that's doing that. The artists don't even know, and they don't even know they lyrics up there. That just be fucked up. It'd be terrible. Anyway, Crook, go ahead, finish.
No, I was just gonna say that booklet brought back some memories, dog. Cause I actually had my first record company meeting by looking at the booklet and getting the address to Jive Records off of a Too Short cassette. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I actually sent them my demo, you know what I mean, based on that address inside the booklet. And I think I was like 17. They called me and everything, you know what I mean? I went up there and had a meeting. And that was because of that. That was because it was like, yo, you can actually see where these companies are, what the address is, who did the A&R, who to ask for when you call up to the label. Like, you know what I mean? So, and it was exciting. Like you said, it was a different relationship with the music and with the artists and with the culture, period, because sometimes you had to get dressed. You had to get a ride. You had to catch the train. You had to get on the bus. You had to go down to Warehouse Music on a Tuesday. You had to stand in a long line. You had to hope they had some left by the time you get up to the cash register. It was so much involved with just a purchase of the music. And then people, that's why I think it should be judged on different metrics than streaming. Because when you tell me that somebody is streaming, well, they said Drake broke Michael Jackson's records and all that, you know, I just feel like it was a different time when you had to invest so much of your personal time and energy to go and purchase an album, and it said 1 million sold. That means 1 million people invested their time and energy and their actions into getting this product, not just using a smartphone in their hand that's going to be there anyway. You know what I'm saying? So I love to move on. I love how the game evolves, but you're right. Those times, bro, in the 2000s and the 90s and dog, you can't. I'm so happy that I got this gray in my beard, bro, because I'm a walking testament. I'm a history book in the flesh when it comes to hip hop because of it. You know, I love it.
And Crook, let me tell you something, and it changes the fans' relationship with the music. So when you hear people that are critical of projects, like, they don't have an idea of how many people are working on these projects. That's why I'm extremely sensitive in talking about any artist and their work, and when I'm critical of it, because I know that there are thousands of people that are depending on this and that put everything into it for them to make their income. So for me to come out and say something is not really good, I always acknowledge some parts of the project that I fuck with, because I know of how many people it take to put out a record. You know what I'm saying? When y'all was like with Slaughterhouse, people like, man, the Slaughterhouse album. Okay, dog, you got 4 MCs. They got managers, entourage, tour managers individually, because these are all solo guys. Then you got the A&Rs from labels. It's so many moving parts. Then you got producers that y'all personally rock with individually, all trying to come together to make a project. It's all, man, it's so much stuff that go along with trying to produce this music. And then the fans, not no fault of their own, they just get it and pick up their phone and listen to it. Man, this is trash. Man, this is whack. Man, this is garbage. Man, not knowing that it's a lady that typed out the lyrics, that stayed up for 3 days to spread the tracks out, to make sure shit was right. You got musicians coming in from all over the world. Dog, when Kendrick was making To Pimp a Butterfly, bruh, it was one of the most beautiful experiences that I ever seen, bruh. Terrace Martin, they was at No Excuses studio. Dog, he had a full-on band of niggas coming in there. Robert Glasper, Thundercat, like the jam sessions alone, bro. I ain't even talking about the shit that y'all heard on the album. Just the jam sessions of the talented musicians that came in there was crazy. And most people have no clue the amount of talent that's even playing or singing on the backgrounds of that record. You know, we celebrate that album, but dog, if you really just go deep into what he put together there, you'll be like, this shit is a masterpiece. And I heard people say, man, To Pimp a Butterfly, this shit's whack. This ain't as good as this. I'm just like, yo, dog, this nigga had a damn orchestra in that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? This dude, Dre, go down to Capitol. They got a whole, he be straight orchestra just with strings. And y'all hear the record. Y'all think this nigga, that's live strings this nigga's doing and using on these records. And y'all, oh, that's trash. But y'all don't. The reason they don't get it is because it's not put there for them to see. They just think it's because they see some kid in his room making the beat, and they just some Fruity Loops. Nah, it's a lot of people that put a lot of effort into this, but y'all don't actually get to see it because it's not readily available. I don't blame the public. I blame the system. You know what I'm saying? And so the public just reacts to what the system is giving them. So,
we'll take a pause. I want to put this on the screen here. I thought this was a really, really fascinating conversation that took place this week. This is Lord Jamar. And so he sat down with Loud. Loud is like Jubilee, but it's hip hop focused. So what they do is they take one artist or one person and they debate 5 people, multiple people who feel opposite of their personal opinion, right? And so this one right here is looking at the difference between artists from Lord Jamar's era and versus right now. So let's take a listen.
It's good. It's very. Wait.
But he's popular. You see what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
So you got a lot of people out here who are not as talented, but they're famous because of their popularity. Tell me.
Okay, so first of all, talent is relative. So I feel like it is. So a lot of the artists back then were very ABC, nursery rhyme. They weren't even that talented. Couldn't dance. Wait.
Okay, so hang on a second. ABC. So would you say someone like Rakim was ABC?
No, Rakim was a very good storyteller. So he was a
lyricist. People like Nas, Big Daddy Kane.
Great storyteller. Okay, but look at what we have today. We have rappers who have other talents as well. They produce themselves. They act. They can create their whole own project with very little help from others. So we have Kanye West. We have Wu-Tang is a little probably in the middle.
Yeah, Wu-Tang is more of my generation.
Okay, but he's still doing stuff with people from our era too.
Yeah, that's okay. But they're still from, Jay-Z will do something for people from your era, but they're still from our era. We're not saying that there aren't some talented people in their era. I'm saying my era was more about talent than it was about popularity.
Right. So I would say these days, it's not just about popularity because it can be someone who we don't even know what they look like. If their song goes off from repeated plays and people just like what they're hearing, then that is talent. That's not popularity. It's talent. So how do you, when the last talent show you went to?
And when you say ABC, y'all got more ABC rappers today
and it's innovative,
than we had back when hip hop first started.
It's traditional rhyme structures.
I love that debate back and forth because the conversation that is really going on is about what is talent, what is ABC raps, and how much of this all is based on popularity. Open floor.
She think Wu-Tang is one person, bro. What are we talking about? Exactly. She said Wu-Tang. She spoke about Wu-Tang as if it's one person. I mean, what are we doing here, man? You know what I mean? Like, you can't sit across from that man saying Wu-Tang one man, dog. I mean, what are we doing? That's I'm embarrassed for her. I'm embarrassed, man. God bless her, man. Shout out to her, man.
How do they choose? Never mind. Go ahead. No.
Go ahead. I want to hear from you. Go ahead.
Dog, I'm just like, you know what I'm saying? They need more information, you know what I'm saying, to sit at that table. Who's doing the choosing? Who's doing the picking? I'm sure they could have found another young lady that was more informed, you know what I'm saying? Because that's crazy. You know what I mean? Like to say Rakim, and he's a good storyteller. That was a fixed answer. That was already there. You know what I mean? Because that's not the first thing we think about when we think about Rakim. But anyway, ABC rappers, dude. I don't know. It's always gonna be dope people. Always gonna be whack. You know what I mean? To me, like that's just always is what it is. I don't like the subjective conversation too much though, because there is a skill set involved. But, dude, I come from Melly Mel, Grandmaster Caz, Rakim, LL Cool J, Cool G, DOC, Ice-T, you know what I'm saying? Big Daddy Kane. You feel me? What did rap mean to them? What did MCing mean to them? You know what I mean? Melly Mel said MCing is rapping, writing raps. MC 101 is writing raps about how good you rap. And that's even a pillar that people are changing the narrative on in today's time. You know what I mean? Never leaving my toolbox. You know, Slick Rick, art of storytelling. Never leaving my toolbox. You know what I'm saying? It's just this era versus that era. I feel like the history is not being passed on in the best way to the next generation. I feel like the importance of hip hop to us, our generation, is deeper. Is much more important to us than it is to the newer generation. And I'm not being judgy. This is how I really feel. And it's like I sit and I listen. I listen to them on their interviews because I'm trying to hear one sentence that I've always heard, that I've said, that my peers have said, and I'm trying to hear it from the younger generation of artists because I'm rooting for them, dog. I'm rooting for the younger generation of artists, man. I want them to be able to go around the world and tour, and I want them to be able to experience, buying your mom a crib, or, you know what I mean? I want all that for them. But I'm listening for one sentence, and that's hip hop saved my life. I rarely hear that. I rarely hear that out of these kids coming out of the gutter and represent what they represent. And I feel like, Pendulum Inc., that's something that needs to be there. That's something that's necessary. You know what I mean? I feel like what you do, Justin, is necessary because it brings a more thought-provoking angle to what we're witnessing in the culture. You know what I'm saying? I just feel like all the things that are necessary really need to get a light shined on them because this new generation, bro, I talk to them. They don't care, half of them. Dude, I was the head A&R at a label over here, right? People didn't even know this. A lot of people don't know I do a lot of business. I was a head A&R at a label over here. They signed this kid, gave him a bunch of bread, went in there. They like, yo, Crook, we need you to help this kid. First of all, he high out his mind in the first 30 minutes of the session. Then he's sitting in the booth wondering why the song doesn't sound properly structured. I said, my brother, you did 5 bars and then you went into a hook. He didn't know how to count bars. He didn't know structure. I said, who's your favorite rapper? He didn't have a favorite rapper past 5 years ago. He didn't have a favorite producer. It was just all vibes. And there's no comparison to our generation. It was 30 people in the room trying to get on a song that only had 3 slots. You had to be in gladiator school to get on that song, bro.
Preach.
There wasn't no handouts, and if you was whack, you was getting that talkback button on the board. Come out the booth.
Preach.
There ain't no like this sense that the new school is so much more advanced. It's supposed to evolve, of course, but you standing on the shoulder of giants.
Preach.
That's what you need to know.
1 second, pause. What do you run into with your students, Mick?
So I have 2 sets of students. I have adults, and then I taught at NYU, and I had younger students. And the adults are more so inclined to listen to what I have to say and what the professional, teachers have to say about hip hop, lyricism, and things of that nature, mental health, business. At NYU, when I taught the students that I had there, it was just awkward to hear, Big Sean was old school to them. Big Sean is like 15 years. That's 15 years ago, bro. Like, he's old school. And, they listening to Playboy Cardi. You know what I'm saying? They listening to JID. who I think is incredible. I think he is a part of that cloth. Even though he's an older MC, he's a part of that cloth. Listen to Corday, right? But they still also enjoy other forms of lyricism. And as a teacher, I have to pull from the best parts of the people that they listen to. So I had to sit and listen to Playboi Carti. And I said to myself, I like the delivery, I like the flow, I like the cadence. The words and the lyrics I'm not really too fond of, but there is a space for MCs to grow and artists to grow if they choose to look for that, right? At Pendulum, like I'm happy to say we've had Maya the Dawn at Pendulum Inc. and she made the freshman cover. We had Lyricism from New Orleans come through Pendulum Inc. Super talented lyricists, right? And these are people that a lot of people don't know, but they're going to start to. So we are doing the best that we can. I remember I had a conversation with Crook before I started Pendulum Inc. I was like, listen, my goal is to do one of two things. I'm either going to do a school or I'm going to do an award show specifically for lyricism and lyricists. Because at some point, somebody has to do something. I don't want to be the old man on the porch yelling at the sky, saying back in my day, or if I could, I would. We have to put our shoulder to the plow and say, listen, one of these two things that was in my brain, I'm gonna do. And I leaned on the school because I felt like the lyricist thing, it was only once a year. It's like we can only do it once a year. And at some point I might still want to do it, but I was like, if I do this school, I can talk to like-minded MCs and bring in top-tier lyricists once a month, compensate them for their time, give them their flowers, and share that wealth of knowledge with anybody that wants to listen to it. I think, honestly, that's what's needed and that's what's necessary for the people.
1 second pause.
Amen, brother.
I want to put this on the screen real quick, and this is also something that was news that broke this week. Where's it go? Someone left a comment last week. They were like, why does Justin never have the tabs ready to go? There's a lot of tabs, people. Sometimes you just got to find them. Okay, they're
Comment
there.
Boys.
You know what I'm saying? They're there. I just don't always know where there is. But this is one thing that I thought was really interesting this week. Soulja Boy announced that he is doing a rap school. And Double XL reported on it. And this is what Mickey Factz had to say about this situation.
Back with another Factz check, this time from Dean Factz. Please don't tag me in Soulja Boy Rap University stuff. I pushed Pendulum Inc.'s mantra to the public and kept this business model under wraps because I knew this was going to happen. There's nothing wrong with other rap schools as long as the integrity is held with standards. Now, again, I ain't got no issues with Soulja Boy. He ain't the first dean. He ain't the first rapper that's a dean and a professor. Like, I know that that's his shtick and that's what he likes to say, but I am actually the first dean and professor, all right? But I just want to make sure the integrity is kept in. This is not a money grab. Joining the hip hop education space is to help people genuinely. It's not to make money. And Double XL, I got an issue with y'all. Vanessa, what's up with this? We've been sending y'all material for 4 years now. We've had over 90 legendary guest MCs. We've helped over 250 people improve their rap skills. We haven't gotten no posts. My man posts applications, and this is what you do. Vanessa, what's going on? What are we doing here? I'm a former Double XL freshman. I don't understand how Forbes, Vibe, Billboard, and every other magazine has covered what we do, but you guys are hip hop and has not covered Pendulum Inc. It's beyond me. It's all good. We are validated by my brother Bun B, and this is what he had to say.
I am honored to be the commencement speaker for the first hip hop and lyric academy in the world that not only addresses the craft, but has a care and concern for the creators.
Talk your shit, Mickey Factz.
That's hard.
Talk your shit. Talk your talk.
That's hard.
That was dope. I like that.
That's hard.
I like that.
Word up. Not second applause. You know, I think it's funny because we were born and then people were telling us rap wasn't gonna be around. You know what I'm saying? That's what they were saying. They said we're gonna be like disco or whatever. They said it was one thing and it was the easiest thing in the world to do. And you look around and there's programs at every major institution. Lupe Fiasco's at MIT and what's the other one? I think it was at Johns Hopkins. You've got, we started an internship program at Hip Hop DX when I was there with the University of Arizona. They were the first school to have an official hip hop minor. You know what I'm saying? You have Ninth Wonder over here at Duke. You have Knowledge from Kids in the Hall. He's down at University of South Carolina. Every institution has programs that are based around this. And now we do see the growth of actual schools that are teaching MCing and lyricisms and, and from my point of view, Pendulum Inc. is the top of the class. What does it look like from a success standpoint after you've gone through a semester or you've finished a course with a student? What looks like success from a student when they come in from day one and after they finish the program?
So, for me, I'm actively trying to have them leave the school, and they keep saying they keep signing up to take more classes, and I have to create more courses for them. So the last course that I created for them was a sync licensing program. And this program allows for the students to create music with our professor that is there. His name is Marcus Kano. He gets 300 songs signed on to music libraries every year. And we have had over 7 students have songs placed on television, movies, and commercials throughout the past year and a half so far. And I would say 90% of our students have had their songs signed into music libraries. So that is the course track from that perspective. Now, outside of just having their music placed in those spaces, the other course track that we have for students that I'm still working on with my nonprofit called Pen Pal Kids is to have students that we graduate teach in their respective schools that have arts programs. In the schools, the arts programs are mainly focused on production because production is finite. If you turn this knob, this happens. If you raise this level, this happens. If you press this button, this happens. However, they're doing all of these technical soundscape stuff and their reading level is below average. They cannot read. I've spoken to so many people across the country. They can't read. Their vocabulary is low. So we are trying to infiltrate the space and allow students to not only build their vocabulary up, but also teach them spaces and ways to not only approach different records at a higher level and talk about what's going on from a mental health standpoint as well as just a vibe standpoint, but also teaching them the business of music, what that looks like from that space, and also how to create content to help them in that regard. So for us, we're trying to get our students to be spaced because it's online. So every student is from a different place. We got a student in Colorado, we got somebody in Boston, we got somebody in LA. We're trying to infiltrate the school systems to get these MCs jobs once a week for about 11 weeks to make a ton of money because there's a budget for it. And then they can teach the younger generation what it's going to be like as they proceed into the space of music from that perspective.
1 second applause.
Salute.
Now, I
can I say one thing? I just want to say one thing because, hey, Mickey, I've been an opponent for hip hop being in schools, but let me tell you something. After hearing this right here, I'm actually riding with you on this because I was actually had a problem with because I seen certain professors trying to teach rap, but they don't know how to rap. And it's always bothered me to see somebody in front of a class that don't know how to write a rhyme, but trying to tell you how you should write a rhyme. So that was my main thing. But because I know your skill set and I know you wouldn't have somebody at your school teaching people how to do this and they don't know what the hell they talking about, I have a different perspective. I just want you to know. But me and Justin was going back and forth. I was like, man, I don't want to see no damn hip hop in no college because Every time I seen it, it's some dude up there that can't write no rap. I ain't never heard them spit, trying to tell you how to write a rap. So that's that. I just want to say that just in case a clip ever arises of me saying there should not be no hip hop classes. I have a different perspective from hearing about what you got going on. Bless you, my friend. That's dope as fuck.
I think it's like the children of Israel. We gotta let them walk around the wilderness for 40 years. We gotta let certain generation walk around for 40 years, and we have to have people teach the younger generation. This is what it is. If people want hip hop to change, if people want things to sound different, we have to be the catalyst for it. That's the only way, Stat. I promise you. Because they are following. The generation is following what they're learning the same way me and Crook and you followed what we saw. You heard what Crook said. Hey, Melly Mel, Rakim, Slick Rick, Elle, those were his teachers. My teachers was Big, Nas, Wu-Tang, Jay. Those were my teachers.
Yeah.
And once there were no more teachers that were of that cloth, then you get what we get. And people complain, why is this on the radio? Why? Because there's nobody coming in, putting their arm around somebody and say, hey, this is how you do it. If we want to hear what we want to hear when we older, we have to be the shit. That's all.
That's a fact.
We'll take applause.
I wonder if the arm around the shoulder would actually work. I've been really listening to what you guys are saying and kind of categorizing all of the things that I think I agree and disagree with. One, I don't know that I blame the artist as much as I blame the consumer. I think what happens is the consumer changed, like almost like the market was diluted in a way. Like before, the consumers cared a lot as much as the artists. Like as a rap consumer, I mean, I always was a rapper, but as a rap consumer, it mattered. It was like my religion growing up. Like it really fucking mattered. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to this. It doesn't matter to this generation in the same way. But I do think there's a through line. I think wanting to be the person that's put on the stage as a representation of cool is still the same. That's still the same over all these generations. The difference is to be put on the stage as a representation of cool required a certain level of talent in our day. Because I'm getting into the grass, the hating on the grass auntie phase, and I don't mind. I'm excited about it. There was a certain level of talent required. You couldn't be no biter. You couldn't be whack. And there was some ABC raps, like people want to say, but even those ABC raps was dope in their simplicity. Like it was like you may look at it now, read it on a piece of paper and be like, that shit wasn't hot, but it was dope in a different way, either performance-wise, cadence-wise, all of these, a unique way to communicate an idea that we all can connect with, whatever. That is not required to be the representation of a person cool that gets attention brought to them these days. So I think it's the consumers that's like, why would I want to do all of that shit? It's the Uber Eats generation. Why the fuck would I want to go out of my way and get all of these groceries and learn how to cook and go get the right fucking herbs and all of this shit to make this perfect meal when I can just get on Uber Eats and fucking order the shit? It's this speedy version. Why do I want to learn how to be the greatest rapper, the dopest lyricist, come up with my own style, bump my head a million times, be embarrassed at the times when I fail, when I can just take some sample from some other shit, play around, be funny, get on the internet, go viral, and I still win that same thing where I'm the representation of cool. And since the consumers change so much, they will go and respect that and run those fucking numbers up because they don't even care about rap the same way. They just want to have fun, right? And so to me, I wonder if the market got diluted to the point where the value went down, and then now people gonna start thinking it's not cool to be the rapper anymore because it's starting to a little bit get frowned upon. Like, oh, nigga, you a rapper? Oh, nah, nah. And I'm hoping they all run out the club. Like, I'm hoping they all leave, and the people who are left are going to be the ones who actually give a fuck. And I think that will reinvigorate the art form. That's one. I know that was hella long for one, right? That was a long ass one. Two, I wonder, does it matter who is selling the most like that? Like when people say, well, this is the shit I'm hearing on the radio and this is the biggest shit in the world and these people went platinum and these people went gold. If the market is so diluted, like I'm sure bullshit sodas, unhealthy shit, I'm sure a nigga sell a shit ton more of Mountain Dew or some fucked up soda than something that's healthy for you. Should I care? Should I, if I'm the person that has the healthier thing, should I be like, man, I got to do something to outsell this Coca-Cola? Like, maybe I shouldn't give a fuck. Maybe the real role is just to make sure that pillar, that school, that temple of our art form is still there versus comparing it to be like, I need the mainstream or I need you new niggas to be recreating what we had before, because I just don't think we're in the space for that. Like even in movies, like I was reading somewhere where they said Netflix wants you to keep repeating the plot verbally throughout the movie because they know people are watching it and reading their phone. And they want people to be able to hear it over and over again so that they can follow the movie. Like, what the fuck? The consumer base has changed. So I wonder if sometimes we're fighting like for the wrong thing. Like, I don't know that we should be fighting to add more substance to the overly diluted mainstream rap market. I think that might be a fool's errand.
I had a question. I just, because I'm about to be out of here, but I just want to pose this for y'all for real quick, and tell me what y'all think about this. Basically, piggybacking off of what Elle just said, as rap is, like, people are evolving, and we live in this system where with music, with our phones, it's like our attention spans are getting shorter, right? Have you guys thought about? Because I was having a conversation with this artist the other day, and I was like, man, we've been stuck in this 16-bar, 8-bar hook shit for a very long time. There was a time in hip hop, I know MC Hammer used to do this, not dating myself, but dude would really he would do 8-bar verses, and he'll have 4 verses, but the hook would come around 5-6 times in the record. You know what I'm saying? And so I think maybe for this format of people that Elle is discussing, as far as the people have changed, I'm just speaking from a mainstream standpoint, it might be something that would be smart if artists start, like that Carisha record, like Spin That, right? We really don't need to hear her rap for 16 bars, do we? We really only like the hook. Let's just be honest, right? So if her verse was only 8 bars and we got that hook 4 more times, I think it would make the record a lot more interesting than it is. You know what I'm saying? Because we not in there talk. We not like, oh, run that Carisha verse back. She's spitting. You know what I'm saying? That's not what's happening. But the hook is dope. You know what I mean? So what y'all think about like that? Basically piggybacking off of what Elle said.
I love
y'all like that? What you think?
I think for your singles, I think your singles is always supposed to be the catchiest record you do. It's always supposed to be that, whether it's 8 bars, whether it's 12 bars, whether it's 4 bars, and the hook should be the most prominent piece of the record. As lyricists, we focus on the verses. Mm-hmm. The chorus is the most important part. And to Elle's point, I had a 2-day Philadelphia, and I'm going to put this out at some point. I had a 2-day Philadelphia school session. First day I went to the school, I was introduced, and the kids ignored me. They didn't care about anything I had to say. And I had a conversation. I'm sorry, my thing it just keeps going on. I don't know what's going on. I need to get a capture card. I had a conversation with the principal. I was like, y'all, I hate when this happens. And I said, you know what? Where's your local mall? And he told me where the mall was. I went to the mall. I called one of my homies. I bought a fake chain, a fake watch, a fake bracelet. So I put on the flyest shit I had. My homie was a big dude. We went into that school, and they introduced me, and it was a completely different response. I could have told them that the sky was orange, and they would have listened to the sky being orange. Our kids care Yes, they like the vibe and all that, but they like what shines bright. I'm gonna put this out, bro. The kids was like, "Oh, can I take a picture with you?" It was like, what? They don't. They need to be. You got to think about where we are. This is a society that is fed what you need to see. TikTok wasn't here all the time. People on the TikTok, they want to scroll on TikTok all day. It wasn't here. They're programmed to be on TikTok. They're programmed to like the nice flashy cars. They're programmed to like the designer. They're programmed to like the jewelry. They're programmed to like cameras flashing and somebody following you with a phone. We could all do this. We can all go into a school as who we are, and people will say, the kids be like, whatever. You go in there shining, it's a complete, everybody's listening, because that's what they want to see that. And a lot of times the foolishness, because I've never owned a chain. The foolishness is always going to be pushed forward for the kids to follow after.
That's a fact, but I also want to bring up something because last week we had Boots Riley on the show, and for the I Love Boosters movie, he partnered with Young Miami with her scamming ass, because they kind of go with it, which I thought was pretty genius. And I asked him, that could be unexpected in some ways, and tell me why. And he said something that I thought was so profound. He said, a lot of people look at that like, oh, you bragging and you money hungry and all of that. But what he thinks people hear when they hear songs like that is freedom. Like, this person is free. This person don't have to worry about the bills. This person don't have to worry about basically being smaller than other people. So in a way, it's escapism, but it could be minimized down to, oh, you just escapism trying to lean into capitalism or whatever, all of these shallow things. But it could be their understanding of what being free looks like. And I thought that was very profound. I've been thinking about that a lot. And another thing, it's like a story that I heard Lupe tell about his class. I'm pretty sure I got this story right. If I got it wrong, oh well, I don't know. But he said in his class, when the people write their first verse, he makes them make the paper. Like, he makes them make all of the things that they're going to use to write it. And the scarcity changes what they write down. So there could be this level of, it's so easy to record a song, it's so easy to get another beat, it's so easy to do all of that, when back in the day, it was a little more scarce. Like you said, a bunch of people fighting to get on the song, getting the opportunity to get into a studio. And so when you get that chance, you gonna fucking go for the gusto because it's scarce. But nowadays, people may feel like, well, I can just keep going till I hit something. And so those 2 points together, I guess I kind of look at it like, it could be short-sighted for me to just be like, all of this needs to change back to the way it was. I lean a little bit more towards the people who get the art style are supposed to be over here. And they're not really supposed to be judging the people over here. But like you said, when it's time to pull out the Batmobile comes out. And I'm gonna be honest, Mick, I've seen you do this hella times. I've seen you do this so many times. So that's just my outlook on it. I think the niggas who come around to help, like Batman Utility Belt, they are in a certain class. The niggas who I just want to feel seen and loved, I don't give a fuck if this shit is trash, they're in a different class. And I don't know that the goal is supposed to be, can't we all just get along? No, you motherfuckers stay there. Cool, have a ball. I might even come down there, shimmy my shoulders with you once in a while. But just make sure y'all don't bring y'all ass up this mountain and get y'all heads cut off. I think that's how it should be.
Mm. Hey, yo, it's 7:00. I want to say something, man. Not to cut you off. Listen. I'm not asleep. I'm wide awake. Listen, man. I know people texting me asking if I'm asleep. I am not asleep. I am awake. Yes, I am. Yeah, I do suffer with narcolepsy. I do, but it's 7:00. I'm awake. I'm awake. I'm about to get off of here, go take a shower, eat dinner. But I am not asleep. I have not fallen asleep. I wasn't asleep last week when Boots was talking. Yes. Hey, was my boy Boots a little long-winded? Yes, but I wasn't asleep though. I was locked in. That was my dog. I mean, shout out to Boots. I'm totally engaged with the people up here. I think Elle's phenomenal. Of course, I love Mickey and Crooked Eye and Justin. This is my man, 85 grand. I am not asleep. Now, what I am doing, because I'm the person that you talk about. I have my phone down here. So I'm looking at y'all talk shit about me in this chat while everybody else is talking. So that's what I'm looking at. So if it looks like I'm asleep, I'm not asleep. I'm looking at y'all niggas clown me for the last 2 hours talking about I'm about to fall over in my chair. I am not asleep. I'm awake, and that's it. Hey, love you, Crooked. Hey, yo, make sure y'all Crooked, man. Love you, bro. I ain't even gonna get into it. Support my man Mickey School. Support anytime you see these people. Support what they doing. Elle is next up. My guy Justin. Third verse, we'll be there 8 a.m. in the morning. And I appreciate all y'all that have been here. I'm signing off until next time Justin asks me to do this, which I'm always willing to do this every time he asks me, just so y'all know. Love y'all. And I'm not asleep. I'm not asleep.
Not second applause.
He left to take a nap. Okay, cool.
That's funny. Whoa. We've actually we're at 7:00, so this is pretty much the end of the main show. But there are super chats for you guys. You guys got a quick second to answer some questions from the people?
Yeah, sure. That's fine.
Yeah, okay, cool. This first one right here is from Nigel. LLM Nigel is what we call him, but he actually asked probably the most consistently deep and interesting questions to this show every week. And so we really appreciate him here. He says, for the panel, what is the verse you heard you have wished you wrote? And who is a rapper who inspires you from the next generation, 2018 to 2024?
Verse, I mean, it's awkward to say because me and Crook, we both do this for real. But if I had to say a verse that I wish I wrote over the past, I would say decade, I would say Kendrick Lamar's first verse on Mama. I thought that was a great verse. I love that. And in terms of who the rappers that inspires me, JID. I think JID is incredible. He's a guy that inspires me as of late. Really talented. Really talented.
Right on. 1 second, pause.
I gotta think about it. A verse that I wish I wrote. I've had that feeling multiple times where I'm like, what? I'm gonna be honest. Last time I had that feeling was watching this video of Mick. Can we play the video? Bro, you gotta hear. Okay, maybe you can't play it.
Video. Who was there? Was Cassie?
Yes.
Okay, I know what you're talking about. Okay.
Send it to me real quick, bro. Justin, I have to watch this performance, right? He just standing in the kitchen.
He's just standing in the kitchen.
Bars. I said this kitchen is a prison. There's bars everywhere. It was crazy. So yes, I'm going with that. I'm gonna go with an easy answer.
Nobody rapped after me either. I
bet you they fucking didn't. Nobody rapped for a week probably after you.
I'm sending it to you. I'm gonna send it to Justin.
Justin, are you gonna play it, or is that asking for too much in the second show? Could you just play a little bit of it?
Well, whose beat is it?
It's LL Cool J 4321. I was rapping on that.
Never mind.
That's too big of a beat. We're gonna lose the stream.
We'll lose the stream.
Yeah. Okay. But that's a great. I mean, but you can. I'll drop it in the chat so people can check it out though.
That's one where I was like, damn, my pen don't work right. Like my pen tip was this. Like, what the fuck? So I would say that. Who is a rapper that is? I really like the Coast Contra dudes, but I don't know which one I would pick. So can I pick the whole group? I love Coast Contra. They definitely inspired me, and I would think they next generation, right? They do.
We'll take it. We'll take it.
I answer LLM. Nigel.
Crook, what you got?
I missed it. What was the question?
It's on the screen. For the panel, what is a verse you heard that you have wished you wrote, And who is a rapper who inspired you from the next generation, 2018 to 2024?
Oh, wow. A verse that I heard that I wish I wrote. Maybe So Many Tears. Maybe the second verse on Tupac, So Many Tears. I love that rap. Who inspired from the new generation? Huh. That's a cold one right there. Tierra Whack ain't new generation, is she?
Yes, she is, and she's unbelievable.
I fuck with her, man. I really like Tierra Whack, man. It's a lot though. Like I think everybody slept on Sean Smith horribly.
Oh my god!
You know what I'm saying? I think he got slept on. Like it was ridiculous. Like you mentioned, JID. You know, JID can go. He crazy with it. It's a lot, bro. But when it comes to just like a verse that I wish I wrote, I'm just participating and saying that because I like that verse. But in reality, I write all the verses that I wish I wrote. You know what I'm saying?
1 second applause.
So man, it's funny being an MC in this thing, man, and a fan at the same time, because the MC part of me is like, I wish I wrote. Nigga, is you crazy, nigga? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, give me anybody, nigga. Just make sure it's fair. You know, because I'm sure Mickey will tell you that it don't be fair when we get on there with those with these heavyweight lyricists. They gonna study our raps for like 2 months before they put their verses on, and then the people just gonna hear the song and think that everybody had the fair shake. You know what I mean? Right. But yeah, just give us all the same amount of time and the same everything, and we can go with anybody out there for 30 years though.
Word up. 1 second applause. Next one up. This one's from Jeremy Cole, 4309. Best MC from the West, King Crooked.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you very much.
Word up.
Thank you. And I'll write all my shit.
That means a lot in 2026 too.
Yeah, yes, it meant a lot in 96.
It meant a lot in 96 too. Yeah, you're right. That always means a lot, actually.
Yo, just one of these days I'm gonna come out with the Vice. Now Vice TV be having your face all blurred out.
Right.
And I'm gonna tell y'all about all these niggas I wrote for over here.
Yo, I mean that. I was gonna ask y'all, especially when Stat was here too, because he ghostwrites for a lot of people too. Well, how big do you think the ghostwriting market share is? Like the market itself? Like if you could, let's say, if you had to put a percentage that you feel like artists that you hear or songs that you hear have a ghostwriter attached to it, from your point of view, how many would you say?
Plural, writers, plural. You go into sessions, dog, and there's 8 writers in there.
Wait, can I change the question?
We're running out of time. So we got 7:30.
How many? What's the percentage of people that get named in top 5s that have ghostwriters?
Oh my God! Question. See, he taking it there.
No, I'm just saying, dudes in top 5s with ghostwriters, dog.
I was just gonna say.
What would you say the answer to that is?
I was just gonna say 85%.
85%.
I was gonna say 85%.
Of rappers in the top 5, top 10.
Not the rappers in the top 5, just.
Okay.
No, I'm just talking in general.
In general, 85%. So 85% of the stuff that's in the marketplace right now, you would say, yeah, it's probably some ghostwriters on there.
Yeah.
So where does this myth come from? I don't want to say it's a myth, but knowing that there's 85% of the marketplace from you guys' perspective that has a ghostwriter on it, does that make a difference in terms of who you think is dope and who do you think is not dope?
Yes. For me personally, if somebody got a ghostwriter, I think their ghostwriter is dope. Now, I understand that some people have more charisma, more delivery, more personality, and they take reference tracks to a whole nother level and, you know, things of that nature. But for 30 years, professionally, I pushed my own pen, win, lose, or draw. that's what being an MC is for me. You know what I mean? So when I see these dudes in top fives, I've written for dudes that be in the top five and people's top five. And I've written for people, I've written verses on songs that I'm on, and somebody will tell me I got smoked.
Hey, yo, I'm out. Hey, yo, I'm out. What? Why you cook yourself?
Cook yourself?
Yo,
1 second applause.
I mean, you know, I just, you know, after my first 2 or 3 years in the industry, I just, nothing surprises me. Nothing surprises me.
But we love it though, you know what I mean? And I do it for the love. I don't have to do it no more, thank God. I do it for the love. I encourage all young people out there, if you got a job, you got an education, keep that moving and do, you know, your thing on the side. Take care of yourself, take care of your bills and responsibilities. The talent will come through in the end. And it'll always be number one. The dude at the top of the game is always going to be somebody talented. I don't care how many vibes and mumble and stumble and fumble is going on. The dudes at the top are always going to have talent. They're always going to be lyricists. The big three, they know how to rap. You know what I'm saying? It's all, I'm not concerned with nothing else. I do want this to continue as a global phenomenon. I've been around the world. Thank you, God, for hip hop 2 or 3 times. I've done shows, 50,000 people in the crowd in Dublin. I've done all these things, and it's thanks to hip hop. And I think that the lessons that I learned from hip hop and writing and just being a part of it in the community, I think that it's a good thing for that to be present in this world. And we can never allow the corporations or anybody to make this to a vibes only situation, because it's not going to change nothing. It's not going to speak to the people who need to speak to. And I appreciate y'all having me. I got to run. I love everybody, man. Peace and blessings to y'all. And it was a great conversation. Thank you for having me on your platform. I see you. Justin, hit me up, bro. I'm sorry. I got to go, bro.
Gotcha, bro. Appreciate you, man.
All right,
One
man.
and only King Crooked. 9 second applause.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna stick around for like another 8 minutes. I gotta go at 10:20.
That's what's up. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
So we got this next one right here from Star Trek Ambassador. It says, we need a documentary on the blog era. Mick, Cuddy, Sean, Dot, Chance, and many more got stories to tell. By the way, Mick, that song Do My Do with Cuddy was fire.
Shout out to you, Star Trek. I think the guys, shout out to the brothers. They did a documentary on the blog era. It's a 10 series episode. It's only audio, but they focused around me as the centerpiece, and they talked to so many different other MCs. And thank you for showing love to my song with Cuddy. We appreciate you.
Yeah, that's It's the Real. I think you're talking
It's
about.
the real. Yes, it's the real. Shout out to my over there.
Yeah, shout out to It's the Real. 1 second applause. I want to put this on the screen real fast, Mick, and let me see. Where's that? What did that do? I just pressed a button, something moved. I don't know what it did. Oh well. I'm gonna put this on the screen real fast. I'm gonna ask you. I'm curious about this. What stands out to you the most about this shoot, this day? Because this is one of the most iconic magazine covers, period, in my opinion. This was one of those covers that really set off an entire new corner in terms of where the people the audience was excited about were looking. This one also, in my opinion, really defined an era. When we talk about the blog era, this really sets it off in a different type of way. You know, looking back at this cover, what jumps out of your mind?
I wish that we were all together for the photo, for the cover. That's the first. I mean, this was the first cover that we all had separate covers. That's one. Two, Drake was supposed to. Excuse me. I petitioned for Drake to be on this cover. They said he didn't have enough. Jay Electronica was supposed to be on this cover. He was on tour with Mos Def at the time, and they put Ace Hood in place of him. Shout out to my brother Ace Hood. Another thing that just kind of stood out was, you know, we didn't realize that this was like you know, we were just there. We were just having fun, man. And obviously we knew Double XL was a big thing, but when this cover leaked, it took over the hip hop space for months. It was I'm grateful to be a part of this. You know what I'm saying? Whether people feel like I didn't meet where I was supposed to be or not, whether it's due to label politics or my own mishaps, being called, I was the second person they called for this. Wale was first, and then they called me second. Rob Markman was like, he called me, and I stopped dead in my tracks. And I said, who else is on the cover? He said, so far, only you and Wale were chosen. We're still thinking about some other people, but right now you and Wale are definite, and I had to call you and tell you that. I just was like, I mean, at that point, I was putting out a song every week. I had Drake on the record. I had the Cudi record out. You know what I'm saying? I had did incredible things. So like, you know, it was so many different things. I was on tour with Wu-Tang. It was just so much that was going on. So, I mean, looking at this now, you know, I hope they do a documentary on it one day. I hope that we kind of go back to this because this really shifted hip hop in a major way.
Definitely. 1 second pause. How many of these guys did you know before this cover came out?
I knew Charles. I knew Currency. I knew Cudi. I knew Wale. I knew Blue, and I knew Corey. I didn't know Asher. I didn't know Ace. Excuse me. I didn't know Ace Hood really. I didn't know Asher really. Like we met one time with Q-Tip. I didn't know B.O.B. like that, but like everybody else, I kind of knew because we did shows already, and I was already kind of following everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like when we were all coming up, like we all were watching each other. Like it was like healthy competition. We was all comparing ourselves to each other, and so I knew everybody.
Word. 1 second pause. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, this was a whole. This. If you were outside, if you were paying attention to hip hop, if you were online at this point in time, this was a vortex that opened in the hip-hop space, but also the hip-hop media space. The way people talked about who the next up artist was forever changed. Forever changed, you know? And so I remember, I still have this issue, actually, the physical issue, but I remember how monumental this was, you know? And this is also the first one that was called Freshman.
Yes.
The one before that was called Leaders of the New School.
Yes. And it was a great time. I mean, I wish we would have all did a cypher. I wish we would have all did a show together. I think I'm the only person on this cover that has a song with everybody on this cover, except for Ace Hood and Wale. I think I have a song with everybody on here except for Ace Hood and Wale.
That's what's up. We got another comment right here. This one is from Flow Focus. Says, Mickey, veteran MC, lyricist, and performer here. I just enrolled. Justin, I tagged you on IG, FB, and TikTok. Elle, you are life to me. Crook, wow. Salute.
Aw, shout out to that, Elle.
Oh, thank you.
Elle got super fans now. Elle go outside. People be like, oh, you Elle Janelle.
We love Elle. We've been loving on Elle since Clubhouse. So, you know, the echoes, the halls of the Hall of Fame have spoken.
That's the truth. That is the truth. Elle has top tier fans and appreciators.
Yes.
And supporters. This I think is a good question right here from the Hip Hop Watch. Hip hop being the only genre of music where writing your own lyric songs carries weight, why has that jewel lost its appeal?
Because people want to wear the crown. They said, man, why should that be the reason that stops me from wearing the crown? I really want to wear it, though. I've been watching niggas wear the crown for a long time. I know how to walk. I got the whole, you know, I was thinking about something y'all said earlier, and I think the whole game has shifted. Like, it seems like maybe this is a different profession in a way. Before, it was writers, poets. Now it's actors.
Yeah, I mean, I think, well, you know, Justin, you know, the first song was ghostwritten.
I know everybody says that. I think that's a little bit of a cop-out, though. That's the first song. It's kind of negating all of the other shit that happened. That's true about the first song. And the nigga said a name that wasn't even his name, something like that.
Right. He said he raps. Big Bang Hank raps. He spells out he's Casanova, Grandmaster Cass. that's the funniest part about that. Yes, there was a ghost written verse on the first hip hop hit, but my man just legitimately, he could have just spelled out his name. He was so much not a rapper and MC that he just spelled someone else's name.
I just think that, you know, as a fan, as somebody who was a fan, a serious fan of the space, you know, and then coming into the industry and realizing Santa Claus is not real, you kind of have to desensitize yourself. And I think it's important for the fans to not see what me, Crook, and Stat have seen. I just think it's important for them to not see it. And honestly, like for years, we've always teased speaking about it. But even now, like as I'm saying, I'm like, I don't think I'm gonna ever talk about people that have gotten written for or song. It doesn't do any good for the culture. It does more harm, because I feel like people would crash out if they knew the truth about certain things. And I just think that at this stage in the game, it's like, we're here to enjoy the entertainment. And as much as I love hip hop, I just think people will look at it a little different. I just think we just need to do what we need to do.
Do you ever have an era of rhymes or music that you put out that you regret your choice of topics or the things you're rapping about?
I feel that the only song that I regret putting out was a song called Sublime. And it was a concept record where I was saying names of artists that I was cool with, but it came across as I was dissing them. It was just a bad concept. Because, I fell out with Cudi over that. I fell out with Waaaaay over that. I fell out with the Cool Kids over that for like a very brief time. And it was just like, that was a song that I just feel like I shouldn't have done. Like it was a bad idea. And as I'm old, and we've all squashed it, so it is what it is. But that's one of those songs where it's just like, that shouldn't have been done. And when you sometimes being too creative can hurt you. And I feel like that 2008, 2009 era, I was just doing stuff that I probably shouldn't have been doing.
Oh, what's on your applause?
Did you ever get a response from your question about how has it been this long and you guys haven't been covered, but as soon as Soulja Boy comes out, because remember, his is a knee-jerk reaction to him trying to force his way into Streamers University. So that's also what's kind of funny to me about it too. It's not even like he was like, it needs to happen. It was like, you know what? If I can't be put in, because this goes back to my Cool Club thing that I was talking about. Right now, the Cool Club also seems to be the streamers. So it's like, oh man, if I can't get into your Cool Club, I'm gonna go back to my Cool Club and I'm gonna try to make my Cool Club cooler because I'm really gonna stream the rapper shit.
Yeah, a publicist reached out to me and she was like, Nikki, I could have handled this for you. I could have, whatever you wanted from XXL, I could have got it. But I was so frustrated. As an artist, we get impulsive. And I think that, if people really love hip hop and what we do and what we represent, they would support what Lupe's doing, what I'm doing, what Knowledge is doing, and I'm not saying don't support Soulja, because he's doing a different side of hip hop. He's trying to teach you marketing. I spoke to Lupe today about it. He was like, leave Soulja alone. He was like, leave Soulja. He's not teaching. He's not doing what you do, Mickey.
Not what y'all are doing at all.
And I was like, all right. And I was like, but I'm not bothering him. I was like, I'm just saying, like, we've been putting the work in. We've been putting blood, sweat, and tears into this. Like, why is it that other publications are going crazy to cover this and not our people? It's just, it's sometimes that conundrum, it does something to me. So to answer your question, yes and no. We've gotten some feelers, and I just don't know if that conversation should happen at this point. You know what I'm saying?
To be honest, I don't want to hear the results of the conversation so that they can cover you more. I understand exactly why they don't cover you more. That is not their business plan. Right. Their business plan is what can get the most clicks to show the most ads, and that answer is drama, bullshit. And I don't even want to call it bullshit because it's like funny. It's almost like National Enquirer type shit. We don't make textbooks is something they could really say. Like, we're not here for the person that's super disciplined that wants to sit down, who decided to commit themselves to hip hop and really go through the strenuous. That's not their business plan. And it kind of goes back to the Target thing too, when people like, where Target was supposed to crash out for us like Costco did. I don't have that expectation of Target. That's not their business plan. When they was getting money off us, they fucked with us. When they felt like they was gonna lose money off us, they got the fuck out the way. So I'm not interested in the answer because I want them to start covering you more. I think I'm interested in us really making that separation. Like, they do what they do over there. That's the club. We the school. That shit is different. They different worlds, they different planets, they in different orbits. And I kind of think we are the ones that need to get comfortable with that more so than them getting comfortable with us.
I like Soulja Boy, like, she make it clap, clap. That's one of my favorite songs. Like, I was more so calling out Double XL more so than Soulja.
I understand that. I definitely understand that.
And like, I'm a fan. I like when he spaz on niggas. Yeah, I think that's hilarious. It's like your drunk cousin at the barbecue. Like, I fuck with Soulja. So, but you know, again, like I said, Lupe, he was like, yo, leave that nigga alone.
Yeah, but my question is not about Soulja. My question is about your expectations of the media.
Oh, you know, I had expectations. I had high expectations for, you know, magazine that I grew up on. Like, you know, it's you got to. I like Justin just showed me on the cover. It's like anything that we do should be shown. Period, because we helped the magazine at that time. We was like top 3 magazine covers ever at that moment. Like between between Dre, M50, and maybe a Lil Wayne cover, our cover was like the biggest cover. So it's like, what are y'all doing? Like, what is happening? So at this point, I had to let it go. It's tough, you know. And right after I made my rant, Complex did an article, and it goes to show what's going on right now.
Complex covered Pendulum Ink, though.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Still do. So shout out to Complex.
I mean, Forbes covered it.
Billboard covered it. Rolling Stone covered it. But it goes back to MC Hammer looking in the crowd, and I love to those magazines. You know what? I'm not going to say it. You know, every time I come up here, I get in trouble. Hey, I was about to get crazy. I'm not about to do it. Y'all have a good rest of the show. Justin, whenever y'all need me up here, just let me know.
Word up. Right. Definitely, man. Mickey Factz, 9-second applause. He said when he gets up here, he gets in trouble.
MC Hammer thing.
Right.
I don't know. What was the rest of the shit you was going to say? When MC Hammer looks in the crowd, what do you think? What was the rest of that?
We'll have to text him. Find out later. You're tuned in live right now. Culture United every Wednesday right here on the Company Man channel. Thank you guys for rocking with us so consistently over this year. This has been a pivotal. I've been hanging out with Stat for so long. Now my language has turned into his. Stat's been struggling with the word pivotal for like 3 weeks. And he's been saying pivotable. But this is a pivotal year for this platform. And so we went weekly for the first time this year. And you guys have been holding us down, rocking with us, growing with us. And it is priceless and it's appreciated. Big thank you to Elle, of course. Big thank you to BK. Shout out to BK. 9-second applause to BK. And so BK is doing wedding things. I feel like that's okay to say, right? That's not giving too much info. She's doing wedding things. And so we're really say what? What do you say?
Bride things.
There you go. So we were just really, really happy and excited for her, but also very thankful for everything that she brings to this platform as well as all of you all. One of the things that we've been trying to do more of, or working to do more of rather, are interviews and having other segments to this show, right? So we have the 2-hour main discussion in the beginning, and then we go into the second show, which is normally driven by super chats, right? But there's a lot of space, and there's so many different things that we want to cover, and there's so many different amazing things that are happening just in this overall environment that it's also important to share. And Mickey made a great point talking about how disappointed he was in XXL for not talking about Pendulum Inc. and MC School, you know what I mean? There's plenty of people who feel like there's a very particular reason the first segment this week is Jay-Z over-criticized, right? Because it's very easy to get a negative headline, and we don't always get an opportunity to highlight the other side of it, right? And so we do our best here to tell different stories, highlight different things that are happening in this space. And this our next guests here are part of that. And so there is a incredibly storied, consequential, crucial record label out in the West Coast called Delicious Vinyl. And they have a pizza place called Delicious Pizza. And so legendary music journalist, rap journalist, Peter Relic, penned a book that really looks into Mike Ross, Matt Dyke, Tone Loc, Young MC, Def Jeff, and the history of this label. But the craziest thing for people who are not aware of the Delicious Vinyl story is that one of the founders, Matt Dyke, is in a lot of ways the Howard Hughes of hip hop. And so he was a critical piece of just hip hop history in general. And then he got to a point where he just went off the grid. And so Peter spent the past 10 years working to tell this story. And they are here with us today. And so I would like to introduce you both to Mike Ross and Peter Relic. 9-second applause. Word Up is right there. And their new book,
right.
Bust a Move, Matt Dyke, Delicious Vinyl, and the hip hop hits that first conquered pop. Now, we are actually going to celebrate this book next week at the Grammy Museum during a conversation which I'll be moderating that will include both of you, but also Be Real, Young MC, a few others. And so it's going to be very exciting. But I am captivated by this book, guys. I did not realize that Matt Dyke was off the radar for this long. You know, big congratulations to you, Peter. Congratulations to you, Mike, and everything that you guys have accomplished. But can you just sort of take us through the nexus of this story and why it was so captivating and how you started this project?
All right, I'm going to grab the mic. First, hey, Elle Janelle, how you feeling?
Hi, I'm well.
Great, good to meet you. Thanks for having us on, Justin. Great.
Absolutely. Thank you for this incredible piece of history right here.
Sure. You know, it's interesting. I want to kind of, I was watching your interview with Mickey Factz just in this past half hour, and what was really interesting to me was Mickey digging in on XXL, XXL magazine and that history, because I was a senior writer for XXL during this era that Mickey was talking about for about 5 years, from 2005 to 2010. I was a senior writer based in LA for XXL. And watching the culture change, I was writing features on Snoop and 3 6 Mafia and having a great time with this sort of late peak print era of journalism. And then I decided it was time to step away maybe and do something else with my life. But I wanted to go out on a high note and with a bang by writing a book. And I sat down and I thought, what are the great hip hop stories that have never been told? And I was in Los Angeles, thought of Delicious Vinyl, and I thought, what an incredible, consequential record label. These huge hits in 1988, 89 that are still jammed today. Everybody knows these songs, multi-generational. People get up and have fun when they hear Bust a Move, when they hear Wild Thing, when they hear Funky Cole Medina. So I'll tell you what I did. I sat down and I wrote a letter to Mike Floss, as his screen name says, to Michael Ross, the co-founder of Delicious Vinyl. And Mike responded and just said, sure. So I went over to the Delicious Vinyl office, walked in. I'm not saying Mike was crumbling herb on his desk, but he was sitting there locked in, focused on listening to some beats. Come on. And we sat down and talked that first time, and Mike was kind of in his own very cool Cali way, enthusiastic about my enthusiasm. And then Mike said this thing to me. I said, "Where's Matt Dyke? Where's your Delicious Vinyl co-founder?" And Mike said, "I haven't seen Matt in 15 years. I have a phone number for him. Here it is. You're welcome to try giving him a call." And I thought, wow, there's a mystery here. And that was sort of the entry point around 2010. So it's been a decade and a half since I really started investigating the story. And now we're at the point where the book's coming out. So it's really exciting to tell this extraordinary story of Delicious Vinyl and what Mike and Matt Dyke did.
Yeah.
Peter, what year was that? 2010, you said?
I think it was 2010. Yeah.
2010?
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. Here's a part of the book that I want to share real fast. First of all, this is a very fast read. And it's a nuanced book that captures, the individual artists themselves. It talks about your families, where you came from. It talks about what the era was like, just 80s, LA hip hop, what was happening in the world. So it is a piece that takes you all over the place. And at the end of it, you're always more edified for it. But there's a couple things here. In the beginning of this book, there are two quotes that are in here at the beginning. The second one says, "And in the year that has been so improbable, the impossible has happened." LA Dodgers announcer Vin Scully, October 15th, 1988. And the other quote is, "Music. Let's just say if it weren't for black people, there's no telling what we have to listen to each day. Ralph Wiley, Why Black People Tend to Shout." What's the significance of these two quotes that are at the beginning of this book, by the way?
Pete, that's you.
Well, let's start with the first one. Ralph
The great Vin Scully.
The Vin Scully. So this is the moment, right? Improbably, with this great one-handed home run Kirk Gibson hit and this incredible team with Oral Hershiser leading the pitching rotation.
I was there, by the way. I was there.
Mike was there. And so that call for that home run, that's what LA Dodgers classic veteran announcer Vin Scully said, in a year that has been so improbable, the impossible has happened. And I thought that quote also described what Delicious Vinyl had accomplished, right?
Mike, it was also 1987, remember? So that was the beginning. Our label started literally right then, ironically, because it was like in the fall of 87, we really started kind of the summer.
Right.
And that happened in the fall, the Fall Classic. That happened in 87, which is interesting.
So it gives you a sense.
Actually, was it 88? Was it 88 or 87?
88, right?
Oh,
yeah.
My bad. I already blew it. 88.
No, it's all good because it shows that this magic was in the air in LA,
Yes.
And I thought, what has Delicious Vinyl accomplished? These guys started this record label out of Matt Dyke's apartment in that sketchy part of Hollywood above a used refrigerator store using patched together equipment. They made these songs using a vocal booth as a closet. They found a guy from West LA named Tone Loke. They found an economics student at USC named Marvin Young, who became Young MC. And these four guys, Matt and Mike, Marvin, Tone, with their engineer Mario Caldato, they made these records in that apartment. So to me, in a year that was so improbable, the impossible has happened, was them having this incredible, extraordinary success. Tone Loke's album, the first hip-hop album by a black artist to go to #1 on the Billboard charts, Loked After Dark. So that's where that quote comes into the mix. Yeah.
Word up. Well, second applause. And, early, right in the beginning of the book, we kind of get into the split, between Mike and Matt. And so one of the things it says here, it says, "The day we signed the agreement splitting up Delicious Vinyl was the last time that I saw him," says Michael Ross. "I didn't want to run the label without Matt. We had been running around together, obsessing over music for years at the start of this crazy adventure. We became partners, great friends, young, cocky, and totally in sync. I trusted him, and I felt it back from him. Together we were bulletproof, but it reached a point where I couldn't cover for his absence anymore." This, sounded like, were you surprised, by the way, at Matt's ultimate decision to just sort of step away from what you guys had built at that point in time?
Well, you know, this is kind of the dream, right? We were kind of riding the dream. Everything that our wildest dreams were coming true. You know, we were working with great artists that we had developed ourselves. We were having success. The label was kind of becoming this global thing because our artists were having global success. We had access to a lot of new talent because now we're kind of known as an entity that can develop talent and produce talent. So on that side of it, of course, I'd be surprised because this is what Matt always wanted to do and be. But, you know, there was other circumstances that were, you know, he wasn't the same person in 1991 or 92, whenever that might have happened where we were splitting. Well, actually, we didn't really split officially till 95. But the intention was always, we're doing this together, you know, we're a team. And the idea of not doing it with him was kind of like nothing I ever thought of, but the ship couldn't stop at that point. There was too much momentum. So I had to keep going, but it wasn't ever going to be the same again without Matt, clearly.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. You know, I grew up on Wild Thing. I grew up on Funky Cold Medina. I grew up on so many of these classic records. And there's an anecdote in here where Tone Loc is performing Wild Thing at, was it Club MTV? I think it's Club MTV.
Yeah, at the Fabulous Forum. Right?
At the Fabulous Forum. And then there's an anecdote in there where you and Matt are talking about, oh man, we got to get up there. We got to get up on stage. Can you tell that story for people who haven't read this book yet or not sure what the story is? I think it's hilarious.
Yeah, so Tone's on this tour. And we hadn't seen him for a while because he'd gone on this MTV tour. And it was a little bit, I mean, we kind of obviously thought it was a little bit of a corny tour because of who was on it. It was like Vanilla Ice and Information Society.
Milli Vanilli.
Vanilla Ice?
Paula Abdul.
Well, obviously Paula Abdul, yeah. Was Milli Vanilli not on that?
Milli Vanilli was, but not Vanilla Ice.
I didn't say Vanilla Ice. I said Milli Vanilli. I said Information Society.
Oh, yeah,
right?
All good. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Which I wouldn't have ever thought of, but I read that chapter recently. I go, wow, Information Society. That's so bizarre. And obviously Paula Abdul was having a lot of success. And it was funny, she kept Wild Thing from being number one because that song Straight Up kept Wild Thing from being the first, I think, number one pop single rap record. It sold a lot, but it never went number one. The album did. Anyways, Paula Abdul was on it. And I kind of knew Paula Abdul because I was dating a Laker girl at the time, which is kind of funny because I'm a crazy Laker fanatic. I've been going to Laker games since I was a kid in the 70s. So being at the Forum with Matt, Tone's coming to town to play at the Forum, which is just insane to even think of that. And so, of course, we're going to be there. And we were backstage. I think we were just in the crowd at first watching it. And all of a sudden, it's like, we got to get on stage. How often are we going to be able to be at the Forum and get on stage with our artists? And, of course, we have carte blanche. So, yeah, we've been drinking and we're just like, we're up there. So we ran up on stage. Of course, they welcomed us on stage and we were basically drunk and kind of dancing around, clowning with Tone as he did Wild Thing. And then at the end, as Pete wrote so perfectly in the book, Matt flipped around and pulled down his pants and mooned the crowd. And that was true. People who were in the crowd saw that and everyone talked about that afterward. I think Martin Schwartz, Tone's manager, saw that. I don't think he was happy about it because he never liked anyone to upstage Tone. And Matt had a way of kind of upstaging everybody all the time. So I don't think Marty liked that, but it's hilarious. And that's Matt in a nutshell, you know? He'd do something funny and off the wall like that.
Word up. 1 second applause. You know, I think for me, I grew up in the South. And I moved here from the East Coast. And so my lens on the world comes from Brooklyn and from the Carolinas primarily, right? And so growing up, I wasn't necessarily paying attention to a lot of the industry machinations, how big these companies are that are putting out these great songs. I'm just loving the songs, right? And one of the things that, you know, I realized in a different kind of way reading this was how impactful Delicious Vinyl was and how it was being received everywhere else, right? There is a great colorization of how Def Jam was where everybody wanted to be. And it seems like you guys at a point in time were a lot closer than maybe you even felt, right? You have Tone Loc, you got Young MC, you're selling millions of records everywhere. The Beastie Boys come out, you know, to work with you guys. Basquiat is out here in your same circle. how would you describe at least what the industry felt like for people who weren't there at that point in time? How big was really hip hop? How many labels were really even doing anything?
Well, to be honest with you, at that time you're talking about, which is like 1988, we were kind of in our own bubble. I had, as Pete writes in the book, I did an internship at MCA Records like a couple years before that, just to kind of see how major labels move, just because we were in record pools already. And I was like, we were getting all these records from labels like MCA as well. They didn't really put out rap records, but they're putting out some cool R&B records. They had Loose Ends and One Way, and they had a couple other things. But they put out a lot of old school R&B and then a bunch of other records, so artists you never heard of, like dance records and stuff. And it was like, I have an in sort of, maybe I can get into MCA and just hang out in the black music department and kind of see how they operate. So I had a little inkling of what was going on at the major label, and they had no intention of being in the rap game yet. I know Def Jam kind of busted out in 85, 86, and they made a deal with Sony, but no other majors were really dabbling in rap. So it was all indie. And it wasn't just Def Jam, obviously, like Tommy Boy, Profile, Sleeping Bag, all the cool indie labels. Being a DJ and being in record pools, you're seeing these records, they're putting out records and you're getting them in your record pool. So that's kind of what you're shooting for. Like maybe we can be kind of this cool indie label once we decide we're going to make records and kind of make a name for ourselves out here, putting out cool hip hop and records that we like. Even though we hadn't really made a record yet, we were already talking about it and thinking, like, we can make records better than this for sure. We don't even have to know anything. And, it was kind of a trial and error process. And that's how we kind of learned how to produce records, kind of using instincts that we had as DJs and then just took it to the studio. But we didn't really have a lot of perspective on what other labels were doing at that time, other than I knew MCA was doing a lot of whack stuff as far as they weren't being progressive as far as hip hop was concerned. Then they did sign a deal with Uptown Records, I think, at some point. But we just wanted to, at that point, like, they're not going to listen to me here at MCA. Let's do our thing. So it was just all super bubble. Let's take this label and make cool shit and see what we can do.
Yeah.
And then we made a deal. Then we made a deal with Chris Blackwell because we needed to join forces at a certain point to kind of have muscle. So it's tough going at it just alone as an indie, which we did for like 18 months, maybe 2 years, probably from 18 months. Just putting out records, slinging them at swap meets, doing whatever we can to get put on. But then you get put on and people hear about you, and then some progressive majors or A&R guys start thinking like, well, maybe we can make a move with these guys at our label. Chris Blackwell, Marty Schwartz, who was a manager, who ended up managing Tone Loc, was working in the film department at Island Records and gave Chris Blackwell a demo tape of some tracks that we were doing. And that's how we hooked up with Island Records. And that gave us like more rocket fuel to then get our records really out there once we were kind of putting out records that could go somewhere from a radio standpoint.
Yeah. Yeah.
Long answer. I don't know, but
hey, no, it's an effective answer. 1 second applause. My bad. I thought you had something.
No, I was saying it was a good answer. I'm just smiling on the inside because I'm new to the LA area, and I said I wanted to go to some different hip hop events, and somebody invited me to Delicious Pizza, and so I was there maybe 2 weekends ago.
All right.
It was like 3 or 4 events going on at the same time, a party, like a birthday party on this side, a game night in the back. And I think pizza was being served in the front, a bar on the side. And my favorite part is when I went into the back room, it was literally a cypher with people freestyling in the cypher and producers making beats live. And the person who invited me was like, well, what room do you want to go? I'm like, I'm staying in the hip hop room. Like, what are we talking about? They're freestyling live and making beats live. And so it's just an interesting kind of full circle to have you here and to learn more about the label. So I was just smiling thinking about that, Justin.
Oh, word up.
Yeah, I mean, we like the pizza joint was just kind of a lark that I did with a friend of mine and Matt's named Fred Sutherland, who runs a diner on Los Feliz called Fred 62, which he opened in 1992, and it was just a cool diner. He's also a builder. He built my house. He's a designer. He built 1 million bars. Super creative guy. We've been friends forever. He came up to me like 10 years ago and said, he lives on West Adams, which is where you were on West Adams. There wasn't a lot going on there, and he goes, "We need a local pizza joint here. My son makes killer dough, you know, we should start a pizza joint and you could bring like the hip hop vibe and Felicia's Vinyl old school vibe. We can create kind of like a community pizzeria in the area. So that's kind of how Delicious Pizza started. And then we just kind of tricked it out with, you know, obviously there's a lot of music events we do there. Local promoters do stuff. And I just always encourage like young upstarts to come in and do things. And it's a cool place to, you know, watch games, listen to music, and eat some good pizza. So yeah, that's kind of what that was all about. I'm glad you had a good time there.
I did.
Come back.
So, you know, along with Young MC, Tone Loc, Def Jeff, Delicious Vinyls put out Far Side, Bizarre Ride to the Far Side, Jay Dilla, Born to Roll, Master Ace. I think that was Delicious Vinyl. I think that was Delicious Vinyl as well.
Yes,
you know,
definitely.
did you guys have a philosophy in terms of the type of talent you were looking for? Because you guys have major pop hits. You have classic albums that are critical to the underground and independent movement. You have, you know, been able to put out some of the most acclaimed work, but also from artists from the East Coast and from other regions at the same time. What was the philosophy when it comes to, hey, this is what we're looking for, this is what we think will work with us?
Well, first of all, the whole idea of starting the label was me and Matt just doing what we thought was cool. That was the whole thing. Like, we got this label, this is their name, everything that people see, because back then the labels, the logos meant something, the records, where they came from, what label they came from mattered. A lot of times, you know, if you knew it was from Def Jam or you knew it was Tommy Boy, when you talk about hip hop, or you go back in time, you know, any like Chess Records or, you know, Sun Records, or, you know, places that were putting out dope shit, usually there was a nexus starting from the label itself. So when the indie hip hop thing is blowing up, it's like, well, you and me are just going to quality control this whole thing. We're not going to do anything we think is whack. We're just going to put out shit that we think is cool. So that was always the A&R philosophy. So it started with us hands on everything. And then as it got bigger and then Matt faded out a little bit, it's just anything I thought was cool. The label was kind of getting bigger. I had to keep putting out records, but I wasn't gonna put out anything I thought was whack. So I was just kind of, if I thought it was cool, I could just put it out because I was running the label. And I had access to, at that point, I had partners, like Atlantic Records was a partner. So if I wanted to do it, they'll let me do whatever I want, you know, within reason. So I just signed things that I thought were cool. Obviously, I was a huge fan of New York hip hop. I mean, when we came up, that's all we listened to anyways. So Master Ace was part of the Juice Crew. He was leaving for some reason. Orlando said, you know, Master Ace is available. He was on the West Coast. I had a meeting with him and it was like, come here, you can do whatever you want. You know, I think you're a genius, whatever you want. And so, you know, he made 2 records with us, Slaughterhouse and the Born to Roll record. Sitting on Chrome was the album. But Born to Roll was, obviously that was a big single. He was kind of switching up a little bit of what he was doing from an East Coast sound to a little bit of a West Coast. He was really into cars and booming systems. And he's like, you know, he's a lyrical genius, so he can flip anything. And he was goofing on gangster rap at the time. He's always making a statement, you know, real heady MC, which also, you know, obviously I would always lean to that, or storytellers or funny MCs I like. So, as well as Matt. So it was always just, you know, we put out what we liked. So long answer again, but short answer is anything I thought was cool, I was going to put out.
You know,
my bad. Go ahead. You got it.
My bad. I think that was interesting what you're saying about putting out what you think is cool, because earlier in the conversation we were talking about ghostwriting, and when ghostwriting became popular or didn't become popular, when was it acceptable, when was it cool, when it was valid. And I know most of these Tone Loc songs were ghostwritten, correct?
Well, they were co-written. I would say they were completely ghost-written. Tone is like, he writes his own rhymes, first of all. He wrote 90% of his album. He wrote some lyrics on Wild Thing. And Funko Medina, we had to put together at the last minute. So he didn't do a lot of the writing. But if it's not Tone performing those lyrics, it's like Sinatra or Whitney Houston. You know, he has the voice. So he could deliver. But ghostwriting in hip hop, especially back then, was super taboo.
Yeah, I want to know a little bit
taboo back then.
But I want to know more about what your point of view was during the time, because like you said, you could put out what you wanted to put out. So what were your thoughts around other writers with artists? Like, what did you think about it?
Well, I didn't really think about it a lot until we had this track that was kind of this rock rap track, and I had this concept. We wanted to write this song to the hook Wild Thing, and Matt had this track with these Van Halen samples, and it was kind of like this rap rock concept, kind of following in the footsteps of certain things the Beasties did, and It's Tricky by Run DMC had come just before that. So there was a little bit of like, you know, we're hearing and obviously paying attention to what's going on, and it just felt like Tone's voice over this track would just be a slam dunk. So we'd have to come up with the right concept. So Tone, I gave Tone the concept of Wild Thing, and he wrote a whole rap to it. But it was just, some of it was just a little out of pocket for what we were going for, and we were a little bit under the gun. So I gave
too
it
dirty. Mike means far too explicit for a requirement.
Well, I mean, there's nothing we could ever get on the radio, but one of the verses was. And Young MC we have right here, who's just anxious to write rhymes. He's got 1 million rhymes on deck. I floated him the concept, and he literally wrote the song in 30 minutes. So getting Tone to rap those lyrics was a little bit of a struggle, and I understand why. Also, it wasn't a track that he would normally rap on because it wasn't his vibe. I mean, we were giving him tracks that were a little bit more like, you know, more like funk and soul tracks, obviously, because he had this Barry White voice kind of sound, and we wanted him to bust on all that. And now we're giving this up-tempo track, and he's got to be a little more hype kind of rapping because it's a story rhyme. So it was a very specific thing, and I think Tone at first didn't want to do it, but when Wild Thing blew up, you know, I always wanted Young MC to kind of keep it on the down low, but that wasn't going to happen. So as soon as it got out, and I understand that, he wanted to take credit for what he did. And everyone deserves credit for it. But to answer your question, you know, MCs were very particular about writing their own rhymes, especially back then. That's changed a lot, obviously. I mean, you know, Dre's not necessarily an MC, but, you know, there's 1 million people that now use ghostwriters all the time. But back then it was rare. You know, you got these killer MCs and they're writing their own shit.
Right.
Sorry, keep going. You got to.
I was just interested in what you thought about it. Like, I understand.
I had no problem with it.
You don't see anything.
I had no problem with it. We were trying to make the best song possible. So I knew with those lyrics that Young had written, and with Tone rapping those lyrics, it was just going to be incredible. Because his voice, Young writes kind of straight, a little bit corny for hip hop, but clever. And Tone spitting that with, you know, it was just kind of like the alchemy was going to be incredible. I knew that. Matt knew that. It was convincing Tone. And, you know, it worked out.
Okay, got it.
But so I guess to answer your question, I don't have a problem with it. If it's a pop record, maybe. If you're writing like hardcore hip hop records and you're pretending to be someone you're not because you're just rapping lyrics that other people write, I don't find that interesting at all.
There's an interesting anecdote in the foreword. Be Real writes the foreword, and he talks about how he basically learned to rap in the Delicious Vinyl studio, like before they signed to Rough House and before they really became Cypress Hill. And so he says a few things in there that I found really interesting. The first one to this point is he talked about how, we were all just kind of writing each other's rhymes. We didn't think it was a big deal. If someone had a great verse, we would just take it, and we weren't possessive over it that way, which was interesting for me to hear. I never heard Be Real describe it that way before. And then two, which I think is one of the things that's probably most illuminating for people who might not be familiar with Young MC or anybody in this audience who might be on the younger side who isn't familiar with Tone Loc, is that Be Real, he calls Tone Loc Snoop Dogg before Snoop Dogg. And what he's saying is the Chiba Chiba song that Tone Loc put out was one of the first, if not the, maybe it's the second, but it was definitely one of the first all weed songs in history. And so they were inspired by that because here is someone who is leaning into it. It's not like a passing line about reefer or something. Yeah. Like this is a whole song about marijuana. I love weed songs. I love Bone Thugs and Harmony. You know what I mean? Yeah. But to hear Be Real describe things that way was illuminating for me because I never thought about Tone Loc as, you know, the precursor to Snoop Dogg. But after he describes it that way, I can see it.
Pete, you want me to?
Yeah, no, I want to say something about this because I'm really glad you brought this up, Justin. So Be Real wrote the foreword to this book, and it's a real masterstroke and a coup, and it really, as the Big Lebowski would say, the rug really ties the room together. This Be Real foreword, because Be Real grew up in Southgate, and he was, as a teenager, he's gangbanging in the streets, but he is friends with the Reyes brothers, and that's Sendog and Mellow Man. So, these are Latino guys. The Reyes brothers were actually born in Cuba. And when Mellow Man Ace signs as the second artist to Delicious Vinyl, they're going up to Matt Dyke's apartment and, hey, let's bring that kid B from the neighborhood up with us. And so Be Real, as a teenage gangbanger, goes up to Matt Dyke's apartment. He sees Tone. He sees Young MC. He meets Matt and Mike and their engineer Mario. And he's like, this is way cooler than playing shoot 'em up in the streets where I'm going to get killed. I want to be in here. Maybe, he'd been writing some poems, maybe to try to impress girls or something in high school. And he's like, I could rap. I think I could do this. So really, as Be Real says, it's all praise to Delicious Vinyl that he made that choice at that moment to get out of the streets, pursue a creative life, and form Cypress Hill. And so really that sort of pre-story of Cypress Hill also happens to flow through the Delicious Vinyl story. Yeah. And incredible. And, when Be Real provided that perspective, when he said Tone Loc was really Snoop before Snoop, because Tone crossed over, not just musically, but Tone was in movies, Tone was in Heat with Al Pacino and Robert De Niro. So Tone really had some pretty big bites of the apple. And as somebody who was just a fan, a high school and college kid at the time, I remember being like, oh, Tone Loc's in movies now. This is great. This is never going to end. I love this.
And he's all over MTV as well. And MTV is taking a huge liking to him. So they're seeing Tone be himself, which is just very charismatic, very funny, very authentic, who he is. Just the way Snoop is. It's like Snoop can't help being Snoop, and it's just hilarious and it's authentic and it's great. Tone is the same way. So that is actually a really great analogy he makes. Obviously, Tone's period of time wasn't the same, but for these guys, they're seeing Tone being interviewed by Downtown Julie Brown on MTV and Fab Five Freddy, and he's on the cover of Newsweek, and but he's doing it very nonchalantly, just being himself, wearing his Locs, high all the time, but funny, coherent, funny, and interesting. And that was the thing about Tone also. He was just a natural. So getting back to just quickly about Cypress being around, or, the Reyes brothers being Sen and Mellow Man, and then Be Real being with them. And they were all trying to help each other out because Sendog was also helping Mellow Man write lyrics. They were also kind of a crew. They were brothers, and Be Real was also kind of in their world. So they're kind of helping each other out writing. So that's also like the whole crew's writing rhymes, and there's one star in the group utilizing the lyrics, then that's kind of one thing. Just to make an example, the Tone thing, Tone and Young weren't really friends. They actually hardly even knew each other because they were both coming up together, but it wasn't like they were in the studio together a lot at the beginning. And Tone, Young was there, he'd drop his lyrics and he'd leave. I'd have to spend hours with Tone in the studio, smoking weed and getting him, just getting the right vibe to actually get him to record. So their methods, their ways of life were totally diametrically opposed. So Young writing for Tone at that point, when they don't really know each other, that made it a little bit awkward. Getting back to the ghostwriting thing. But like when I was thinking of Mellow Man and when that crew was in there, they were all just trying to help each other out. Like, they're all from the same area. They're all in the same set, and they're all trying to get out and do their thing.
And they all speak Spanish, and that's how this Spanglish rap thing, this bilingual rap thing, which resonates so deeply in LA and weaves the LA Latino community and the Black community together because of it.
Yeah, we were super psyched. We wanted he was really good rapping in English. He kind of sounded like LL Cool J. We always he's like our Spanish LL, we used to always say, because he had that kind of bombastic delivery like LL, but then he could also rap in Spanish. So anytime he wrote a rap in English, we go, you got to transcribe this in Spanish and do a Spanish version, because we just knew, Spanish rap is going to be huge. And it was already, I think Kid Frost might have been, and there was a few others, but like On Wax, transcribing what he was doing in Spanish, and Sendog and Be Real helped him a lot. because we're kind of speaking Spanish, English, and making it rhyme. It sounded incredible, and that was a big part of it.
We have a couple of questions here from the audience. I definitely want to pull them up. But before we do, what can you tell us about Jay Dilla that most people aren't familiar with? Or
tell him, Mike. Tell him.
What can I tell you that hasn't been said already? Other than I met James Yancey, JD. He way before he was Jay Dilla. In '85 when the Far Side was in New York City recording their second album.
95.
And I'm sorry, 95. Did I say 85? Yeah,
yes.
95.
How old was it?
They were in New York City working on their second record with New York producers. And they were friends with Q-Tip, so we were at Q-Tip's studio. And Q-Tip I'm not sure, either it was through Amp Fiddler or something, heard about JD or James Yancey. And I think he flew him to New York or was hanging out with him in New York at his studio. And the Far Side was going to work with Q-Tip or was hanging with Q-Tip because they were working with some of the producers he was working with. And JD was there and giving tracks to Q-Tip for one of the Tribe record. And there was this one track, I guess, that he didn't want to use, or a few tracks. And that track was running. And Trey played it for me over the phone because he was always playing me beats they were working on in New York. We didn't have Zoom or anything then. So he would just call me up and say, working with this guy, we got this beat. He goes, you got to hear this beat. We got this kid that's working with Q-Tip, and he's got this track. I want you to hear it. And he played me the running beat, and I could hear it, clear as day. And then he said he has other beats as well. And I was blown away, obviously, by the running track. And he just sounded incredible already. And so I flew him to LA as quickly as possible when they got back, and I got him in the studio with the Far Side for their second album. And that's how I met him. I picked him up at the airport and put him up at the what was the hotel right on Orange? Pete, you know the hotel, I'm sure you've done that research. Forget the name of it. It's right on right off of Hollywood Boulevard in Orange. No,
Roosevelt.
No.
Okay.
No.
I feel like that's on Orange.
He stayed there forever in LA until he got bigger, and then he started staying other places. But
gotcha.
I mean, I knew really his beats, he had something special. It was like these otherworldly sounding beats. And coming from working with Jay Swift on their first record, who was making great kind of jazz soul beats, it felt like, just JD came from heaven, which is like a next level sound that was like that, which was perfect for them. And so, I put him on immediately, and that was like the beginning of my relationship with JD and his mom. And for 4 or 5 years, I was just going to JD at that time. He wasn't Dilla yet, exclusively for tracks, for remixes on other artists like the Brand New Heavies, and just anybody I could get it to. And he would just flip anything, and just incredible talent. You know it when you hear it. He had it.
1 second applause.
I'm just smiling, imagining listening to that beat over for analog.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
It's crazy because his production style, it wasn't super layered. It's just everything was in the pocket in a way that it was super complex in the simplest way you could think about, but you could never do it yourself. And it just hit different. Everything he did, beat after beat, there was something about it. It was just like his beats were a little bit late. His samples were just so layered in the pocket. It was incredible. It was like kind of the way like Matt kind of could flip beats and put things together in his way. And Jay Swift, another one I put in that category, and many others, obviously Premier and, a million other great producers. But JD was, he was different. One of the greats, for sure.
So Peter,
oh yeah, please go ahead, Elle.
The same way Mike linked on you. You were supposed to know the name of the hotel, like not knowing like what.
No, he wasn't actually. I should. It was I can't remember if anybody. I'm just blanking on it. It's just funny because it was a very simple, not a high budget hotel, obviously, but he was staying there for a while. He loved it there. He loved being in Hollywood.
What was it? Farmer's Daughter? Where was he staying?
It wasn't Farmer's Daughter. No, it was. I'll probably before this ends, I'll get it for you. But he stayed there all the time because then he'd come back, and then he was working on other projects in LA after a while. And he'd always stay there for a while. But he had his little room, and he had his MPC 9000 at the time, and It was a rack mount that he brought with him, and he was sitting in the studio. I'll never forget. He was always in the corner because the Far Side was fighting a lot making that record. There was all kinds of drama making their second record. They'd fallen out with the producer. They were fighting with each other. Everyone wanted to make beats, and I needed to get someone in there other than me that could just keep them focused and working on lyrics and not getting so crazy about being producers. Because they had a great beat maker and producer on their first record who worked with them. They were good producers themselves, but you need somebody who's constantly, and Jay Swift was that guy. And we didn't really have that guy for the second record since they had this falling out. And JD was my guy, you know, like, even though he was much younger than them, not a lot younger, but younger and green because he hadn't really made any records yet. But his beats and what he was doing was so elevated. It was so futuristic that while they're fighting and trying to figure out who's doing what, JD would just be sitting in the corner making another beat for them or just waiting for them to get ready to record in the studio. It's like Enterprise Studios. I think it was in Burbank. I remember those sessions vividly.
No.
It's funny.
You know, Fat Lip's one of the first people I met when I came to LA. And so he used to hang out at a studio that was near the Hip Hop DX offices when I was running Hip Hop DX. And the first time I remember being able to put Fat Lip's face to the name was when he was on The Real World. He was on Real World Hawaii.
Wow.
Did you guys know that? He was he wasn't the star of The Real World. He was dating a girl who was on the cast. And as I spent more time here in LA, I've noticed that a lot of these things are just set up. I thought maybe they were actually really talking, but I wasn't sure if his team put it together or something like that. But doesn't look like you guys remember. You should really check that out. It's hilarious.
So how was he on it? Because he was
dating he was on a date with a girl who was on the show. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So one episode or multiple episodes?
He was on multiple episodes. He was like recurring, maybe 3-4 episodes, like maybe half the season. I think he might be there.
And he was Fat Lip, obviously. Was he doing Fat Lip kind of stuff, or was he just being a good boyfriend?
I mean, they were trying to figure it out. They were trying to figure out if this is, do they, don't they? I think that was the subplot from The Real World.
I'm glad you told me this. This feels like some good blackmail material I can use on Fat Lip the next time.
You remember, Peter? Do you remember this?
I might have been checked out. I remember when he came out with "What's Up, Fat Lip," which was like again one of these great moments where it seemed like as a record label, Delicious Vinyl had sort of faded into obscurity and wasn't that active. And then when Fat Lip came out with "What's Up, Fat Lip," when he said these words, who
are you kidding? Who are you fooling? When people say "What's up, Fat Lip," I say "Coolin'."
Downtrodden, fresh kid turned rotten. So a lot of love for Fat Lip always.
What was your point of view on gangster rap when it was rising around the same time?
Yeah.
I didn't really feel like it was something that I could be involved in just because that's not my world. And, the label is super personal. And what am I going to be doing, like putting out gangster rap records? It just didn't really feel like something that authentic for me being the label and putting out records. It just wasn't something that I felt it was better for other people to be putting out those records. I mean, I like some of them, but I just, I kind of was into the opposite. Like the Far Side was kind of the anti-gangster rap group. And, Tone was a gangster, which is funny, but, that was like this was before gangster rap really happened. And he was in a set and he was gangbanging when we were actually making records with him, which was crazy because he kind of comes from a middle-class area of LA, but Tone was hard, Tone liked that lifestyle. So, but he could switch up. He could be a gangster one day and then he could be the funniest, just, charming guy the next day. It just kind of depended who he was having, what he was up to. But, when gangsta rap really started happening in the early 90s, it just didn't really I just didn't really feel like it was an area that I wanted to go into. I already had some beef with gangster life, and I just didn't want to get into that. I valued my life on top of the fact that there weren't really records that I wanted to deal with.
That's kind of similar to where I was going to go to ask Peter. Maybe not gangster records is what I was going to ask about, but during this time there was a lot of revolutionary like Fight the Power type of records coming out. And I want to know, in the book, do you get into kind of the clashing between these type of records and like a pop rap record, and like what was that dynamic like, where there's this one group of people who are like, fight the power, we want to make these type of records, and I think like with the Grammys, they actually ended up losing to Young MC's record. So do you get into that in the book about kind of what that dynamic was like, and kind of maybe Mike's outlook on why you chose to go whichever way you want to go?
Yeah, that's an essential question.
Great question. Great question.
Imperative to address this and to sort of pull the curtain back on this moment in the book. Because when Young MC wins the Grammy for Best Rap Recording in 1990 for Bust a Move, it's the first time that the Grammys have decided to televise the Best Rap Award. In fact, it had been a point of contention. The Grammys had always refused to televise the rap presentation. And there had even been a boycott by some of the rappers the year before, including the Fresh Prince had refused to attend the ceremony. So there was all this sort of inherent tension was bubbling up. Finally, the Grammys said, okay, we'll televise the rap award. We'll let these scary rappers on television. And the recordings that were nominated were Me, Myself, and I by De La Soul, Fight the Power by Public Enemy, which is still the most thrilling recording that any musical group has ever made, and two songs. Sorry, I think I can beat Mike Tyson, which was a novelty record by Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince. And then two songs by Delicious Vinyl. This upstart West Coast label suddenly had two songs nominated for Best Rap Recording, and it was Tone Loc with Funky Cole Medina and Young MC for Bust a Move. And so Young MC wins. And as Young MC is giving his acceptance speech, Flavor Flav runs up onto the stage wearing a lime green bow tie tuxedo with Batman's sunglasses and tries to tackle Young MC. This is sort of this first instance of a rapper kind of bum rushing another artist when they're on stage at the Grammys. And
Young's wearing a tuxedo, by the way.
Yeah, Young's wearing a very clean-cut classic tuxedo, whereas Flavor Flav's wearing the most, fluorescent lime green outfit. But luckily, Young was maybe twice the size of Flavor, so instead of him being tackled, he catches Flavor in his arms, and Flavor yells, "Yeah, boy," into the camera, and then sort of bounds away. And Young MC recovers and continues thanking his accountant, and then he thanks Flavor Flav for interrupting, making his speech more exciting. But the thing is, El Janelle, that by doing that, Flavor Flav showed that the East Coast was upset that this small West Coast label had come out of nowhere and steamrolled and got all the attention and the big recording industry award, and how could Fight the Power not be the winner? Well, because this other Fresh song had come out and had really captured the public's attention, and that's what the Grammys are really about, right? So the answer to your question is, I think a lot of the cats on the East Coast were upset that Delicious Vinyl had come out and sort of steamrolled their big moment, which was all of this groundwork had been built throughout the 80s of hip hop slowly but surely gathering popularity. And then at this peak moment, right at the end of the decade, suddenly the West Coast is winning. And I think they thought, are you kidding me? But it's all good.
Yeah. There's not much more I can say on that, because all those songs, well, not all those songs, but obviously Me, Myself, and I, and Fight the Power, and if it was Funky Cole Medina or Wild Thing and Bust a Move, they're all obviously huge songs and continue, like they stand the test of time. So they're all great songs. If the award was just for best rap song, it's so subjective. Obviously, the Grammys weren't ready to go full militant Fight the Power, which obviously is
that's what I was gonna say. You don't think that's
incredible records ever.
That's what I was kind of gonna say. Like, you don't think maybe that's a little reductive, where it's like, oh, it's just an East Coast West Coast thing versus we wanted this to be a different type of ideology presented, and now that they finally want to show the record, it's like, well, no, not this, which of course, come
on, has the Grammys really changed for 40 years later? Come on.
No, that's what
Grammys are always like, it's kind of ridiculous. The best records now, well, not always, but And what's the best, you know, it's subjective.
Yeah, I
but
don't
there's
wanna say it's not
clear
the best.
great records that get passed over, and those were all good records. So just on a rating the record thing, it's like it really wasn't. You could have gone wrong. Yeah, I guess it might have been nice for the East Coast for Public Enemy to get recognized in that moment. It would have been funnier. It would have been a better acceptance speech. But you know, Young Song was huge, and you know, Me, Myself, and I could have won too. Another great song. So.
Yeah, I'm definitely not saying best. I'm just wondering if the book kind of gets into that tension and how you kind of get into it. So you
a little bit, yeah, absolutely. And you know, I think some of maybe the tension. I think the rappers actually themselves, the MCs and everyone got along. I think it was maybe some of the people at Def Jam were a little bit aghast that so much of the groundwork that they laid had now been. These other labels, this label from LA had come around and it suddenly was on top. So I don't know if we need to name names and stir it all up, but it's in the book for sure about the people that especially took umbrage at that moment.
We got a comment right here from Star Trek Ambassador for Pete. Any special stories about Pharcyde?
Yeah, there's a great story that John Martinez, the producer Jay Swift, told me, which is that before the Pharcyde signed to Delicious Vinyl, they were just looking for a record deal. And they were going around shopping, and they had a demo. And they went up to, I think they went up to A&M, they went up to MCA, and Randy Jackson was the A&R guy. And Jay Swift said, you know, that we played him our demo. It had this cornball song called What's My Flavor? And Randy Jackson, you know, was saying like, you got anything else? And Jay Swift says, well, we do have this song where we're talking about people's mamas. And Randy Jackson said, oh, I want to hear that. But luckily, Mike Ross swooped in at this moment and said, no, we're the LA label. You're the LA group.
How did he pass? I don't think Randy Jackson was that dialed into hip hop at that moment.
I think that's probably it. You know, I think he wanted to hear
pass after hearing Your Mama. I mean, Your Mama's hilarious.
Well,
but a lot of labels, I mean, just a lot of labels passed on, unbeknownst to me, because my friend Paul Stewart was managing him at the time.
Right.
And he had worked at Delicious Vinyl in the late 80s. So when he was managing the Pharcyde, when he was managing any act, he would usually come to me and at least put me on blast, like, I think you might like this or something. And he did that with the Pharcyde, but I had found out later that he'd gone to every other label on the East Coast and the West Coast before he came to me. I think he was going for a big check maybe, and he knew like, might not get the biggest check from Delicious Vinyl, but like Ruben passed on it, apparently. You know,
Tommy Boy passed.
BMG passed, everyone passed. So by the time it came to me, I don't know who was left, but I mean, I couldn't believe what I heard when I heard their demos, and I wasn't letting them out of my office without getting them signed. It was just like, I was so psyched to hear what they were doing. It was amazing. I mean, their demo, I don't know if it's in the book or not, but the demo that I heard them, that they played for me was Your Mama, Officer, and Passing Me By. That was the demo I heard.
That's crazy.
And you know, they weren't finished, but they were very much the bare bones of what those songs were. Pretty close, actually. So it was like, it was incredible.
Word up. 1 second applause to Star Trek Ambassador. Great answer too, by the way. 504 Scooby. I just pre-ordered mine on Amazon.
Shout out 504 Scooby. Appreciate that.
Word up. 1 second applause. We have K-Wave for Real says, I love this conversation. Shout out to Mike and Peter. Question, how instrumental were soundtracks in the 90s to break artist singles? Also, shout out to Tone Loc, underrated actor on Poetic Justice and the show Rock.
Deep knowledge from K-Wave for Real. Much respect. Thanks for this comment. Yeah. Soundtracks. You know, one of the soundtracks that came out on Delicious Vinyl was for a Steven Seagal action movie called Marked for Death. And it might not be the greatest action movie of all time. It's probably not even the greatest movie that Steven Seagal was ever a part of, but the soundtrack's pretty cool. And also Def Jeff actually has a great cameo appearance in that movie. But to answer the question in a broader sense, soundtracks were super important. I think as a hip hop fan, you were able to basically buy a great sampler in the form of a soundtrack. So, you know, soundtracks like, you know, we were just talking about Fight the Power, but, you know, really that song first came to attention by being in the Spike Lee film, Do the Right Thing.
That's right.
So,
good example.
Yeah. So many films, you know, a movie like Boys in the Hood, a movie like Juice. It was a great way to get a lot of good hip hop and also some pretty cool R&B or New Jack Swing, if you might like that sound, to go. Mike, you want to say something about soundtracks in that era?
I mean, depending on what the project is, sometimes a soundtrack is just, you know, they give you a lot of money for one song that you can put on their soundtrack. So some people like to grab sound back then, at least, because it was a good payday for a track. You know, Mark for Death was a great kind of opportunity, just because they wanted all Delicious Vinyl artists on the soundtrack. So even though the movie was kind of horrible, it was, you know, Steven Seagal killing a bunch of Jamaicans, which is pretty awful when you think about it. He was really big at the time. He just come off a couple of big movies, kind of killing other races in other movies, I guess. But we were able to put like our whole roster on this soundtrack, and then it got, you know, boosted by the fact that the company that put out the movie kind of elevates the soundtrack. So I think every artist on the label had a song on that soundtrack. And there was another movie. What was Snoop's first movie with Deep Cover? Deep Cover was a movie that we were going to do the whole soundtrack to Deep Cover.
Oh wow!
And I was going to do this whole. The Heavy Rhyme was going to be the Deep Cover soundtrack, because I've been working on. I don't know if you're familiar with the Heavy Rhyme. I think Pete mentions it in the book, but it's a bunch of brand new heavies, kind of jazz funk instrumentals that we laced with all our favorite MCs at the time. So, you know, you got Guru, you got Master Ace, you got Drez from Black Sheep, you got
Grand Poobah,
Cool G Rap. I mean, just Grand Poobah. So we had almost the whole album in the can. That's the album actually that The Far Side ended up being on. They probably wouldn't have been on that record if we would have done it with Deep Cover, but that was going to be the Deep Cover soundtrack.
Wow.
But then at the last minute, I think George Hinojosa, who was doing the music supervision, played it for Dre, and Dre had this new rapper named Snoop Dogg, and they had this song called 187, and the rest is history. So it never became the soundtrack to Deep Cover, but it became its own thing, and Deep Cover introduced the world to Snoop Dogg. So I guess they won for sure. And Heavy Rhyme is still, I think, a pretty cool record that not a lot of people know about. So I guess we lost on that one.
No. Longevity is the key. And the truth is that these Delicious Vinyl songs still play in movies all the time. I just watched this Sydney Sweeney boxing movie that came out maybe last year called Christie. And there's this incredible montage fight sequence of Sydney Sweeney boxing, which is what everybody always wants to see.
Of course.
Sydney's in there swinging, and Bust a Move is the song that they use in the montage. So it's just funny that these songs that they made in Matt Dyke's apartment for the purpose of having fun have endured as these great pop cultural resonant just jams. You know, it just still sounds great, and that's why young people get up to them. Old people managed to get up to him still too, and it was a real treat. And Mike was really generous with his time. And I think I did about 80 interviews for this book, and it's amazing how many people remember that period as really the most fun they ever had in their lives, was doing it for the love of the culture and just enjoying the music.
Word up. Well, Bust a Move, Matt Dyke, Delicious Vinyl, and the hip hop hits that first conquered pop. I mean, it's a phenomenal read. I'm gonna drop this link right here from the Amazon into the chat so everybody can have access to it. You can take a look, pick up a copy for yourself. For me personally, again, growing up in the South and from the East Coast primarily, it really it put me in this time period in a brand new way. And I've been, covering hip hop for 20 years now, you know what I mean? I've run large publications, but the way your pen really captured it all, Peter, is impressive. and inspirational at the same time. Fantastic story, Mike.
For someone who was there, and was there for all of it, I have to say Pete really captured the nuance and the feel of what was happening in that period. I can't imagine anyone else being able to do what he did. And I told him the other day, I'm so proud of this book just because of what he had to, the research he had to do and his using his own skills as a writer and as a researcher and as a lover of hip hop in that period. And to be able to put it all together and getting up to Matt's house and get that interview with Matt, which is just, I read it again today. It brought a tear to my eye because that's my guy. That was my best friend for a period of time there. And he's, it's funny, Matt was kind of stuck in a time capsule because he was speaking to Pete the same way he was speaking in the 80s, like when we were just goofing and hanging out and making records and going out, buying records or watching movies or whatever. And he just captured it, really, you could really kind of I really felt like I was being transported back to a period in my life. So I'm just very thankful Pete did this. I think it was quite an achievement. You should read it, everybody.
Yeah, well, I wasn't going to give away that part. I was doing my best because this is one thing that makes this so compelling is that this really is a hip-hop Howard Hughes. You have one of the most impactful producers at one of the most pivotal times in hip-hop history who made consequential records that reshaped pop while also putting on or laying the groundwork for some of our also just titans like Jay Dilla or classics like Farside, for example. And the guy just disappears, for a very long time. And that just makes it already just a totally different experience reading this book. And just fantastic work, Peter, for real.
Hey, thanks so much. Shout out to the company, man. You've led the way in hip hop media for a while. So I really appreciate you having myself and Mike on. And of course, Elle Janelle, I'm going to see you for some pizza soon. I look forward to that.
Yeah, Elle Janelle, I hope to see you over there. I'll definitely love to see you over at the spot.
Got to jump into one of those ciphers next
Let's
time.
do that.
Absolutely.
Oh, you got bars? You got bars, huh?
Or in a candy store.
You want to kick them? You want to kick some bars right now? Okay. Yeah.
Save that for the cipher at Delicious.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, real quick before you guys go, I do want to promo the actual event we've got coming up at the Grammy Museum. The event will take place. Let me put this on the screen. Actually,
we'll be there June 24th. That's next Wednesday.
Yeah, let me put this on the screen. And here we go. Let's show this to people. How does this work? There's one of those moments again where they say, Justin, how come you never have your tabs ready?
I was still in the time. I have your back.
You never had the tabs ready, Justin. Here we go. Bust a move
Wow.
on the screen.
Wow.
Matt Dyke, Delicious Vinyl, and the hip hop hits with Peter Relic, Young MC, Mellow Man Ace, Be Real, Mike Ross, and Rose Hutchinson, moderated by Justin Hunte. That's me.
Cool, man. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, can't
and
wait.
DJ M-Walk is going to be probably DJing a little set,
cutting it up.
A little play
Cutting
stuff from
scratch.
that period
Transform.
and some other things.
Word up.
Who was Tone Loke's DJ, been Tone Loke's DJ forever, and was a mix master at K-Day. So he'll help kind of create the vibe of the early years of when we started the label. So come check that out.
Definitely. Word up. Mike Ross, Peter Relic, 9-second applause.
Thanks again.
Word up. Talk to you guys soon.
Nice to meet you.
Peace.
You too. Take care.
There we go. Word up, man. That is a crazy piece of hip hop history right there.
It's a crazy.
Legitimately, half of the company, half of the, of the two guys who found this company and made this music, go so far off the grid. It's one of those stories that you really have to read to believe. You know what I'm saying? Like, especially with all this technology happening, like, think about the things that happened between the 80s when they started this and even 2010 when Peter starts putting this book together. Think about all the different ways we communicate and share information and find people. He somehow found his way off the grid in a crazy, crazy way. It's a really interesting story.
thought he was gonna be dead. I was like, I see.
I was trying not to give it away.
Yeah.
But then once he said it, I was like, oh, okay, well, there it is.
Yeah, because I was like in my mind going, I don't know if I should have read the book already before this, but I'm intrigued. Like, what is going to be the end of this 15-year thing? And I was like, wait, he's not dead? What the hell? That was even more interesting.
I'm going to drop the flyer for this event. If you're in Los Angeles, check it out. It is in the chat. Again, this is next week during next Wednesday, actually. It's next CU Wednesday. Now, I am moderating this, but I have a plan.
Wait a minute. I'm telling myself that I was coming to this event. Am I part of the plan?
You are part of the plan, and we're going to have to talk about this beforehand. We'll figure out how this is going to go. But I have a plan. We can strategize separately. Not separately, but separate from being live. Word up. You're tuned in live, Culture United, right here every Wednesday on the Company Man channel. This is one of those episodes that I was really excited about as well, too, because, again, I like lyricism, I like hip-hop history, and I feel like those are also things that I want to make sure that we can continue to include in our programming periodically when it comes here. So let us know in the chat. Drop trophies in the chat. Actually, drop your applauses in the chat if you rocked with that interview, if you thought that was interesting. All right, Elle. How did you log in, by the way? Did you just take the link? Or are you still not logging in through the back end?
I'm trying not to say pause this month, Justin, but did I just take the link? Come on, man. You're making it hard for me. Another one.
I feel like that's more of an ayo than a pause.
True.
That'd
but
be more
I
ayo.
Don't between the ayos and the pauses because that's kind of homophobic if you think about it. Anyway.
There you go. Well, 1 second pause for perspective.
So I just clicked the link.
Okay.
The first time it went to, because I have a bunch of, all my clients have their own Google account. So the first time it went to my client's thing, so I hung it up real fast, like, oh shit, hang this up on the computer. And then I went back to mine and clicked it. So did you see something new and weird?
I wasn't sure what your access was more than anything else. I wanted to see if you could see the super chats, and I wanted to see if you could see the full back end. But I guess you can't.
Another one.
The full back end.
Another one. Somebody said Elle yo. That's so funny.
That feels like Elle yo right there. Elle yo.
Yo is funny. I wasn't looking at it. I wasn't clicking it.
Okay. I wasn't sure.
I can see it. Wasn't clicking.
Gotcha.
But what was I gonna say? So I was thinking, I know we're changing the subject, but you don't have to respond. I was thinking Wednesday would be a great event for me to go to because that's the day before I go to Paris.
Word up. That could be dope too.
Paris shenanigans, my path to Paris.
How long are you in Paris? How long you'll be out there?
Well, the plan is to be there for 3 weeks. I'm in this study abroad program, and because I had a scholarship, and because Donald Trump is a terrible person, he is responsible for me not being able to get my scholarship. So it was like, oh, snaps, I can't go. And the last minute lever started getting pulled, and it seems like I'll be able to go. And so I'm doing this campaign, the path to Paris, and a lot of people have been like, sending me support and trying to make sure I have enough to make it there.
Do you have the link? You want to send the link? You want us to share it?
I've just been putting my cash up.
Oh, okay. Well, it's right there on the screen.
Yeah, people have just been sending me cash apps, but I think I am going to make a little website because now it's becoming fun. The path to Paris idea is becoming really fun.
You realize this community created a GoFundMe for your Jay-Z tickets earlier this year.
I know, and that Jay-Z ticket money was used to do this. I'm so sorry.
Oh, wow. Okay. The word up. That's even better.
Yeah, I made them take the GoFundMe down because I was embarrassed. But there are some people who sent me money for the Jay-Z tickets. I can't go to Jay-Z because I'll be in Paris, but I use the Jay-Z money for the Paris thing. Hope you're not mad about it. I hope that's not fraud to you. But, I mean, it's still me going places.
Niggas in Paris.
You just going to steal my joke? It needed a little timing in between. Justin. Niggas in Paris is what I was going to say. But, so it's been very exciting because I really thought I wasn't going to go. So I go from graduation to finding out that I am going to be able to go. And so the classes started. Today we went to the Getty Villa because a big part of it is like medieval art. And I can't wait to go put my philosophies on all of their arts and the things that they do and say, oh my goodness, I cannot wait. But today we went to the Getty Villa and was looking at some of the different pieces and learning the art language in order to explain what we see. And so that was really fun. And so, yes, so I'm doing the Path to Paris campaign. It's on my Instagram. And it's becoming a thing where it's like now I'm making content about traveling to Paris. I said all of that just to tell you guys I'm making content.
Good.
Yes.
I love you keep reminding us that you are. And I love the fact that we're all excited to see it.
Yes. And it's starting to be pretty good. Like I'm starting to get very comfortable with just because it's, to be honest, it feels a little weird to just whip out my phone. Like I'm at the Getty Villa and I'm like, guys, this is this and that. And so I think I thought it was a little shallow, but that's going away. Like I'm starting to get really comfortable with sharing what I'm thinking and where I am and all of that. So the Path to Paris will be the thing to unlock Elle Janelle. No pause.
You know, there's a lot of people ask me for advice or tips or feedback on their content, their music, or if they're trying to figure out how to be a voice in this space. And I tell them all the same thing. Like, you know, one, the process of doing it is how you learn. You know, like, yes, it's one thing to make a video or make some content. It's another thing to be able to do it twice. It's another thing to be able to do it 3 times. It's another thing to do it consistently. It's another thing to do it while reacting to an audience. There's another, like, all of these things are part of just what that process is. I had a friend of mine who he was going through a career shift, and he truthfully fell on some hard times, and so he was working in entertainment, and he decided that he got laid off, and then it just really hit him hard, right? So he had a few hard years, and so he was trying to figure out what he could do, and he was very scared to start doing DoorDash or Lyft or Uber because in his field, he didn't want to project the energy that he was down on his luck or he was outside of the game, right? And so, which is a real concern, you know, especially when you get to the point in your career where you're essentially unemployable, right? You either have too much experience or you're too old to start all the way over. Right, and so he was in that middle spot, and he wasn't sure about that. His confidence was really low. He wasn't willing to take the risk to drive Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, or whatever he needed to do, and he was really perplexed. And so he's trying to do these deals, these one-off deals with people. And it's not necessarily working out. And he comes to me and he says, "Justin, I think I want to get into the podcast space. I think I want to do what you do. I feel like everything could be really dope." And I'm like, "Yo, you're funny, you're interesting, you got a lot of information, you know a lot, you could teach a lot of people." He was like, "Yeah, so, you know, what do you think I should do?" And I said, "You know, the first thing you should do every day is just record yourself talking about something you want to talk about." Right? And he's like, "Well, what am I going to do? How are people going to react to that? They've never seen me like this before." And I said, "That's not the point. The point is for you to get used to you seeing yourself. You need to see how you look talking. You need to see what your face does when you're trying to deliver a point. You need to feel how your inflections land when you're trying to emphasize something. You need to know what you look like when you're fucking up. Whether you put that stuff out, that is a whole different journey on its own. I'm a huge proponent of you never really know until it's out in the world. Mm-hmm. But if you don't have the reps, or if you're unsure about your reps, unsure about how you present yourself, then the best thing to do is just do the thing that you would do, that you want to do, and study yourself through the process. Because the hardest part about all this is knowing how things feel. The feeling of what it's like to make a great point, the feeling of what it's like to practice comedic timing, you know, the feeling of what it's like to react, to do a reaction video pause it, say something quippy and interesting and funny, and then get back to it while not losing whatever your broader point is. And so, you know, I think that that's also very important for people. You know, I tell artists all the time they need to do news on themselves, but people who are looking to be creators, it's all about the reps. And those reps don't have to come with published work. You know what I'm saying? And so I feel where you're coming from, Elle, and I'm glad your reps coming together.
That is very insightful. And I think you're right. I think that's what it is. The feeling is like, which feeling am I going to like? This style, news style, comedy style, sketch style. Because I kind of want to do something like sketches, but then it's like, am I doing too much? Doing all of that. And I've been looking at a lot of Twitch, like Twitch channels. And I really like the just sitting on Twitch for a long time, clicking different things and giving your commentary. But then, you know, I do kind of worry like, that's a little dangerous. You kind of need a specialist to talk about certain things. So you're right. It's the me being unsure of what it would feel like. But like I said, this path to Paris, because I'm like, hey, I need this money or I'm not gonna be able to go. So it was like, hey, shit off the pot, shit or get off the pot. Right. And so now I've just been pulling out the camera, explaining different things. This is what's going on. This is the next step in the process. This is this art. And you know, it's been received very well, and it's been quite fun, I must say. And
it's
now,
a good time now. It's a good time. It's addictive.
Especially for my personality type. Like, you mean I can just kind of talk to my phone instead of having to curate specific people to talk to and learn them personally to talk to them to get my thoughts out? This is dangerous.
That's
now, the most important part that I know everybody is worried about. Yes, I will still be doing Culture United while I'm in it. And this is what's so fun about it. Of course. Come on now. You think I would leave, y'all?
9 second applause.
In fact, I'm going to be looking for some hip hop in Paris.
Oh, let's do that.
How we can cross that over. Like, we got to figure out how to cross that over.
Nice.
This is what's so perfect about it. When it's time for Culture United, it will be 2:00 in the morning on Thursday in Paris. That sounds bad, right? That is so perfect. That is so perfect because I'll finish what I'm doing, go to sleep, get up, do that, be able to do the next day. The internet is a little funny, but nobody's going to be on the internet.
Right. It's a perfect time. Right. You're not much less likely chance you have a stat quo connection.
Because everybody will be. There's a special place in the hotel where I'm already allowed to go to do it. So I want you to know, for 3 weeks, Elle Janelle will be doing Culture United from France. It's gonna be so fun.
Niggas in Paris. Nice second play. Oh man, that's dope. That was good news.
I really enjoyed this show. This was tight.
Yeah, we've got super chats. We still got some show to go.
Oh, come on. Cool.
You ready?
Yes.
All right. I'll let you start. I'll be right back.
All right. Shout out to Star Trek Ambassador 3632. I don't know why he never says the 3632, but I think it matters to you, so I'm going to say it. If it wasn't for New York, this rap shit probably never would be going on. So tell me where you from. Uptown, baby. Uptown, baby. We get down, baby. For the crown, baby. Congrats, New York Knicks on the finals. Yes, congratulations. I'm glad y'all won. I thought y'all was going to win in 4. Y'all won in 5. It doesn't matter. New York has been going absolutely crazy. I love every video. Also saw some really dope trash cans or something that you guys have for the celebration, which is going to be tomorrow. So I'm looking forward to seeing the parade tomorrow. Kind of jealous of New York. Like, y'all have the greatest mayor in the country and y'all have the chip. Now, if y'all come with a New York rap sound and take the game back, y'all going to be unstoppable. I got to be honest. Now, if I click this, does this pop up? Nope, it doesn't. Maybe this is what he was talking about when he asked me, did I look in the back end? Can I just click something and make this pop up? No. Anyway, so even worse than poor San Antonio losing, to lose in the way that they did, I feel a little bad for them. But I mean, if you lost, you lost. But to be up by so much and to lose is crazy. Like I heard somebody telling a story about how much they paid for their tickets to that game, and they were like getting teased, like, why would you pay that much for this game? I know that person feels vindicated because you probably saw one of the greatest NBA games like in the last. I mean, it's not the Warriors. Let's not like besides ourselves, but probably saw one of the greatest games in the last couple of years. And that is the limits of my sports ball knowledge. And I want y'all to appreciate how I stretch that out. I see a few people in the chat are saying that they'll be at the parade. I'm a little jealous. Gotta be honest. The parade is going to be probably some of the best energy in the country tomorrow. So I hope you have a great time. I hope you have a lot of fun. If you indulge, I hope you get smack drunk celebrating the Knicks, because y'all sure did wait a long ass time. I didn't know how to click to the next super chat, so I just did a sports ball monologue.
That's what you should do. That's why you should log in on the back end because you have access to it. I gave you access to it. And then there was one. Let's see when Elle gets back in and she sees the whole dashboard control center background. That's where the magic happens. Word up. Big shout out to you, Star Trek Ambassador. I'm having a good time today, guys. I wore my Bernie Sanders shirt. It says Super Bernie Bros. It's one of my favorite shirts. Bernie looking like Super Mario World, because he's flying, right? That's when Mario started flying. All right, who we got next? Let's see. Elle's back.
Oh. Oh.
What did I say? I told you to go see the whole dashboard.
Okay.
Look at all that. Looks totally different over there.
Yes, I love all these buttons. Oh my God, my
You're right.
technologist side is coming out.
Mm-hmm. I know. It's all happening. All right, so yeah, so on that star tab, that's where you can see the super chats.
Damn, baby, you heard me sing to the.
One second applause.
I just did this. Ooh.
Yep. All right.
Thank you, Just Gwen. Okay, I'm gonna stop touching stuff.
All right, cool. So we're in the second show. Let's go into the super chats. Let's see what people got to say. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we missed. All right, here we go. Everybody Hates Chris Now says, just a reminder that GNX, The Fall Off, and Iceman are all available at Target. Are we protesting the big three along with Hove? Jay-Z got the NFL to commit to 10-year, $250 million investment to inspire change initiative. I think, was that one of the ones that we read on the screen earlier? I don't know if we read that one. We definitely read a list of positive things that Jay-Z's done. There's been a bunch of them. My feeling around this is, generally speaking, one, I think, truthfully, I think the Hove situation is different than a lot of people's, right? Because Hove has been the leader in this space for a very long time. And does, regardless of whether we are critical or we care or not, he does have a history of inserting himself into some of these situations that doesn't always look like it's for the betterment of other people. Like, I can't ignore that. I'm not saying that's the only things he does. I'm not saying that he doesn't do a lot of amazing things, but there are things that I'm personally critical of, I will say that, that he has done that has turned into a pattern over time. I think that's just what it is. I don't look at his, I don't think that nullifies his entire contributions, but just like everyone else keeps saying, my man is the ultimate capitalist. And so that's what happens. Now, along with that, he does a lot of great stuff. But my point on this particular, which I talked about in my video, is I have the same smoke for everybody who does this. I'm not uniquely critical of Jay-Z versus other people, but I do think that there are, certain people that I personally expect more from based on how they position themselves outside of the music. That's where I'm coming from with it.
Why did you choose the verb insert himself? Is that a little bit assumptive? How do we know? Yeah, I know that's
That's an LGL question. Because I don't think that he had to go out and make Occupy All Street shirts. I think he put himself in that conversation.
He has no excuse for Occupy All Street.
I don't think.
But I mean, like,
Yes,
even
we
if
did.
situation.
I think even the Kaepernick situation. Before he made the deal with the NFL, he's out here riding for Kaepernick. He's on Saturday Night Live with a Kaepernick shirt on. He is representing for the energy of that time. Didn't involve him. Decided he wanted to step to the forefront of it. And then after that, he did the deal with the NFL.
Also, I don't think this is fair for GNX. I think GNX came out like a week or so after the boycott was called. So, I mean,
when was the boycott started? I mean, I guess you're right. The product is already in there.
Yeah, like they already did all the work for this. Like, I mean, he probably could have. I mean, a person can make an argument just like how people was like, well, Target could have done whatever you wanted to do. I mean, he could have said, actually, no, Target, we're boycotting you, so don't put it out there. But I guess I kind of feel like once you start being a capitalist, like you're already a capitalist. Like they're trying to put a wig on a pig. Like, oh, I'm practicing capitalism, but I'm doing it, you know.
I think there's a lot of capitalists who don't necessarily, just because you're a capitalist doesn't mean you have to insert yourself in every capitalistic opportunity. And I think
insert yourself in every, because those words do things. Every does something, because it's like, oh, you're doing it.
But it's not directed at any particular person. I'm just speaking collectively.
Oh, okay,
right. Yeah, like we all have the opportunity to figure out which capitalistic opportunities we want to participate in. Right. Absolutely. Yeah, I wasn't shooting that at Hove. Right. There's plenty of stuff that I haven't seen. I haven't seen him intercede on, the science march. I didn't see Hove out here talking about the women's march or whatever other issues. Right. What I'm saying is not directed at any one person. I'm just saying, philosophically speaking, you can pick and choose which opportunities you want to attract or which ones you want to go to. Right. And so for a number of reasons that make sense, Hove has still, when I say make sense, it's because it deals with his community, but he tends to do that a lot. Like the people who got, like Basquiat's, no, was it Basquiat? Yeah. Basquiat's family was upset at Jay-Z using his hair, taking his image. You say what?
I too didn't like that. I don't like that.
Basquiat's anti-capitalist. He did this with Che Guevara. He shows up at a Root show with a Che Guevara shirt on. Well, Che Guevara is the definition of anti-capitalist. You know what I mean? So he projects this image. It's part of who he presents to be, from my point of view. And then when in multiple situations now, when there was an opportunity based on some on-the-ground things that was happening that was important to our communities, here comes Hove, having his cake and eat it too, at best. I mean, there's a Guardian article from 2011 about the Occupy All, no, I think it was 2011? Yeah, 2011, about Occupy All Streets. And they're like, yeah, just as typical Jay-Z trying to have his cake and eat it too in 2011 when it comes to these type of issues. We're now in 2026. So, whether or not I'm of the position that whether or not you feel these are good things or bad things, wherever you're coming from, there is a pattern here. And I can't fault anybody who sees it and doesn't like it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think that you should fault people who have their own opinion. But I also am going to make sure that my opinion is not just swayed by things that are just not convincing to me. Like, I definitely think he's done a couple of things where I'm like, this is some bullshit. But I expect a hyper capitalist to do some things where I'm like, this is some bullshit. So I think I kind of look at it like the person on our side willing to get their hands dirty. That's how I kind of look at it. Like, I don't want to say in some movement work, I'm not going to say that, but I definitely have some stories where it's like a person that I have a disagreement with on how they do something. Like, that's not right. You're not supposed to do that. But then there comes a time where it's like, I need you to do that for me. And they're like, oh, is that right? Oh, you're finally in a situation where, oh, I thought you didn't like what, oh. And so I just look at it that way. And there may come a time where I change my mind, and I will definitely say it. Definitely. You don't gotta work. But as of now, I feel like Occupy all streets, that was some bullshit. The NFL shit, I think in the end, he made it. I think the Super Bowl art statements are better than anything we were gonna get out of what were we gonna do for Kaepernick to get him back in the NFL? I don't think we had a play.
To me, I don't think the issue is necessarily about Kaepernick getting back in the NFL. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I thought it was.
I think the issue with these type of things is, what kind of power can we have as a solidarity movement? Movement solidarity. Yeah. What kind of power we can have? And anytime, and it's not even just Hove, right? I mean, these are criticisms that people have had for Al Sharpton for years. These are criticisms that we've had for a lot of people. When I see moments of solidarity being broken up one way or the other, regardless of who's doing it, that to me is what the point of a lot of these, that to me is the capitalistic point in the first place. It's like, wait a minute. Too many people, too many of the proletariat, the hoi polloi out here getting along, working together and collaborating. Let's break this up immediately. And that to me is the issue. My issue isn't necessarily with like Kaepernick or get him back in the league. The NFL's done a lot of things wrong other than Kaepernick. There's a lot of things, the whole league, and I understand and I understand at the same time, this is a league that, I don't know, how many people in the NFL? 1,500 people? I don't know. 1,500 people, mostly black people in the NFL are making a lot of money, So there is multiple levers and layers here. But the NFL is also the worst, maybe one of the worst leagues when it comes to actual players' rights, when it comes to the Players Association and the power that they have. When it comes down to it, if we're looking at this mainly off of a concert, that's one thing. Now, this super chat here is talking about the 10-year, $250 million investment to the Inspire Change initiative, right? I mean, that was another part of it. Now, you don't like when rich people give money and hold it up as some sort of sign of altruism.
Not really, but let's see what the Inspire Change initiative did, because I really like what he did with Meek, how they got the laws changed. Like, I care about stuff like that. So as a person who's really into criminal justice reform and really disgusted with the way that they basically turn mostly like black men into slaves again, and they get to, it's funny how it changes. They get to talking to you like they really want to say boy, because now they like, oh, you're in our system now. So I can really see the kind of switch of it's like, oh, I'm saying you're a criminal, but it's really a way to usurp your rights. So I find that to be very frustrating on a personal level. And I think that it's happening to way too many fucking people. So to me, the fact that it's not like a super big deal for most of our power brokers, I guess we're going to call them, is bothersome. So when I see shit like Jay doing that shit to help Meek and them going it, because they got laws changed in multiple states. To me, I just feel like, which one weighs more? Which one is rarer? Which one is least expected? And so that's just how I grade it. But I could be wrong. I want to be honest. I could be absolutely wrong. But until I see it, I'm gonna say what I think.
Yeah. What up?
Get an answer.
Wait, say it again.
I wanted to see if we got an answer, but no, we don't have an answer. I'm like, it's bullshit. They throw a whole bunch of galas. I don't know. Oh, we threw a gala. The gala cost $200,000 and we donated 40 to a school. And we hired all the vendors that were already our friends and paid the $200,000 to our friend vendors to help the kids at the school who only got $40,000. I hate that.
Right. And my biggest issue with these conversations too is the how quickly whataboutism jumps in here, or how quickly, people are like, well, what do you expect? You're not surprised. I don't think that's the only response that people who look at these situations have. I don't think that this is something, I know we had a conversation earlier where we're trying to figure out if this is unique to Jay-Z or not. I don't necessarily think this is unique to Jay-Z. I think what Jay-Z has accomplished has added other people, a lot of people raising their expectations for him right now. whether that's valid or not, I think that is where some of this energy comes from. Yes, I think it's Superfan. Yes, I think it's the internet. Yes, I think Rock Nation will be doing some deals behind the door that really rubs a lot of people the wrong way. You know, I think it's a lot of different things, but I do know that there are people, real people in the world who feel impacted when someone of any celebrity status makes a deal with something that just doesn't seem like it's in support of where the people are going. When it seems like they show up when they to slow down progress. I mean, that is a tale as old as time.
When they black.
No, people. This happens with everybody.
A white person up and does it. Don't even know their names.
What are you talking about?
A white person shows up and does something that slows down progress. People don't even know they fucking. But that is whataboutism.
Well, that is whataboutism. Well, but people.
My stylist weakness. Whataboutism and appeal to hypocrisy.
Well, I think that if you extrapolate that, you open it. There's plenty of white people who've done that. I mean, people looked at, oh my God, what's this guy's name? What was Al Gore's running mate? Al Gore running mate. What was this guy's name? Yeah. Joe Lieberman. Let's see, Joe Lieberman. Let's see, did Joe Lieberman? What was it called? Medicare for all, healthcare for all, Medicare for all. Okay, we're gonna put this on the screen right here because I do think that this is something that happens a lot that we don't necessarily think about in the same way. Right. Here is Joe Lieberman. He was a Democrat. He was Al Gore's running mate, and when Obama was trying to do Medicare for all, when they're trying to either go with a single payer option or whatever they came out with the ACA, this was the guy that stopped it. Just like with most blue team things, there's always enough blue team members to stop something and never enough to make things happen, right? I don't know if we classify these guys as billionaires, but you take a Joe Lieberman, you take a Joe Manchin, you take whatever that chick's name in from Arizona. You know, people get really upset. You go, you vote, your party wins, you think that you're going to get the stuff that they're talking about, and then there's somebody on that team who stops progress. Now, whether they're there on purpose or not, whether that is just part of the game that both of these two are playing, okay, we'll just make sure that one of y'all just flip, just so make sure nobody get no health care around here. But to me, that's the same thing. Like, I look at elected officials, obviously with a lot more sincerity and severity than I look at an entertainer, but I feel like those people catch a lot of flack. Whenever there's progress happening, there's an opportunity for us to go ahead and get some tangibles out here, and then someone stops it, regardless of their race. And in this case, these are all white people. So I don't look at this as like
I can think of a response that isn't whataboutism. But I disagree with like you saying a lot. Like,
what do you mean? I think it happens every election cycle.
And they get a lot of flack. I think their a lot is here, and when you black, the a lot is here. They both a lot, but
why would you say that?
I couldn't even remember his. I remember this story, and I don't even remember Lieberman's name.
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be Lieberman. It was just Kristen Sinema and Joe Manchin when it came to student loan debt. You know, like, this happens every election. This happens every congressional session, basically. Anytime there's a big piece of legislation that is for working people, there is somebody over there that is there to stop progress. Now, maybe we don't, maybe the lens needs to flip. Like, maybe we're not paying as much attention because, you know, our community isn't necessarily pointing a finger at them the same way. But that is something that happens all the time. Like, people hate that dude out of Pennsylvania, Fetterman. The guy ran as a blue team guy and has done nothing but impede progress.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was referring to our community.
The people in my community that are in tune with what's happening legislatively also point out these same things. I mean, we can say that if we need to, but then, you know, I guess who's in our community, you have Jay-Z is one of the most visible people on the planet. You know what I'm saying? Now, I don't think that we're not pointing out hypocrisies or pointing out these situations. How about this? I don't think our community is the point you're trying to make, I don't think that happens because they're white. I think that happens because most of us are uninformed. And I think that's a different thing.
So if we see, that's the hypothesis that I have. I think a lot of us are uninformed about certain things. And then there's an ability to inform us about the ones that we're supposed to get upset about. And that feels like a trick to me. There's all sort of shit going on that I may not know about, may not know the details of how these other people are actually fucking me over in real life. But conveniently, I know the details about the person you want me to be mad at for fucking me over. It's a hypothesis, so I really can't stand on it. And I mean, maybe it's an ignorant thing to say publicly because it's like, hey, this is, whatever. But I have a hunch, which is not maybe worth much, but I'm giving my opinion. I have a hunch that certain stories are planted so that we could be pointing our rage at people who are less than consequential for what our actual problems are.
Do you think Jay-Z or Rock Nation has planted stories on other people?
I wouldn't say that I think that. If I had to bet some money on that, whether it was $2 or $2 million, I'm going to bet yes. For sure. Why is that relevant?
Well, the stakes that we're talking about when it comes to these people are a lot higher than most of us realize. And, you mentioned this earlier and you're saying it again now, that you feel like some of these stories are planted.
Yeah.
And perhaps it's get back. King Crooked was saying something earlier really interesting, right? He was like, when did everybody start hating Jay-Z so heavy? And so we were going back in time trying to look at when things got different. Well, Rock Nation seems about around that time. I'm not sure how different things were with Def Jam, but I know when Rock Nation came and the stadium came and all that stuff, that seems like a pivotal point. I'm not saying it's because of Rock Nation. But Stat was on the panel talking about the dirty deeds and the dirty business that they do behind the scenes. He was saying him and DJ, know directly. Right? And so...
He said the same way the industry goes this way, Jay-Z goes this way right with them.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Well, not uniquely dirty deeds, but dirty deeds align with all the dirty deeds that's been going on for years, period, that they've been fucking niggas over with, right?
Well, he didn't say that. You're saying that, but he did say he goes with the dirty. You can't drive straight down a crooked road. That's what he said.
And he said the industry goes this way, and JB right there like this.
Right.
Right. That's saying that.
I'm not sure your point, but I'll continue. So what I mean is, when it comes to Hove, though, right? The reason I say Rock Nation is critical because that's when he separates from the system. Right. That is when he's no longer under universal umbrella. That is him no longer being a part of other people's, supply chains. That's really when he becomes his own supply chain, right? And so one of the things that I remember hearing when I was working in a record label, in this room with these powerful people, they sat around and said they're not going to make any more Jay-Z's because Jay-Z had removed himself from the system, right? And so to me, this is another reason I haven't made my point yet. I'm just explaining history. This isn't a point. But that's what I'm saying. Rock Nation seems to be that pivot point, right? Mm-hmm. Now, we can say all these stories are planted because people are like, oh my God, he's outside the system. And we can also look at his actual actions and have a feeling about them. I look at these actions, we're really only talking about 5 or 6 things. Some of these things happened before he even started Rock Nation in terms of how the Che Guevara thing, for example, or all the stuff that Dwan B will talk about. But Rock Nation, for example, to me, after that point, regardless of whatever it is, that to me seems to be the point where that perception starts to change a little bit. And whatever the origin really is of any of these things, a certain pattern of certain things don't help that reputation. They don't aid in quelling whatever that negative press might be, in my opinion.
I understand that. I think that is a commonly repeated idea. I just do not. Again, if my outlook is, it's interesting what people pay attention to and what people don't pay attention to. It's also interesting how, using the evidence that you just gave about how we're not going to make another Jay-Z, what we know about the history of America, the history of the way people treat Black people when they start to jump over certain hurdles, when they start to be in places that they think they're not supposed to be in. I just don't find it far-fetched that they like, this nigga is too big for his fucking britches, and we need to knock him down a peg. And multiple times, what if we multiple times have tried to knock him down a peg and he keeps creatively coming up with ways to get over it? I think that that could be frustrating to certain groups. And it makes a lot of sense that the things that you're saying are patterns can be coming from certain things being highlighted, because I see it as a pattern of fighting against racist white people.
Occupy all streets, that's how you see that?
I told you that's the only one that I could never forgive.
The Barclays Center? You look at the Barclays Center, is that?
I do. I think that in his, well, I don't know what's in his mind, but I could see somebody from Brooklyn being like, nigga, I was a part of bringing us our own basketball team. It's the Brooklyn Nets, nigga. I can see that.
You're someone who is,
how some people are like, nigga, who gives a fuck about it being us having Brooklyn Nets? You fucked up our neighborhood. Same thing happened in Inglewood. I just took economics, my economics class that I just took. We did like 2 weeks on how where the pop out, what's the name of the place where the pop out was?
The Forum.
The Forum fucked Inglewood up. It fucked that whole town up. It has something to do with taking eminent domain, where a lot of people who had houses there for a lot of years, they ended up losing their fucking houses, or the value went down, and then afterwards, then they went all the way back up, so they can't move back into the same thing is true there. The same thing is true a lot of places where stadiums pop up at. That doesn't mean Jay-Z didn't feel like in his mind, I'm doing something dope for Brooklyn by giving us our own team because we need one. That could be how he was looking at it. And then he found out like, oh, damn, I kind of fucked my community off. Or he could be short-sighted and look at it like, nigga, I'm a Black man that got 0.2% of whatever. I'm just saying I don't know what his outlooks are. Do I agree with that? No, but I just don't automatically. Like Kanye, I can't find any grace for Kanye.
Hold on, before we pivot, let's stay here before we get to Kanye, because you're right, there are two very different issues. How about this? They're two very different presentations. And on the Brooklyn Nets thing, for example, for me, I think that is an amazing capitalistic pivot. I think that is a great way to leverage your position at Universal and the relationships you've made over the past 10 years to basically negotiate a piece of the franchise for you to be the face of the organization. Because that Nets team was terrible anyway, right? So they didn't have a face, right? There was no athlete on that team that they could put in front of a camera and be like, Brooklyn, we here, right? Hove is the one, right? And regardless of it, he felt like he was, doing something for the community or setting a different standard. At the end of the day, which I don't think he was ignorant to, there was a lot of people that lost their homes. And that entire area is way more expensive than it ever was now, right? Mm-hmm. And so I guess we can negotiate, we can debate in our mind what he was thinking, but at the end of the day, what happened? A lot of own people lost their home. We got another stadium. Stadiums themselves don't really bring economic value to a community the way they're marketed. Public tax dollars were part of that deal, if I'm not mistaken. I think they were, if I'm not mistaken. And it's a great deal for Jay-Z. But how many people can even really afford to go to a game? These are things I think about. I'm not saying, and my question again was asking you, how do you look at this? And you talked more about where you think Jay-Z is coming from.
Yeah, because I don't think how I look at it is the end all be all. I think
that is the question.
How I look at it is what I think about it. But the real, when I'm judging somebody's morals, a lot of times I'm judging you based off of your politics. I have this issue with my friends all the time. They'll be like, well, I thought you wouldn't like A, B, or C. So why are you mad at what I did? I'm mad at what you did because you violated your own politics. And so I guess what I'm saying with Jay-Z, I don't hear him violating his own politics. And I don't know that his politics are completely in the trash politics to me. You sound like a person that was hella poor growing up in the projects. My mom is from those same projects. When my mom was born, she went home to Marcy projects. My mom is very particular about housing and never being broke again. Very, very particular. You can tell that there's a pain and a trauma there, like whatever was going on when they was growing up. He sounds like a person who was broke, poor, felt like he didn't deserve to be broke and poor, and told himself he was never going to be broke and poor again, and he ran off into whatever he can do to not be broke and poor again, and it's compounded on each other over and over and over again into a billionaire. Would I do that? No. Do I understand how a Black man from Marcy Projects could do that? Yes. And I just don't think that it's wise or right for me to be like, you ain't shit for that.
I think that most people are not thinking about, they're not thinking through the lens of what that person's politics might be. Mm-hmm. I can look at almost any situation and justify it from that person's point of view, but I don't think that's the issue. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think there's a lot of people in our generation whose parents grew up the way you described your mom's, right? My dad, for sure. And I know that look. I know what that's like, where there's somebody who came up destitute, and the last thing they want to hear about is somebody telling them what they should be doing with their money. Is, you know what I'm saying? Their issues are totally different. You know, like they get it, you know, because they felt it. And I can see that with Hove, right? I'm just saying, with these 5 situations, and depending on how you look at Basquiat and Che Guevara, his imagery is one thing. He's co-opting Che Guevara. I mean, where is this? Do I have the link? Do I have the link to this? I can find it in a second. The Basquiat.
I mean,
sure. No, but no. You got to see what he's saying about it in Decoded. All right, let me find it. Let me find this real. I'm not. Look, it's not interesting. Like really look at this. Like what he's. I'm not trying to say that he is exclusively only these things that I'm critiquing.
No, I understand that. I understand that. You don't have to qualify that. I understand.
Right. But you start looking at some of the things. Where's this article? Let me get this article.
He thinks he's a revolutionary, man. He thinks he's going to do the revolution through capitalism. He has the right to be wrong. It's not even that crazy of a calculation to come up with. And he has a track record of success that I can see how he has convinced himself, I'm a super Negro that's going to change the world through capitalism. Do I think it? Does my studies tell me that it's possible? No. What I know, what I've learned, what I've been taught is it's impossible. He don't think that. Is that crazy?
Well, I think it's a different conversation. I agree with everything you just said there. But I also think he doesn't want to change the world that much. And I think that is the fundamental problem I have with the position he takes. He shows up like he wants to change the world through capitalism, but really, at the end of the day, in particular situations, and including him dressing up like Basquiat, including, you know, the Occupy All Streets, including Kaepernick, including these other things, right? The position he takes ultimately ends up being some version of, he has more power, he has more control, the issue dies down, and he gives money to good causes. And that is the capitalist approach. So whatever world he's going to change through capitalism, I believe at my core that Hove is smart enough to understand that probably doesn't want the world to change that much, but also understands the power of representation. And he spent so much time talking about aspirational rap. He described what he does as aspirational rap for a decade nearly. And so I think that is where his revolution, or the revolution that he's talking about, where he feels he's leading. Because there's things I do really agree with. I do think that somebody got to be at the table for somebody to get something. Like you're not gonna, raise a class out of poverty without somebody being at the table. Like that's just not gonna happen, right? I think that you have to inspire people along this journey. I think we all can do that even on micro levels. You can inspire a stranger every day with your tweets or your IG posts. And I think that's where most of his, to me, that's where I feel like most of his approach comes from. Approach is the wrong word. But I feel like ultimately that's what he does the best out of all these things. And I'm not trying to knock, but I don't know how I could look at these other, you said what?
The best is crazy. And so I guess it's that
inspiration.
Word that makes nervous.
People want to be Hov for his whole career. The whole time he's been the coolest guy on a record. The whole time he's been giving aspirational examples of ways to get through your life. You want to talk about the philosophy of Hov?
Yeah.
This is the hustlers. He's showing people how to hustle. Like that is at the core.
Yes.
And teaching that and presenting that, I think that's inseparable from anything we could say about Hov. We're just seeing it in a different way other than the music,
It just feels a little blurry because on one hand you're saying, well, I'm not saying this is the totality of him. This is not all he does, but this is a common line of what he does. And then kind of at the end, it feels like you summarize it as it's the totality of him. And I'm sorry, I'm not good enough at this to quote it exactly, but I agree with you pointing that out. Like he does other things too, like, help get people out of jail, bring attention to the fact that shit is fucked up on Rikers Island, get laws changed, all sorts of shit. He does shit like that too. He also makes some impactful statements in his music or his interviews about things that are fucked up where he's able to speak truth to power. But
wait, what's an example of this last one that you just said?
An example of this last one.
Interview, speaking truth to power.
Give me an example of a time that Jay-Z has highlighted some sort of bullshit that the American system was doing. Fuck it.
I'm with you on Khalif Browder though.
That's good enough then. I'll use that as an example. I know it's happened multiple times. I just probably in the moment I'm just not gonna, like, I don't feel myself being able to just pull one out of the top of my head, but I know part of my respect, which may not be acceptable. Sorry, that's all I have for you. Part of my respect for Jay is being like the years, the decades of hearing him, to me, call out some bullshit, which I fuck with. So maybe I can't think of an example. I don't think I'm even trying to think of an example off the top of my head because
I keep thinking about him in that GQ interview. One talking about the right-wing agenda. That was nice because I think a lot of people have been seeing that for a long time. But that's pretty flaccid. But other than that, my man sat there and said that he ain't took advantage of nobody.
That's a lie.
Tomato.
That's what I'm saying. Look, let's move on to another super chat. But
you hyper focusing on the bullshit. You don't think so? You don't think you hyper focusing on the bullshit?
I think I've got 20 years of documented coverage of this person. And I think if you look at my 20-year history covering this, you'll see, one, way more positive things than you'll ever see negative. But two, you have a better understanding of my perspective on this, right? Like, especially now in my life, I understand that the era has changed quite a bit, right? Where people, in their mind, balanced coverage is one good thing, one bad thing, one good thing, one bad thing, one good thing, one bad thing. This conversation is about the recent announcement. And if I'm having a conversation about something that recently happened, I'm going to talk about that thing that recently happened. Now the question is like, oh, why don't you talk about these other things that happened, right? That's the whataboutism game.
No,
I'm not even into that.
That's not the question. That's not the question.
No, I'm not saying that's your question. I'm not saying that's your question. I'm saying that's a question I get hit with a lot.
Oh yeah. No, that's some bullshit. I think your coverage is always very fair. I'm talking about in the conversation that we're having right now, that we've been having for quite some time, which is a really good conversation. I think I'm forgetting that we're live, and I feel like I'm just talking to Justin. So I don't.
Say applause.
I'm talking about just in our conversation right now, when we're kind of going back and forth classifying his actions. You are a little bit hyper focusing
because one, I feel like wealthy people donating money is the least they can do. So I don't really I'm with you on that. I don't necessarily look at that as some sort of example of his altruism and care for the community, any rich person, right? So I can't talk about that. There is the Khalif Browder social justice stuff that I actually love so much. I made a whole piece called The Maturation of Jay-Z. There's a 16-minute written video essay you can go watch right now called The Maturation of Jay-Z. Okay, that's how much I love that, right? Outside of that, the things that I have a affinity for and a super supreme respect for are the capitalist Hove things.
Wait, what about passing the laws to reduce people's parole and probation after?
I put all that I put that in the same category. I like his prison reform. So that's part of, I put that in the prison reform umbrella, 100%.
Oh, see, no. I separate all of those.
It's all prison reform.
I mean, it is all prison reform, but it's a little convenient to just to say, oh, well, you have the prison reform and you have the this. No, he did A, B, C. He could have did one thing and stopped.
I don't think that Hove does one of anything and stops.
Fair.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just not what he does. You know, like but either way, fine. I could go through the list of things that he's done in this field. This field is the one that I respect the most. Gotcha. Right? I'm not trying to minimize it. That's the field I respect the most.
Same.
You know, my language came out in a way that wasn't trying to slight. Sometimes people tell me that I say things and it sounds like I'm slighting on purpose. Okay, that was not one. Right. But away from that, right, which is a big deal. Don't get me wrong.
I am not one of the people who kind of slight on purpose. I think he's very particular about their words. So if I hear something, I try to double down on it or ask for more specifics to make sure that we're on the same page. But right. you don't have to worry about me being like, you're trying to be funny. No, I think he's very particular with what you say.
Right. No. But the things I have the most respect for are the capitalist things. When I talked about Hove earlier tonight, I talked about him as one of the greatest black capitalists of all time. You know how weighty of a statement that is? I'm a finance major. I worked in investment banking. Okay, like I understand the level of negotiation it takes in general. Like just in general. Now, make it a black man from Marcy Projects, right? Like the angles that he sees from a business standpoint are crazy to me. You know what I mean? I have a infinite respect, right? I personally don't have respect for anyone who is undercutting movements. And I would describe these situations as that. I'm not saying he's the only one. I'm saying that he is he's probably one of what, 5, 7 black billionaires? Something?
I don't know.
I have all kinds of smoke for Michael Jordan. You can go look at my career and go look at stuff I've written about Jordan. All kinds of smoke. Jay-Z is not unique in my perspective in this. I'm not even saying that Michael Jordan undercuts social progress. I wouldn't say that at all. Michael Jordan was in a unique position for so long. For so long, it was just him. And 2016, when Mike Brown and all that stuff's happened, I think that's the first time we really hear from Michael Jordan. Like, to me, that's not undercutting, but that is someone who is not maximizing their opportunity. Now, everyone's got their own journey to walk. I'm not sitting here telling these people what they need to do or what they don't do, but I am saying what I respect and what I don't respect.
And I respect that. Do you feel that way about all movements? Do you feel like regardless of what the movement is, if you undercut it, it's bad?
I think, well, if the movement itself is about finding, tangible change in the lives of everyday people, or if the movement itself is about elevating the status of people who are undermined.
That's kind of vague.
It is vague. It's a broad question you asked me. Any movement?
Well, I'm saying, okay, let me see. What's the right way to, maybe I can't think of the right way to ask the question, but what I'm trying to say is some of these movements be some bullshit. Some of these movements be some fake ass shit that they use.
Yeah. Oh, if you're just saying on face value, no. I mean, there's some bullshit movements out there. You know what I'm saying? I'm definitely not saying like it's not a light. This isn't a yes or no thing. This isn't black or white. This isn't binary to me. Obviously there's nuances in every single situation, but but when you look at certain things that are just, especially if it's unnecessary, right? Like, I understand this Target situation is more complicated than more people maybe realize, or, there's definitely a debate about who's supporting Target, who's not supporting Target, depending on where you go, who you're talking to, or whatever. But that deal could have been made anywhere. It could have been made. In the broad tale of history, it's only consequential because of who Jay-Z is and what he represents.
I don't like that. I don't think I like that, but oh well. I just think I don't know. I just worry about certain things being flagged as good or bad, because sometimes people have movements that they think are great, and other people who have a different understanding of movement work will come and usurp them fucking movements. And I guess I have a hard time just blanketly saying, because I can see those people who are like, hey, we're trying to bring peace to the community. So what we do is we bring the boys in and we let them talk about their feelings, and then we bring the police in so that they can talk to the police and understand that all police are not bad. Some of them are good police, and they have feelings and the police have feelings. And there's plenty of people who will come and usurp the fuck out of that movement. And they would be very impassioned, and they would be very upset that you thought that would be the movement. I guess my hesitation is it being presented like, because I can hear that person who thought that was a great idea being like, damn, I tried to do this for the boys and the kids, and the police were supported. They gave me $10,000 to do it. They're not giving those little boys nothing. And then they came in and they usurped our movement. And so I guess that's the part that I'm trying to, that I guess I hesitate to just be like, oh, well, if you usurp the movement, then you fucked up.
What's the guy?
Growing and you fucked it up. Like, okay,
is it Dr. Jamal Bryant I'm thinking about?
I don't know what you're thinking.
I can't think of his name. I think we've been on this topic.
That is a guy with a name. There is a Dr. Jamal Bryant.
We can move on. I think we've been on this topic for too long. But
me too. Not related to Cheyenne Bryant. When I looked up and saw we were only on 4 hours, I was like, fuck it. We done did 8 hours.
8:43. We almost did 9 hours. You round up, it's 9 hours. 1 second applause.
Yeah, definitely topic too long. But yes.
Oh,
Jamal
man.
Bryant, not related to Cheyenne Bryant.
Word up. Big shout out to NPC John's. Wait, real quick. Who was that last comment from? Where was that at? Everybody hates Chris now. Hope you're still in here, because I hope we answered your question. Okay. It was an hour ago. You wrote this and we posted it and we started talking about it. Okay. I'm not sure if this answered your question, but I think we said a lot about it. I think
we definitely did the whole
I think we said a whole lot about it. But that's what I mean. Like, look, when people, people in critical positions are judged critically, and that's just what it is. And we can debate it all day. And I think that's been the case throughout humanity. And so can't win them all, can't lose them all. NPC John Smith, Justin, I was listening to the third verse when y'all were talking about how much free reign you had at Hip Hop DX, and it occurred to me that you are a massive influence on the way I view and understand hip hop. Man, I appreciate that. That's dope, man. Thank you so much, man. Word up. 1 second applause. That's awesome. That's really, really dope.
That in common, John Smith. I hope you're very proud of yourself and all of the hip hop people you've taught, all your hip hop students. You're a hip hop professor in some ways. All right.
I mean, hip hop itself, to me, this is how, first of all, I don't want to say that because I have the utmost respect for educators in general, because educators have formed and shaped my life, and my mom was an educator too. But I appreciate the compliment. Thank you very much. But we all have the opportunity to share. Again, I say it all the time, hip hop is culture, but it's also a community. And I never lose sight of that. Because that is how hip hop found me. Hip hop found me through family and community. Okay? It didn't find me because I got up and turned on the radio and liked this song. It found me because my cousin Sha, my cousin Swain, and their homies were carrying me around when I was 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Showing me the impact that this has, you know what I'm saying? So that's just my perspective on it. Big shout out to FD Signifier. 1 second applause. CeeLo Green on I Refuse Limitations off the second Goody Mob album. Shit sat in my soul, and I was living in Atlanta 2 years later. I think this was in response to Nigel's question. When Nigel was like, what's a song you wish you...
Oh.
I think that's what it is.
I don't think I know this song.
I can't pull it right now. I have to go back and listen to it. Well, what's the second Goody Mob album? Cell Therapy or Soul Food? Cell Therapy? I think Soul Food's the second one. Let's make sure. Nope, that's the debut. So Cell Therapy is the second one. Let's go see. Oh, maybe that's a song on the album. What am I doing?
Refuse Limitation.
Why is this doing? Oh, this is why this is doing it. Oh, this is really interesting. I was over here. Cell Therapy's on Soul Food, so I'm just all the way off. But I've been wondering why I go to all these different websites and I get this new security thing on every site I go to, and it's because I've set up a VPN. I like this program, this app that I use to just play defense on my.
These people can't hack you, figure out where the company man's company is.
It's a new thing though. Like I just got this. I use this thing called Mac. What's it called? MacPaw, I think it's called.
Don't tell people what it is.
I mean, it's a.
I don't know what it is. So
I don't. Yeah, but
I think don't tell people what it is.
I keep going. Every site I go to is asking me to confirm I'm a human. I'm like, when did the internet start doing this? My VPN.
I'm not a company, man. I'm a company, man.
That's exactly where. That's a huge part of where that comes from. But what am I tripping on?
You were looking up it's on Still Standing.
It's still standing, right? Yeah. Okay. Right. Nice. Big shout out to FD. 1 second plus. I'm really like, so I'm saying, sometimes you just start talking and you're like half delirious and you're like, yeah. You think you're saying one thing, it comes out another way. It's crazy.
I kind of like our delirious, when we get into delirious hour, it's fun. It's like poison poppies on the roof, and it was like trying to make it feel like Dorothy, like the poison poppies thing. It's kind of fun, like a challenge.
It gets loose. Shout out to K Wake for real. Says, I love Elle down. In another timeline, I would have co-signed a car loan for her and donated plasma to afford Disney tickets, but it seems like we got a bunch of lazy kids that have mommy and daddy issues and don't want to do the work.
I remember this one. This came when I was like, fuck them kids. Them kids well, I didn't say fuck them kids. Why did I say that? See, that's that poison poppy shit. This is during the time in the conversation when I was like, this is all the kids want because this is enough to make them feel cool. And I think he was saying like, I love you, Elle, but I'm not accepting that this is just enough to make them feel cool. They just fucking lazy. They soft, lazy kids and they don't want to do the work. That's why they're not producing better shit. Not because they're happy with sorry, I nosily wanted to see what you were clicking on the thing and not completely lost.
I just got started over because I like this particular fireplace and it was running out of time.
Oh, snaps.
It was running out of time. So you gotta get it back on the thing.
There was a Far Side joke in there. Anyway.
I really liked what Crooked said though when he was talking about how he's waiting to hear a young person say, "Save my life." That was actually, I hadn't heard that in a minute. Hip hop.
I hear them saying this got me out the hood. I hear that. We trying to get out the hood. We doing this to get out the hood. I hear that all the time, but I never hear hip hop save my life. And I got to be honest, used to hear that all the time.
All the time, yeah.
All the
hip
time.
Hip hop just saved me.
Did you know that was about Slim Thug?
You say what?
Did you know that song was about Slim Thug?
Yes. It's dope. I was glad you brought up Boots Riley too, because I've been thinking about that all week too, when he was talking about how a lot of people hear this type of stuff and they hear freedom. You know what I mean? Yeah, I thought that was that was an elevated way to think about this from a different perspective. You know what I mean? So 1 second, pause to you.
His family does that a lot too, though. You'll be talking to them and they'll say something so profound, and she'll be like, "What the fuck did you just say?" And it's in your mind all day.
K-Way for Real says, life is just a sum total of our actions, and we're all trying our best to balance our daily hypocrisy. I don't expect anything less of Jay, but to be who he's always been, an immoral, wealthy, shrewd businessman using common black folk. Yeah, I know you don't like that one, Elle. I know you was going along with it till you got to that last sentence, and you had to shake your head a little bit.
It's immoral. Like, so everybody's immoral. Everybody who participates in capitalism is immoral.
Is that what you call what Jay-Z's doing? Participating in capitalism? You're going to flatten that? Just everybody's here is all just participating?
I think capitalism in itself requires exploitation. So I think every time I participate in it, I'm increasing the demand for exploitation. Yes, I truly, absolutely think that. But I do not have the discipline to not participate at all. If I was my perfect self, I would be disciplined to the point where it's like, nigga, I don't care. I'm not participating at all because it's fucking wrong and I'm leading to the harm of others. If I was disciplined enough and not in my flesh and leaning into my desires and my materialism and all the other things that I want, wanting to travel and all of that shit, I wouldn't participate at all. But I don't have the backbone to do it.
Yeah, we'll take a pause. All right. So big shout out to William says, 1 second applause to the proletariat listening to this in the future tomorrow during my 10-hour shift. Thank you all for whatever type of commentary I will hear. Summoning my inner Nigel. What makes you feel important? Oh man. Yo, there's another one in here about Nigel that's going to come up in a second. I can't wait till we get to that one. You say what?
Hello, Wiljul. I hope you're enjoying I also am enjoying tomorrow as you listen to it in the future, but it's in the past where it's here now. It's kind of like Inception.
Wiljul is crazy.
Wiljul is so funny. I almost did Nilam, but I couldn't Nilam, but the L was there. Because it's W-I, so I should just be able to put the N there and it turns into Nile William, but I couldn't pronounce it. Wiljul.
What makes you feel important? Jay-Z albums?
What makes me feel important is when people tell me I ask. Maybe I shouldn't tell y'all because then y'all start. I gotta give a fake answer. Then I can't. No. I gotta give a fake answer. Then
Next time you give a fake answer, you should say it's not. You shouldn't tell people it's a fake answer.
True. I can see why. That's good advice. That's for sure good advice. I feel important when people tell me I ask good questions.
Yeah.
Now you don't know if I'm right.
I think that one actually is also true. I don't know if that's the first thing you're going to say, but I think that's probably also true.
You never know.
When do I feel important? I think feeling important is a default for me, I guess, at this point in time. I've had mental health challenges multiple times. I mean, just in general, I've had mental health challenges throughout my life, but there was 2 times I was really, really bad. And so I've gone to a lot of therapy. I've taken professional classes. I've done all kinds of different work on myself. And so one of the things that they talk about most consistently is always valuing yourself. You know, reminding yourself that you are worth it. Reminding yourself that you are loved, reminding yourself that what you have to say is important, and that you are important. And so I think to a degree, that's my default, I would say. And that is, and I say that again because I've learned the tools to not forget that. So big shout out to William. 1 second applause.
Enjoy tomorrow.
Shout out to JJ Forever. I'm listening to a whole bunch of whataboutisms. Occupy all streets, Kaepernick, past kneeling, etc. There is a pattern. I think the real fans are people in the media who are too afraid to call a spade a spade.
Yeah, whataboutism is my logical weak point. I hate it too because I can hear it coming as I'm saying it. I can hear it coming. I'm like, fuck, I did it again. So that's my logical Achilles heel. Not those other fallacies though. So don't get to thinking I'm weak.
Yeah, I mean, the rise of whataboutism was one of the most annoying times to be on the internet. I remember when
it's really bad.
For people who've been posting online in various ways, you know, whether that's Facebook, MySpace, whether that's Black Planet, whether that's YouTube, Blogspot, whatever, it's wild interesting thinking about how internet conversations have evolved. Like people used to be very nice in comment sections for, like in the 90s in the comment section, people were like, hey, how are you? I think people hadn't quite realized that whoever's on the other end of that computer screen probably is never going to see you again. And then kids show up and mess things up. But but the whataboutism, a lot of things I just find just kind of lazy, you know, just to be honest, you know, and whataboutism is one of those things. Because for multiple reasons. One, contradiction is part of the human spirit. Sometimes people are more impassioned by one thing than another thing. Mm-hmm. And I don't think that just because one issue is important to someone, that means someone has to take on every issue that might be adjacent to it. And it really only exists to shut down conversation and keep things the same.
Well, not mine. I'm going to tell you why I keep falling into this trap of whataboutism. Because I suspect that it's something besides what the person is saying. So I think that if I highlight the hypocrisy, then we can find out what's the difference between the two. And I think the real answer is in the meaning. But I have to find a better way to pull it off besides appeal to hypocrisy, because it's a well-noted fallacy. Obviously it's not a good argument. It's a fucking fallacy. Like it has its own name, appeal to hypocrisy. So I don't know, because I really am good at like talking to people and figuring out why are you saying exactly what you're saying. You're saying words and you think you mean them and you say you mean them, but if you keep pushing enough, we'll figure out why are you actually saying it. And then that's where the good conversations are. But sometimes I guess, like you said, I use my lazy tools to try to get there, because it has to be some reason why all of a sudden we hate Jay-Z. And I don't even think people give a fuck about Kaepernick that much, to be honest. Kaepernick.
You don't know real people who are upset about that? You don't know real people in real life?
Who was upset about that? I'm talking about today.
Well, do you think that people would have brought this up without the Target announcement?
How is Jay-Z a hypocrite for not caring about Kaepernick to a certain point?
We back in Jay-Z. We back in Jay-Z territory. Let's keep
We were about to be back at what about it too?
Let's keep it pushing. I think we've done it. I think we have rounded out that conversation, in my opinion. You let me know in the comment section what your applause is, your applause emojis. And we have rounded out the JC conversation away from super chats. I don't know. I guess this is what this super chat is about. This is what JJ Forever did want us to talk about.
Yeah.
So go ahead and finish your point. I didn't mean to be rude to cut you off.
No, you're right. We have to get away from this.
Yeah, I mean, that's what. Look,
get out of there. All right.
My issue, and I'll say this again. I understand how the power of media, right? And I understand how one-sided media can be. I understand the times that I participated in one-sided media, you know, and none of them were necessarily intentional, but they all exist, you know. So whataboutism is the easiest way to respond to a lot of things. If I'm in the comment section, oh, man, look at how Variety's covering, what's that movie called? Look at the way Variety talks about Backdoor. Oh, this movie is clearly not Backdoor, Backroom.
Yeah, I was like, what movie?
I'm trying to think of a movie that failed. That movie didn't fail. I'm trying to think of a movie that failed recently. Oh, Variety ain't gonna talk about a terrible movie. You're hyping up a movie that did a quarter of what Sinners did? Sinners did everything, and you said it was bad. But here comes random movie X, and that did a quarter of what Sinners did, and you said it overachieved, and it had a bigger budget. You know what I'm saying? It's always, I get it. You know, it's a great way to point things out. They do this with Pitchfork all the time. It's like, if I got to go look at another post that has reminded me that GNX and Iceman are worse than Sexy Red and Ice Spice. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I get it. You know, I get it 100%, especially if you're watching all of this happen. You know what I mean? And so I just don't think that a lot of these things are as nefarious or intentional as they come across. I think people think that people have an agenda, and I think some people do, to be honest. I think there are plenty of places that actually have agendas, but I don't necessarily think that the average professional in the media, in hip-hop media, I'll say, the average hip-hop media professional. Do I mean this? Let me make sure I mean this. Yeah, I don't think the average hip-hop media, how about this? I don't think the average rap journalist has a agenda. I think if we expand media to whatever this new media look, where all these faceless accounts saying whatever they saying.
Yeah, why are we talking about the average rap journalist?
Because he says, I think the real fans are people in the media who are too afraid to call a spade a spade.
Got it. I think the rap journalists have to talk about what they're talking about on social media.
To do the job now? For sure. For sure.
That's bunch of shit to start a conversation on social media. The rap journalists, the music journalists,
you have to. Yeah. You have to. You know what I mean? I mean, just algorithmically, you have to.
You have to. So
you know
I don't think it's them per se. I don't think it's them per se.
The art is in the arc of how you cover it. You know, but you got to know what you're leaving on the table. You got to Meg Thee Stallion, Clay Thomas story or not? Then you're probably not doing your platform the service you're supposed to be providing. Now, how you gonna talk about this? Totally different. But yes, you have to. That's just where it is. You know what I'm saying? So, all right. I think that's it. Okay, cool. Now we're on the yellow Star Trek ambassador. If it wasn't for New York, this rap shit probably never would be going on. So tell me where you from? Uptown, baby. Uptown, baby. Go down, baby. For the crown, baby. Congrats, New York Knicks, on the final Star Trek ambassador. One second applause to you. I was happy about that.
Me too.
I'm a Bulls fan, but I grew up in a family full of Knicks fans. And, you know, I was 9 when I got my first championship. Half these mugs ain't been alive to see one. You know what I mean? Like, everyone's calling me. My family, we did it. I'm like, yo, congratulations. I'm a Bulls fan. I got 6, so. But I'm really happy for you guys. I'm glad you didn't lose to the Spurs again, because they're, as a franchise, one of the best ever. As a team to watch, one of my least favorite ever. This is actually my favorite Spurs team to watch in a very long time, and I didn't realize Wemby was such an asshole. That dude, Wemby, this is his last time being celebrated. Next year and forever, he is the villain for the rest of his career.
Oh, he's lost his new guy.
Dog, he is a front runner. You know, someone who push you down, takes dirty shots. He's an old school. Like, he could play in the 70s. I mean, he could probably get beat up, but he is like the last guy from the 70s playing in this era. Like, he would just mush people to the ground, throwing elbows, hitting people. It's crazy. It's really crazy. So he's going to be the villain forever.
For sports ball.
Ariel Smoke. Big shout out to Ariel Smoke. One second, Paul. We pass kneeling, the Barclays occupy all streets. So many examples that people make excuses for. I guess it's hating to call out a pattern. Y'all can miss me with the "they hate me because I'm up" bit. I feel you. 1 second pause.
I definitely didn't agree with that. I think that was stats. I didn't agree with that. That when you get rich, they hate you. Hell no. I'm not riding with that. Hell no.
Aries Smoke again says, and now we're blaming fans and stands. That's funny. That super fan thing, if you're still in here, Ariel, that super fan thing is real, though. I don't know if it's blame, but it shifts the online conversation because, again, when big conversations are happening on social media platforms will cover that. And so, I mean, just really think about it. Nicki Minaj don't like Jay-Z. Drake be dissing Jay-Z. Lil Wayne and them been pissed at Jay-Z since he ain't get the Super Bowl. Nas fans online, they might not have the same type of smoke, but they got smoke. Anybody whose fan base don't like Beyonce, Jay go catch some of that. It's a real thing.
I agree. It's a real thing. I was trying to decide if I was gonna make fun of you for getting to the Nas fan base online because there's not no huge Nas super fan base chastising people online. Or
wait, what? Say it again. You said say it again.
I was gonna make fun of because you was going through them, and when you got to Nas, I'm like, oh, it's time to click in because it's not no crazy super Nas fans chastising people.
I don't know if you know the Nas fans. I see him in my years posting. J. Cole fans walk so Nas fans walk so J. Cole fans can run. You know what I'm saying? Like they are the original as far as I've seen in my comment section. Because Nas is one of those guys that's right there on the line, right? He made one of the most important albums of all time. He is street, but he's also backpack. He's also super knowledgeable and teaches history where he comes from. So at the core of it, he is very much connected to education, to higher level thinking. You know what I'm saying? He is from the most competitive era, basically had beef with all the biggest guys. All the biggest guys were trying to get at him, Biggie, Pac, Jay, the list goes on. You know what I mean? And what he just represents as a man in this space, but as a man in general, connects with so many people in a visceral way. Like Nas is the guy that most people from the streets actually are. You know what I'm saying? Like, what were you talking about this before when we had the conversation about the hood and all these different characters in the hood? Nas is like the one to me that represents all the different characters in the hood the most consistently. You know what I'm saying? Like people who care about their families, that have a moral compass, have value system, are into, are influenced by, various aspects of culture through their family. You know what I'm saying? Like, isn't compromising his principles for his paycheck, as a default. Maybe not that part, but you know what I'm saying? But Nas is one of those guys.
So that was one point that I could have went with. I didn't choose. You responded to it, but I told you I was choosing between two things. And I also was gonna go, is this gang culture? A lot of times with gangs, it's like you feel connected, like you have a family, you have a home, and anybody affecting that, you start to have an identity in it, and then anybody threatening that, you want to attack, harm, or whatever, because why would they be threatening your gang, which is your identity? People made digital gangs out of stands. A stand-in.
That's basically what it is, ain't it? Ain't it?
It's not really that dangerous, you fake gangbangers.
It depends.
Fake ganging.
I mean,
it's dangerous.
Look, we had Anonymous threaten the entire company of Atlantic Records and all their CEOs individually and collectively, and they were motivated by support for an artist whose album they shelved. Like they might be anonymous to me. Like
trying to stand culture.
No, I think Anonymous is the epitome of the online gang, though.
I won't do it. No, this is a great super chat.
Yeah. Let me see right.
I ain't supposed to say.
Once is an accident, twice is a coincidence, 3 times is a pattern. Jay-Z is a lot more like me More like Nino Brown to me, constantly siding with capital against the well-being of our young people, unfortunately. Yeah, I like that one. 1 second, pause. I like that one a lot. That one's great.
You're starting to get the soul face, Justin. I see.
It's about to get delirious in here. Everybody share the links now. Justin's about to go left.
Yeah, I see you. I start fucking with me. I can tell.
Company man going left. Here we go. Will Townsend Fargo, my brother. 1 second, applause. For the second show, dropped the first of a series of freestyles today. One every Wednesday each week until the election. Plus bonus tracks for followers. Elle has the link. Allow me to introduce myself. Myself freestyle.
Elle has qualifies for what will not be happening this month as well. Elle, yo. So, first of all, thank you, Will, because I think Will donate. I know that Will donated to my Pathway to Paris.
Hey, I didn't even see this, by the way. Did you drop it in the group chat? Or you was on social? Where'd you put it?
I dropped it on the group chat, but I did put it on Instagram and Twitter. And I noticed that you didn't know what I was talking about.
I didn't. I didn't.
I was like,
I mean, if I had seen it, I would have shared it. But there's just something that people need to know. It's funny today because I shared a link of this video I did on Jay-Z. And all these Jay-Z fans are like, why are you even on Twitter? You're on Twitter, by the way. I mean, Crooked even said the same thing today. You're on Twitter. I hate the thing.
It was a great point.
I'm barely on Twitter these days. Like, if you really go look at my tweets, retweets, and leave. And it's more so just research, than anything else. It's not even, I'm not really engaging the same way because
not just
Twitter
you. Not just you, though. People in general that are on Twitter
aren't really even on Twitter. Yeah, it's just bots over there now.
Sure.
I have bots, but I'm not. My point is, I'm not seeing a lot of things the same way. And then Instagram gives me so much FOMO. Like my self-esteem drops if I spend too much time on Instagram. Like it's just a crazy. It's been that way for a very long time, and so I've always been post and go on Instagram. These days, I've been watching a lot of horoscopes. They make me feel good. Whether things happen or not, it's just like, you gonna do it, Leo. This is your month. You just came through 7 years of hard labor and now you free. You free. Like a Carisha Please song. You know what I'm saying? It's like that kind of thing.
And I want to know how much that just connected us. I love those fake ass astrology videos.
I love them. They're so good.
So good. They're so motivational. They'll be like, Finance Friday, Scorpio. Like,
right.
Here. I still got to do a fundraiser.
I love those joints.
I like it too. I don't know why, but I do like it. So I didn't know that you're in the astrology club. Good to know.
But that's why I was like, when you were talking about it, I was like, oh, what's this? Oh, okay, cool. All right, we doing surprises. That's cool. I like surprises. Let's see where it's gonna go. But like, but I say that to say if I had been aware, I definitely would have been sharing it and letting people know about it too. You know what I'm saying? So I haven't been dodging you and avoiding you. I just didn't know.
I didn't know you didn't know until I said it, and I looked in your eyes and saw you didn't know. You didn't know.
Just like, cool.
But I don't have the link. So what I'm saying is, Will Thompson did donate, and he did say to me, "Hey, do you want to hear my freestyle? I'm gonna start sharing it on third verse," I think he said, or whatever. Yeah. And I remember typing "sure," and I don't know what happened after that. Will, I haven't been back since. And if you sent it to me, I don't have a notification. I don't. Well, maybe I don't know where it is, but I will look for it when we get off of here because I'm delirious right now. I will look for it.
We have the third verse morning show tomorrow, 8 a.m. So I got to remind Stat. Stat used to give freestyles to new super chats. We haven't done that in a while. I got to make sure we're still doing that. That was one of the more interesting things I've seen in a long time. Stat giving a freestyle to everybody. Watching Stat run out of raps.
It's so funny.
It's funny.
It's funny you guys would try to litigate. She got one already. No, she ain't got one. She owe one. Go ahead, Stat. You owe her one. That shit was funny.
Right, that is funny. 1 second, applause. Man, we got a lot of outside going on. We got sirens over here. I think that was Mickey with the train. Mickey or Crooked, one of them had a train.
And then I heard another sound. And I was like, "Who is this with the train?" But I think it's Mickey with the train. It's a train over a Target. To be honest, Mickey, you're giving up too much locations. I feel like I can find your house from Train, Target, Atlanta. Like, I know where you live at if I really just Google it.
Thank you for reminding us all.
Yeah, I was thinking that after I said that. Anyway, I'm delirious.
Thank you for putting that out there, reiterating that. That's sobering fact.
Help keep you secure, didn't I?
Shout out to K-Way for real. Just want to reiterate that I stand on saying T-Pab is the greatest album of all time, next to Stevie Wonder songs in the key of life for all the reasons Stat said. It's up there. I mean, I think you can make an argument that that is the album that got the Pulitzer people to look at Kendrick's music in a different way. You know what I mean? Like after, because I hear a lot of people argue that To Pimp a Butterfly is the one that deserved the Pulitzer. And I know a lot of times when you look at different pieces of art and the type of awards they're given, a lot of times it's not the one, it's, you know, there's a setup before the award comes in. Damn to me is still his best work, in my opinion. But that To Pimp a Butterfly is easily his most important, you know.
I really like To Pimp a Butterfly. I used to argue with people about it all the time because they made it like he fell off. And I was like, wow, this is like reading a classic book, listening to this album. But it is not the greatest album of all time. I don't think it's arguably the greatest album of all time. And it makes it very, very easy to make this argument when you put Stevie Wonder, Songs in the Key of Life, in the same comment. Like, you're doing too much. I love you, K-Way, but you're doing too much. And I want to know, what are you reading, Justin? Like, you should see this look on your face. Like, what are you possibly reading with this look on your face? You are flabbergasted. You're gassed.
I'm just trying to make sure I haven't skipped some super chats, the orange super chats. Oh, okay. I think I just missed this one. No, but keep going. Keep going, please.
Well, mine are not color-coded. I mean, well, they're color-coded, but mine are not, like, listed in colored order.
No, they're not. Yeah, they aren't for me either. I just got to scroll through and do it.
And go back up to the top. Oh, that's smooth. I'm still in that strategy.
Yeah. Long-winded short story says the dumbing down is more indicative of education and the new generation. Grown folks saying they don't want to think when they hear music, which, be careful saying that, but I digress. Emma's right, but now it's vibes for better or worse.
I was in a car today with some lovely members of my cohort that I'm going to Paris with. And they are, damn, I feel like I'm gonna fuck this up. I'm sorry, guys, in advance, because I told you guys about my show and you might be watching. I think you're gone by now. Mexican, Armenian, Italian, a white girl, and a black girl. Right? The music was shuffling, random. The songs that we all agreed were amazing songs were so interesting to me which songs they were. And I'm gonna tell you something. It wasn't the vibes. It wasn't the vibes. And it was from all years. So it wasn't, you know, some was from the 60s, 70s, all of that. It was not just shebang. It wasn't vibes. It wasn't vibes. It was like Ground Control to Major Tom, Kiss from a Rose on a Grave. And so I'm saying that to say, I have another hypothesis where I think we think because songs go number one, or it seems like, oh, everybody is listening to this, that everybody agrees it's a great song. But I still think those songs that are like well-written, deep, artistically beautiful, I think there's still a demand for them, but maybe we might be so siloed off that we don't know.
What do you think about Shebang? You like that song?
I do like that song. I just don't think it's a jingle. Like, I'm not against jingle rap, but like I said, they have to stay at the mountain where they are and don't bring your ass up this mountain and get your head cut off. I meant that. I'm not against jingle rap. I like jingles. I like commercials. I never make the I'm loving it. That shit it's cool. It's jingles. But it's fun. Shebang. They do the little dance. You should see the little kids. They shebang. It's cool. do it at the barbecue. All of my ops, they did a lie. You know, it's fun, but I'm gonna tell you what, Nate.
I feel like his ops are thriving to me. They all look thriving, like they're doing really well for themselves.
That's what I thought. But you know, when you do jingle rap, you don't have to tell the truth. Is everybody loving McDonald's? No. You just make up shit. It's a jingle. Shebang.
Oh, shout out to Long-Winded Short Story. Thank you. 1 second applause. Shout out to Cam Sulon. Cam says, capitalism is inherently unstable, economically unequal, and ecologically unsustainable. You will always step over somebody to the top, rather a billionaire knows it or not. There we go. Yeah, 100%. 1 second applause. I agree with that. I think that's the case. You know, that's where I'm coming from.
I agree too. I don't know if you noticed this, but my light always turns off at 10:15 because these are really the automated lights from my room. I just had it down. And so at 10:15, I switch the color because it goes on.
That's why I was wondering about that. I wasn't sure if you were doing it manually or not. 10:15 is when my sleep timer comes on. So anybody trying to get at me after 10:15 is going to tell you I'm asleep. And then that's when I decide, do I want to respond to this? Who can
Are
get
you a
through to me
notified
at
anyway
10:15?
type of person?
For certain people.
Yeah, I will hit that. Boop. I don't be feeling bad at all. Yeah. And I know if your phone is on not disturb and I call twice, it'll go through. Like I call.
Yeah, you're one of the people. You can get through.
Thank you.
You can get through. Stack can get through. My family, different family members can get through.
Oh,
but
I will not. Will not fumble my rights. I want to say something about this capitalism thing. I was thinking about the light. So in the class that I'm taking right now, it's about medieval art. One of them, we're learning about. I don't know if I can't conjure the thought all the way, but basically we're learning about the process of different kings, conquerors, usurping power from other people and how that went. And so even when it wasn't capitalism, I mean, stepping on people in order to feel empowered is a tale as old as time. That's what I'm trying to say. And it's real easy, I think, to slip into that. And I try really hard not to. But I'm telling you, as a person who tries not to, I can see why a lot of niggas just do it. Because like you have to really try. You have to try. You have to overthink. You have to be like, is this right? Is this not right? I can see why a lot of people be like, look, fuck it. I'm just going to do me. I can see why. I'm not doing it, but you know.
What up? We'll say applause, Camp. Ice Cream Man 1923. Love the show. Random shout out to LLM Nigel. This is what I was talking about. From the CU verse. I saw him on a hip hop video comment section the other day with a profound comment. Nothing artificial about his intelligence. Word up. 1 second applause. Isn't that dope? They out here seeing Nigel outside. Nigel outside.
They running into each other in different clubs.
Yeah, man. That's dope.
It's like Cheers. Somewhere to go.
I rock with Nigel. I rock with Nigel heavy. He makes me think every week, you know.
Best pop-up tests on the pop-up quizzes on YouTube. You read this one up.
Yeah, I think it's this one. We did this one.
We did this.
Let's see, we did this one. Long-winded short story says, Nina Simone said, it's the artist's job to reflect the times. Apparently we are sad. It's been revolution talk all my 40 plus years. I work with the resources I have. I support as well. What we doing though?
Right. I don't know what we're doing. People keep trying to do different things. Then they run back to the drawing board. So we're building and destroying. That's what we're doing. Seeing what works and what doesn't work. Bumping our head. Putting Band-Aids on. Going back out there and fight again. That's what we're doing. Something happened. Justin muted himself and then unmuted himself. He's trying to say, is he causing the same? Do I hear a buzz? Yes.
You hear that? What's happening?
I don't know. I don't know that it's new though.
I just had an echo.
Oh no, I don't hear an echo.
Okay. Yeah. The other buzz is my AC, which works sporadically. It picks and chooses when it wants to get its thing together. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it be like that. Shout out to Long-Winded Short Story. 1 second applause. Let's see what we got here. Jared 32. Let's go, fam. Represent. Appreciate you, Jared. 1 second applause. Member for 21 months, man. Holding me down. Thank you so much.
We did
this one. We did that one. Did we do this one? Side piece. Edward Robinson says, side piece. I'm turning 22 this week. And question for the panel, which album is better in your opinion? Black Star by Mos Def and Talib Kweli, or Mecca and the Soul Brother by Pete Rock and CL Smith?
I don't know Mecca and the Soul Brother enough to vote, but I'm voting for Black Star by Mos Def and Talib Kweli.
I would say that too. I do know that album. I think the production of it, is I mean, first of all, it's a fantastic album. It's a classic album in its own. And everybody should check it out if they haven't heard it yet. But I'd have to go Black Star. And that's not even really fair. That's like 2 MCs to 1. How you going to take Mos and Kweli and put them up against CL Smooth?
But they like, well, he got Pete Rock though, so he got like.
I guess he has the production. I guess it's the
beat leverage.
Yeah. Let's see what we got here. Got this one. K-Way for real says, I'm so MF proud of you, Elle. Make sure you immerse yourself in the French culture and live it up. I taught abroad in Shenzhen, China for 9 months and regret I spent the first 3 months complaining. Keep going. I need K-Way to have a book. I need the K-Way book. Maybe we need to get the K-Way webpage, something. I don't know. I need to find where I need to check on K-Way has been everywhere in the world.
How did K-Way have this fun of a life and still have 9 months to teach in China? Like, he's out of years. He has too many different lives for the years he's had already. What? I taught abroad in China for 9 months. Well, thank you, K-Way. I want to say that I appreciate you being proud of me, although I'm forcing myself to say this because I'm imagining you in China teaching and wondering where in your timeline does that fit? Because now something has to move around. So thank you with the squint.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
1 second applause. K-Way got a bunch of those videos where you're like on the Monkey app or something talking to random strangers in China and you surprise them as a black man who speaks Mandarin. Do you do that? That'd be awesome. I love those videos. There's a lot of them they're on the social media apps, but like YouTube is the great aggregator. Mm-hmm. And they'll be like, black people speaking Chinese. And they'll see like these Chinese chicks and they all of a sudden they're just like, whole demeanor change when they pull that out.
Not gonna say what I'm thinking.
Shout out to Ro Mango. Jay-Z divesting from the system but owning a bigger piece of it isn't the same as dismantling it. If the goal is liberation, why are we applauding a new person at the controls? Yeah, this is the old conversation around all of this.
Have I made it clear that I agree?
I mean, I don't know. Seems like there's a lot of people who might question that. There's an old episode. I always say episode. There's a segment. One of the first segments we put up on this channel was called "Don't Tell Me I'm a Capitalist," and it was all about Elle Janelle. It was Elle Janelle, and she was arguing with people about she's not a capitalist.
I'm not.
Yeah, right.
I'm forced to be. I'm a pseudo-capitalist. What's like a fake capitalist? I have on a capitalist costume sometimes in order to eat food.
You faux capitalist?
I'm faux capitalist. That's kind of hot. I'm faux capitalist. Faux cap.
Faux cap.
Somebody called me a conservative today at the beginning of this conversation when we were doing the J thing. They said, I know what it is. Elle's a closeted conservative. I just want to say, I hate them. They're so fucking annoying. They're liars. Their ideas don't even make sense. They don't. They force them to work through violence and crime. They're terrible people. I fucking hate them and their ideas. Right? As a group, not as individuals. But probably as individuals in some cases.
Right.
I just want you guys to know how frustrating it is when you call me something with a straight face. Even though I guess I don't know what your face was, but it felt like your face was straight when you typed out Elle Janelle is a closeted conservative.
They're calling you out.
And I think that's how Jay feels when you say that, when y'all say that shit about him. Oh.
1 second applause. This next one's for you. I'll be right back. And you have the controls. We're on the yellows.
Exactly.
So right after NPC John Smith, we got JG Just Gwen. Okay, I'll be right back.
Yeah. JG Just Gwen. Okay. Now that I'm here controlling things with the pink background, I did the pink to offset the pink shirt. Hopefully you guys like it. The purple nails kind of match. It's color theory. Anyway. So our next one is from NPC John Smith. Hello, NPC John Smith. Elle, how close are you for your fundraiser goal? Your IG story today was dope. A lot of beautiful pieces of art unethically separated from the graves that John Smith saw my story. Okay, let me tell you guys what happened. So part of when you study abroad, they give you these different classes that you register for, and you're actually taking lectures and doing assignments when you're in whatever host country you're going to. One of the classes that I'm taking is medieval art. So what they're teaching us to do is to do visual analysis. So it's all of these different art terminologies in order to explain it. Things like the line, or what has emphasis, or scale, or all of these different things. And they're teaching us how to use the words the right way to analyze the art. So we practiced this in class a couple of times, and then they took us to the Getty Villa. Today, there's a difference between the Getty Museum and the Getty Villa. I've been to the Getty Museum. I don't even think I fucking knew the Getty Villa existed. But today was our first field trip where we went to the Getty Villa. And what we did was we practiced the art of visual identification, or explaining the art pieces using these terms. And so because I've been making more content because I'm doing my fundraiser, for you guys who don't know, I got a scholarship to go to the study abroad program, and Donald Trump made some changes that made me ineligible for the scholarship. And so we're finding ways to make it work. And I'm also doing a fundraiser to help get me over the line. It's called The Path to Paris. And basically people are just like sending me cash apps and tips and different things in order to go. My cash app is $Elle Janelle. But because the public is so nice that they've been helping me with this, I feel like I kind of have to give something back. So I'm starting to do more content of like showing me go through the process, which I'm also hoping to motivate some people to study abroad. So I'm blending all this stuff together. So today was like another full day of me showing being at the villa. And we got to this room where there was a mummified human, right? Mummified remains. Did you hear all of this, Justin?
No.
Cool. So we got to this room where there was mummified remains, and on the that's a crazy thing to come back to, huh, Justin? So so with the mummified remains, they put this wooden thing on the
What show is this? What show am I watching?
I'm responding to John Smith's question.
I'm joking with you.
So they have this little wooden thing on the face, and it's wrapped around, and then they paint your face on here, right? And so they showed the mummy thing. It's like, oh, that's cool. That's a cool little art. And then around the room, they had all these faces. I was like, oh, that's really cool art, until you think about it. Y'all snatched all these faces off of mummies. Justin doesn't get it because he wasn't here for the whole thing, but the listeners understand why that's crazy. At the end of that,
that's what's important. That's what matters.
So,
that's what matters more than anything else.
So that's what John Smith is talking about. That is very unethical. They basically grave robbed mummies to put the art in the museum, and that's the story.
Thank you, John. That's what they did. They definitely did that.
Definitely did that. It's crazy.
About to pull my headphone cord out. Stepping on the thing, trying to reposition. 1 second, pause. JG Just Gwen, I missed most of the show because I fell asleep. Thanks to this summer cold. I'll catch the playback on tomorrow, sending good thoughts to everyone as we power through this week. Happy Juneteenth early. What you doing for Juneteenth, though?
I have so many options. I heard Oakland is going to be having quite the shindigs. So I could sneak up to Oakland and hang out for the weekend before I make my way to Paris. I could go to OKC. They're having Juneteenth on the East, but I don't really have money for that. I could just hang out in LA somewhere, but what I should be doing is trying on all my clothes, figuring out what I'm going to wear, and preparing myself to do as much work as possible so that I can go to Paris. Or I should be going to Oakland and get my hair done. So I don't know is the answer.
Word up. There's always something dope in LA going on.
You got your plans already?
I'm going to the YG event.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, so I'm definitely going to check that out. I'm not sure how I'm going to spend the day yet. I'm not quite sure. We shall see.
Sorry to hear you have a summer cold, JG. Hope you feel better soon.
Yeah, definitely. 1 second applause to JG. Holding it down, always. Tim61 says, Jay-Z was also leaning heavy on the same birthday as Fred Hampton thing, too. He's a genius, and he understands just as much as the white billionaire that the system can't change too much.
I'm telling y'all, I think the nigga think that he can do some revolutionary shit with capitalism. I do think he thinks that. Because I feel like in his mind, he's like, oh, look what they did to Fred Hampton. Now they got to deal with me. Do I agree? No. Is the nigga delusional? Yes. Do I understand how a nigga with his story could have that type of delusion? Yes. If a nigga with his story had that type of delusion and had this level of success, kind of interesting.
1 second applause. Shout out Tim's. We got here. John Smith, I love the sharpening iron of y'all's J debate. I just don't think there's a definitive conclusion coming. Right. Right. That's the fun part. You know, like that. I love intellectual exercise. Like, you know, just in general, hearing where other people are coming from, hearing their perspectives, sharing where I'm coming from, and see where it takes us.
I think we did get a definitive. Definitive's doing a lot of. We got a conclusion.
Right. Definitive is a lot. We got a conclusion called "Move the Show Along." That was the conclusion. I'm not, you know, but I think that's also a good example of what a good debate or conversation is. You know, it's something that lives with you. 1 second applause to NPC John Smith.
I was so bright when I went to the villa today. When I showed up, the lady said, oh, you kind of look like one of those jazzercise people from the 80s. And I wasn't sure if I was offended or not.
Sweating to the oldies?
Yeah, I had this on. I thought it was
Richard Simmons. You look like Richard Simmons?
I was like, oh, you look like the jazzercise people from the 80s. Okay,
who said this to you? Who said this to you?
You know, I'm the only black person. So I was like, thank you.
Billy Blanks. Tybo, trying to work out. You trying to get brolic? Ask me if I'm trying to kick knowledge.
Nah. I'm trying to kick learn though. They all had on jeans and t-shirts.
We got this one right here from NH Yara. Great show. Keep going. Thank you so much. 1 second applause. That's awesome.
I know she was like, damn, I didn't mean for an hour.
Right.
Just during the Jay-Z part. Like, god damn.
All right. Now we're on the greens and the blues. We did this one. JG, congratulations, Elle. The CU community is so proud of you.
Thank you. I felt so supported, especially when I dropped my graduation picture. Oh, CU came.
Yeah, that was hard. That was hard.
True.
Yeah, that was hard. 1 second applause. This is so real. I saw this one earlier. This is what I'm saying, man. Mm-hmm. There are other options. Everybody didn't have to get rid of these policies. It was just encouraged because the administration was pushing it. It's illegal at a federal level. But in a world full of targets, be a Costco.
I agree.
Be a Costco. Can't wait for it. See, that's what I'm saying. That's why he has the for real at the end.
Because he's for real.
Right. And he's for the real. For real.
Where I was about to say that. Like, we have to, like, whatever's going on with the joke telepathy, like.
We're in a rhythm. We got a rhythm. We be out here like, Steph Curry's daughter. That girl's like 12 now.
I agree with this. Only thing I'm saying is don't expect Target to be Costco. That's the only thing I was saying.
And I think that's a different conversation. I was having the same thing with Stat. We talked about this on the third verse too. He's like, see, your problem is you expect him to be different. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying when these things happen, people have the right to comment on them and point them out.
Yes.
No one. I don't think anybody in our generation is shocked.
Hey,
I don't think that's the case.
I'm
not shocked. I'm just saying it's still happening. We are still documenting.
But I do fuck with Costco differently because of what they did. So they get that, you benefit from it by choosing it. I hated that shopping, walk-in shit that Al Sharpton did. Though. Like, oh, brother, you fucking up the brand. Right. Anyway.
Shout out to Gill and Company. Elon exists because of his parents' investment in apartheid. Each has ties to elements that draw the hate. 100%. 1 second applause. That's what I'm saying, man. All the worst people in the world bought the world.
Ooh. Can I have that on a shirt? All the worst people in the world bought the world. Damn it. I want that on it. I'm gonna wear it in Paris.
What happened? That is what happened. Shout out to Said Dweller. Shout out to Lils. Shout out to all the mods that are in here holding us down. Shout out to Deluxe the Champ. Who else we got in here? Shout out to all y'all making our viewing, commentary, conversation experience top tier, top flight, undefeated. It's all happening. 1 second applause.
Oh, snaps. And this is what's up there.
The takes today are beyond atrocious. My God, this was about the Jay-Z stuff.
For sure.
For sure. This is about the
Jay-Z
stuff.
Funny when they was like, where is Big K?
Right. And Dwan was getting some shout outs in there too. Right. Dwan's birthday is either now or it's coming up, one of the two. So next time you see Dwan B, add him on social media, go to his comment section, wish him a happy birthday. Because he's got some stuff going on, yeah. Oh man. Did you see Lupe on Dwan B? Did you watch that?
I believe that was so crazy.
I haven't watched it yet.
I was like, what the fuck?
I haven't watched it yet. And is it good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
I haven't seen it yet. I started watching it, and then my weekend got away from me, to be honest. And so,
I told Dwan I was interested in seeing who taught who.
How'd it go?
And he said, you know what? We actually learned from each other. And
that's how it's supposed to go. Yeah, that's good. That's a good exchange.
So,
that's a great build.
Absolutely. But what the fuck? That was crazy.
I gotta go see it. I saw the social when he said Lupe called in or something like that, and then I started watching it. But I need to figure out what's really going on because Lou's good for that. Lou will pop into a comment section and then hop on the live randomly, and next thing you know, the conversation goes wherever it goes. You know what I'm saying? So I haven't seen it yet, but it's definitely on my. I'm definitely covering it though. By the way, like I'm definitely gonna do a story on it. I mean, if it's good. I mean, I haven't seen it yet in terms of what they're talking about, but
that's exciting. You'll probably have more things to cover on Friday anyway when it comes to Lupe.
Oh, maybe I might. Would you like to talk about things that I might be able to cover on Friday? It's all happening. 1 second. Shout out to Fake Diana 1. No team would ever pick him up, and Jay-Z doesn't care about the average person. I'm happy you y'all wasn't born when there was protest.
No team would ever pick him up. I feel like that's about Kaepernick.
It is.
And Jay-Z doesn't care about the average person. Doesn't seem like contradictory, like dictoring. Okay, somebody's getting sleepy here. Those seem like two different people would be saying that thing. I'm happy y'all wasn't born when there was a protest. I don't know, Fake Diana. I'm not sure who you hate or who you agree with. Confused.
Yeah, I guess she's shitting on us though. You know, she don't want us to be out there. The sit-ins, the marches.
For her to be the more experienced protester, I'm not sure what she's protesting in this comment.
Right. I don't know. It's a collection of sentences. Thank you very much. 1 second applause.
Thank you, Fake Diana 1. I did like your name.
Yeah, I liked it too. JJ Forever. Elle, respectfully regarding Jay-Z, perhaps don't see it because you don't want to.
Perhaps. If so, I want you guys to keep calling it out. Well, if so, most important part.
Yeah, that's the hypocrisy of the whole Avenger right there. Whole Avengers.
Well, no, I'm a whole Avenger because I believe what I'm saying. Just let's be clear. It's not just a fuck it, whatever he do is cool. No, I believe what I'm saying.
Okay. That's
something
good.
Changes, something will change.
Word up. I'm glad we clarified. 1 second pause to whole Avengers who believe what they're saying. Star Trek Ambassador says, to be honest, no one finna boycott. We need our groceries.
Marketing's not groceries. I mean, they have groceries, but if you need groceries, don't fucking go to Target. What the hell?
They're expensive. Yeah.
They're very expensive.
They got a markup. Great 89 1RS. So why is no one upset with Tabitha Brown and all the black creators that are still doing business with Target? All right, so Tabitha Brown. Okay, let me make sure I understand this right, because I don't know this story that well, but there is one black creator that people are really excited about who launched her line of clothes or whatever capsule she was doing with Target in 2020. What year is this? 2025, right? I remember this happening last year. Right? Is this just what happened with Tabitha Brown?
No, Tabitha Brown is older than last year, I would think.
Okay. I know that there was. I know. I've seen some conversations around this last year, particularly when the boycott was happening. Maybe it's 2024. I don't know. But one of the things that was coming up in the conversation was, you know, some of these creators. One had deals set up with Target prior to the boycott actually starting. And so, you know, people showing up to support them is fine. Two, if Target is one of the places that is another critical part of this conversation, right? We're boycotting Target, or there was a boycott on Target, right? But if you go there and you just support the black stuff, that was one. Who was I talking to about that? They're like, hey, man, just go to Target, support the black stuff, and leave. You know, that's never how it happens. But you're right. So why is no one upset with Tabitha Brown and all the black creators that are still doing business with Target? One, they're not Jay-Z, and they don't have a history of siding publicly in big moments with different things. I don't look at this Jay-Z thing as a one-off. I look at the pattern that has been there. Unless all these other people got a pattern, I don't think that's apples to apples. Now, I get it, but like, I don't think that Jay-Z's critique is coming because he just did this thing with Target. I don't want to spend too much time here, though. Elle, what you got? I can see your eyes doing your thing.
I think Tabitha Brown could have been making a clear point, but it was one of those interesting points that it just wasn't the time to make the point.
Can you explain Tabitha Brown? Because I'm not.
Tabitha Brown is this influencer. She's a black woman who was having digestive issues and decided to change to all vegan diet. While she was changing to all vegan diet, she was recording all this on Facebook. It went mega viral. She's very like positive, happy, like kind of what it seems like I would be when I get older. But I don't know, less violence, I guess. So she's like very happy, bubbly all the time or whatever. And she just kept blowing up, kept going viral. And she became like the internet auntie. Like she would lean into the camera. I see you, sweetie. All of that. After a while, she started having cookbooks, vegan cookbooks. They started selling out everywhere. She got a partnership with Target. And them bitches was flying like hotcakes. Oh my goodness. She hit the niche. She was close to the Oprah niche, where it's like for Mother's Day, you can bring your grandma a Tabitha Brown kit and grandma would be happy, right? So when the Target boycott started, she was like, hey, y'all might end up hurting a lot of Black businesses with this Target boycott, because she was explaining that they give you an opportunity. You have to sell so many to keep your shelf space. If you don't, you lose your shelf space, and you basically don't, you get presented as a failure, not like you did well. And she said that, and people got very upset about it. And she continued to do business with Target. That's the thing. She continued to do business with Target. So my point is, I don't think Tabitha Brown is wrong with what she's like. Which one of those sentences is she incorrect in? Which one has the error?
I don't think there's an error there. You know what I mean? Look, what's an example I think is similar? I can't think of an example right now.
Oh, can I add another thing to before you do your commentary? In some ways, isn't this like punishing Target for messing with us in the first place? Because Target was doing a lot of Black shit. It was a lot of like Black centric products, launches, things like that.
Right.
It kind of feels
and there was a lot of LGBTQ stuff too.
True. Yeah. It kind of feels like people are more mad at Target. I don't know this to be true. This is pure hypothesis. Do not kick my back in. We're just talking.
Okay.
Kind of seems like people are more mad at Target because they had a different expectation of Target because they were Black folks.
Well, that's a hell of a hypothesis.
Good answer.
Let us know in the comments if you agree with that.
Yeah.
Well,
I want to know, do you feel more upset with Target because it's like, hey, y'all was doing Black stuff. I think somebody just said in the comments they was doing like HBCU stuff. So we thought when this happened that y'all was gonna kind of hold us down. That's what some of the people on my phone said. We thought y'all was gonna hold us down and you didn't, so we're more mad. I would like to know if that's true. Our commenters. All right, go to the next.
Well, here's somebody. We got Zakiah right here says, nope.
Okay, we got an answer.
Zakiah says nope. So, but I think there's opportunity for some research there. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like something to really look at. I wonder what the case studies around this look like.
But you also see this one that says they made an HBCU collection just before that. See?
Right. I mean, yeah. I mean, look, they were definitely. All right. Let's intellectualize this for a second. Let me think. All this stuff is a spinoff from 2020, right? And so that was the end of an administration and the beginning of an administration. And that previous administration prioritized these type of things on top of what had happened in 2020 in the uprisings. Then you get a new administration that is deprioritizing those things. And if you're a corporation, you got to have a good relationship with the administration, generally speaking, or a lot of times you feel like you need to, right? New administration comes in, Target says, okay, these are the new landscape, let's just position ourselves as best we can. Same time that happens, same thing, also while all this is happening, the response, the blowback to 2020, vertical. Now they took the word woke, they done made anybody who has empathy and care about anything just evil and awful. And we have motocross on the White House lawn and UFC fighters calling Michelle Obama a man, okay? So Target, like most companies that sell things, is trying to position themselves wherever the new energy is. And I think that a big part of the boycott was how quickly they were ready to dispose of our business if needed. I also think that part of this too has to do with ICE, because there was another round of conversations around the boycott when ICE was on the ground in Minneapolis and those kind of things. So I don't know. I think maybe there's something to it. You know, Target went so hard in the paint and rocking with us and supporting us. And then they're like, no, okay, we're good, Negroes, thank you. You know what I mean? And, you know, perhaps that's part of it. But also I think maybe Target, again, we're just hypothesizing right here. Mm-hmm. But I also think maybe Target is you know, the first stop. One thing that these conversations tend to lead to that always confuses me is like, why don't you boycott this store, this store, this store, and this store? You boycott one at a time and you move on. You know, like you don't boycott 10 things necessarily. Now, I know it's harder because we have less companies. Amazon owns everything. so it's like, I understand where the challenge is, but I don't know.
No, I think that's very, very fair what you're saying. I think that's very fair what you're saying. I don't have that expectation of a corporation. Like, I'm mad at a corporation because they said, okay, thank you, Negroes. Now the wind blew another way. I'm going this way. I expect them to do that.
Right. And I feel like to be fair, like when the boycott started, I was boycotting Target, Walmart, Amazon, Whole Foods, maybe some others. It wasn't just Target in the beginning.
I love them.
Walmart's really easy to boycott. Amazon's pretty easy for me to boycott too, outside of Amazon Prime. It's the hardest one. And it's really just for sports. They done planted their flag in professional sports. And they had playoff games. Okay, that was tough. It's not difficult for me to not order things from Amazon. I'm very minimalistic in terms of my space, so I'm not just buying things on a regular basis, you know. So that was pretty easy. But I feel like it was more than just Target, and perhaps maybe that's why people felt most offended by Target.
It was.
This is philosophy to think about. Shout out to Punk X337. Sad to see y'all cape for a billionaire clown like Jay, who's helped ruin hip hop in society, but will go in on Drake for anything. Eat the rich and fuck Jay-Z. You realize Drake's a billionaire too, right? I don't understand this. I think they were talking to you. They couldn't be talking to me. I was the one with the criticism. I was the only one throwing out the critiques that whole conversation. They ain't talking to me.
You did a great job. Since Drake is rich, I really couldn't think of anything past that. That was so obvious. That was such an obvious deflation of whatever point you thought you were going.
I think a lot of times Drake fans are really, and I'm not trying to paint them all with a broad brush, but the ones that I tend to encounter on the internet, most of them are really just paying attention to Drake and things that you might say about Drake. But, you know, so, and clearly he's talking to y'all. He wasn't, this comment's at y'all. This comment's not at me, actually.
Well, but we'll go in on Drake for anything. Sounds like they're grouping us all together in one.
Well, I don't go in on Drake for anything. I go in on Drake for suing hip hop, for losing a rap battle, trying to bring lyrics into court. I think that's extremely problematic. I don't like the fact that Drake is, you know, honestly putting the First Amendment on the line in a lot of ways. I think that is fucking terrible. I also like my rappers not to be narrow. I think he does a great job emotionally of connecting with things that are happening to him. And if they're not happening to him, not much to say about it. Not much to say about it at all. And that is not a knock on him. That is just my personal opinion on what I think a great MC is, okay? If a great MC can do all kinds of things, and not every MC that's great needs to do all kinds of things, but over here in these headphones, you know, it's kind of guy I am. So, you know, But no, I don't go in on Drake for anything. I think that I gave Drake a lot of praise on this Iceman album. I thought it was fascinating what he had to say about DJ Khaled and the geopolitical conversation that ignited. I thought that was amazing. I thought it was amazing the fact that this is taking place on a Drake album. These things don't take place on Drake albums like that. That's not what happens. Drake has now got me in a conversation where I am thinking about geopolitical, which is a critique I've had forever. So to me, this is actually one of the most dynamic Drake albums I might have ever heard. You know what I'm saying? And I've been very vocal and open about it. I made multiple videos. I made one about that. I made another one that was about, him talking about, how's that line go again? Not see me. They want to not see me. I did one on that too. You know what I'm saying? Like, these are fascinating conversations that are taking place within Drake's music. And I don't get these conversations, generally speaking, when it comes to him. And so I actually appreciate these things. Now, people think that I'm trolling when I say that, but sincerely, think about the fact that this stuff is happening on a Drake album. He's giving me things that I'm saying I would love to hear him talk about, and they're there. Now, just because, I value other things doesn't mean I'm unable to express the things that I do appreciate. And Drake got more into my box. Now that's a pause. Drake touching Drake. That threw me off my own thing. But Drake he's having more conversations in his music than I'm used to, and I'm always talking about that, and he did it. So, in his very Drakey way. 1 second pause.
I had things to say, but in very Drakey way, kind of deleted them from my mind. I don't know why a person would think that you can just go in on Drake for anything. Nor do I know that it was true just because this person said it, especially since they don't recognize that Drake is rich in their own logic. I was just pointing out that they could have been talking about some people in some parts and other people in other parts and shooting at the whole panel. That's all. But I did appreciate your recap of how you do not go in on Drake for anything.
Yeah, not for anything. I think it's worth talking about if a rapper's out here rapping about the Hells Angels. That's a new one in history. Who are the major rappers out here in history who've been talking about how dope the Hells Angels are? That's a new one. I ain't seen it. That seems like something to document to me. When the Hells Angels show up in hip hop, it's fascinating. I think that's a conversation we should have. You know what I mean? When, you start becoming a gambling groomer. When's the last time we had one of the biggest rappers start selling gambling? Well, very difficult, different times. The laws have changed. And people in this space right now who are pioneers are setting themselves up for wealth forever. You know what I'm saying? These are things we haven't seen before. So when he shows up in multiple lawsuits about the illegal functions of the company that he represents, I think that is worth talking about. These aren't things I'm just going in on. I'm not going in on his hair, okay? There's plenty of people who go in on his hair. They talk about, Drake cut a heart in his head. Oh, Drake is wearing plaits. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not going on Drake for that. That's his artistic expression. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't know why these people lied on you like this in the comments.
I don't know why. I don't know why they doing that.
Set them straight.
But Drake actually did stuff that I was waiting on him to do. And to me, those are the most interesting storylines. It's weird to me that it's weird to me that people have a hard time with the idea that Drake might be conservative. Whether or not he is or isn't, there's a population of people who are really mad at the idea or implication that he might be. They look at him being from Canada and they say, he's Canadian, why would he support Trump? Right? Well, a lot of times you just support the guy who's just best for your business. If you are in the gambling business, Trump is really good for you. If you are in, I want lower taxes, the red team is great for you. Yeah, he's Canadian, that's fine. He also has a house in Texas and Calabasas and I'm sure Memphis and Miami. He's got a lot of real estate. Why is the implication so awful? Everyone else he's around a lot of other people. I find these things interesting.
Yeah, Yeah, I do find it interesting when people don't want to be called something that they act like.
I don't get it. It's crazy.
Places, it's like, well, don't call me a racist. Like, you just said you don't like black people. Yeah, but you just call everything race or like things like that. Don't call me misogynistic. Just said a woman should be in the kitchen only. Yeah, I'm just talking about like I noticed that a lot because I think they've learned socially that word is connected with something negative. Whatever the name is, that's connected with a reduction in social value, moral value, whatever. So I don't want to stop doing the action that reduces the social value. I want you to stop calling me the name. I find that to be very
That's how white people feel about the word racist.
Mm-hmm. They're like, wait, I'm not going to stop being racist, but you definitely should stop calling me racist because then that's frowned upon.
Right. Actually, we're going to have to change how this racist word works. We're going to have to change this. Everybody's racist now. We don't care about no influence, power. Can we legislate on our hate? Nope. We're not worried about that.
Watch your mouth.
If everybody's racist, that means nobody's racist. We can just move on with how things are going.
Because I said so.
That's what they say. I don't know. Whatever it is. But, I reject this super chat solely on the purpose that Drake is a billionaire. So eat the rich and fuck Jay-Z. And I feel like Drake should be over there next to Jay-Z because they are in the same tax bracket. So I think you need to remix this punk. 337. Wish there was an edit button. I'd edit it for you. Because this is a confusing whole conversation right here.
Oh, shit. Like, why is the N capitalized?
I don't know. But again, I'm not sure they're talking to me because I was the one out here with the critiques. Okay. I came with the critiques today. Maybe that's Crooked Eye and Stat and Mickey.
Yeah, definitely not us.
Definitely not us. They ain't talking about us. Second applause to Punk 337. Thank you very much. That was fun. I enjoyed that. Star Trek Ambassador, on behalf of the chat, where's BK? She's doing marriage things, wedding things, bride things.
We miss her too.
Yeah, definitely.
BK, if you're watching this, can't wait to see you next week.
Second applause to BK.
And allegedly we're doing something cool, BK. Stay tuned.
Yep. Okay. It's all happening. All right, so we got that. We got this. So we got this. What's this? The Cruel Guy says, the level of bars on this panel is ridiculous. That's the truth. One second applause. That was I love what you said. That panel was in prison. So many bars.
Everywhere.
Bars everywhere. Bars on bars on bars.
I was trying to think of a country where everybody gets drunk.
Oh, here goes Punk. Says Drake and Lame too. They both scum of the earth. Yeah, okay.
Oh, well, okay. Well, glad to round that up.
Look, we rounded that out. That makes sense. 1 second applause. That's good. That's good. See, this is what happens when you prejudge. You shouldn't have preconceived notions with people on the internet. You don't know, no idea what the next thing they might say is. You know what I mean?
Thought about it like they gonna fry me when I your own shit. That shit without reading. Like,
that's exactly what happened. You was like, wait a minute. I think I set myself up. Let me clarify that. That's exactly what happened.
You got fried, and then now we see that you at least, you knew you was pre-fried. So that's good to know.
Right. That was what's up. Shout out to Long-Winded Short Story. Lyrics Matter. # Lyrics Matter. 1 second applause. Big facts. That's what's up. Brittany Danielle interned and Chino had a place at the Wake Up Show. That's cool. Chino, I think that this is a Chino XL reference, I think.
Yeah, I think she's saying she interned and
Chino had a place at the Wake Up Show. Yeah. Oh. Man, rest in peace, Chino XL. 1 second applause. That man was incredible. Incredible. One of the first rappers I met, actually. Like, one of the first rappers whose CD I had bought that I met. You know what I mean? Like, he's just a really, really solid guy. M. Dean, respect the culture and buy physical. CDs and vinyls are for sale. 1 second applause.
I kind of want to do the wall of vinyls, but am I going to do it? No. But I want to.
Yeah.
The difference between desire, value, Motivation act. I value a wall of vinyls, but do I desire it? No.
I had a. That was actually my original backdrop. Was a wall of vinyls. I had that for a while, and now it's like an art gallery setup. So it's just like all the albums in one long row. So as you walk through the spot, it's just like classic. Star Trek Ambassador. Sorry, what do you say?
I said that's fire, especially when you whisper it. All right, here we go.
We need a documentary on. Oh, we did this one.
We did this.
We did this one. Did we do this one? Can't wait for real says, shout out to Nostalgia, Sam Goody, Circuit City, Best Buy, Blockbuster, and the local library, all allowed to preview purchase albums. That library one right there, though, that was the life hack. That was the hack.
When I first found out I could get the CDs from the library, you couldn't tell me.
Right. Couldn't tell me nothing with my CD burner. Couldn't tell me nothing.
Gotta say, I'll have it right back.
Couldn't tell me nothing with my CD burner.
Right back to you.
It's funny. Shout out to K-Way. 1 second applause. Man, my man was in Shenzhen, China for 9 months teaching. That's crazy.
Which 9 months?
He was in Turks and Caicos with Jay and Bay.
Yeah, it's like,
crazy.
How long from being 18 years old did this 9 months start?
Jay and Beyonce and K-Way for real. Just chilling. That's the life he lives, I can tell. I tried to get this one in for you, long-winded short story. Crooked, rocking with you since Apex, brother. Love. I tried to get this one in, but he had to go. So I was like, all right, let me give you one more. All right, we did that one. We did this one. Ms. Hummus, congrats, Elle. So happy for you and your future endeavors.
Thank you.
I'll be making an appearance on Ms. Hummus' show soon. I'm excited.
On Friday, right?
That was the plan, but
Okay.
I might have to change the plan because I might have a conflict earlier that day that I'm not sure if it's going to go over or not. But if she's open to it, any other day. But normally, I mean, you know, the Juneteenth Friday actually kind of, I didn't realize it was Juneteenth this Friday, I think, when I first confirmed that. And so that changed a little bit. But
I was thinking that when she said Friday. I was like, on Juneteenth?
yeah, that was, and I actually have an appointment that came up after that too. So the combination of the two makes it tough. So, but
about pushing in on your visit.
Oh, that'd be dope.
Because I told her I was gonna come, but BK said she was gonna come too. So it's like,
oh shit, we're gonna see you over at Miss Hummer's house.
yeah, what the?
That's what's up.
Hummer's house that's the title.
Yeah, that's what's up. I'm down with that. That sounds like fun. All right, well, let's coordinate dates and times then. Bro Mango, do you think that as a younger generation's return to physical, it could revive the feeling Stat described about flipping through an album booklet?
Yeah.
I think it's possible too. I think it's possible too.
No, not tactical. Tactile experiences.
Yeah.
On the rise.
Long-winded short story, Stat. I so rarely agree, but you're right. I haven't read the credits and CDs, tapes. If MTV killed radio, streaming killed connection to commerce. Right, and everything is for rent forever. Mm-hmm. Every month I get hit with a $60 Adobe Premiere Pro Adobe Suite charge, and I'm like, I'm just gonna be paying this forever. And if I stop paying it, I lose my stuff. That's crazy. Like everything is like that.
And it was not no damn $60. I've had Photoshop since we had to steal Photoshop. I mean, I've had Photoshop before subscription. And that when they started them subscriptions, it was like $20.
Mm-hmm.
And I was a student, and it got like cheaper, and then it went back. The fact that we're on 60 is crazy.
Crazy.
And
everything is like that.
And I use Canva and CapCut so much, and I kind of don't need it. I just don't feel comfortable letting it go.
Right. Because you might have some project bigger than you expected.
Then I need it.
Then you need it. 1 second applause. Romango says, do you think... Oh, wait, we did this. Okay, we did this one. We did this one. And Thomas Fanto stat dropping an LP called Narcoleptic Quo on.
I don't care what you say, nigga. You are asleep. I don't know.
Narcoleptic Quo. That's funny. I thought he was asleep too.
He is asleep.
When he went like this, I was like, oh, he got to be out. When he's like this, generally speaking, we've done enough shows together to where I'm like, oh, he's just looking at the comments because that's generally what he does. This last one, his head went like this. He was like, oh man, I was like, is he asleep for real? Man, I thought they were joking, but like, maybe he is. Oh gosh, that's funny. Right,
it's funny because I don't get mad. I start to get worried. Like, damn.
Right. Pink Greenoveed. Pink Greenoveed. Am I looking at that wrong? Levied? Green, pink, green, levied?
Greenland. Pink, green, IV'd.
IV'd. AKA. There we go. That makes sense. There's an AKA. There we go. Pink, green, IV'd. That makes sense. Okay.
Thank you.
You say what?
It needs to capitalize the V so we can catch it faster. Thank you.
Streaming saved their life nowadays, just like NBA is being watered down. Same is happening to hip hop. They don't know rap history or black history. Yeah. On second pause. It's too much truth right there. I wish that truth wasn't so much. 504 Scooby says, stat straight sleep like we don't see it. I know, right? 1 second applause. I thought that same thing too. I was like, Narcoleptic Quo. Star Trek Ambassador says, I'm with Mick, but I would add music production in as well. I think he was talking about, when he was talking about how even in Pendulum Inc., I guess he was talking more about NYU than Pendulum Inc., but he was talking about how these kids can't read. Everybody's been saying that. Professor Sky says that. Knife says that. And Knowledge from Kittens in the Hall says that. Like everybody who's teaching right now in higher education that I know is all saying the same thing.
Well, my kid's been able to read at a college level quite some time now. So I got to be honest, I was quite taken aback when I found out that so many people couldn't read because that's unacceptable in my household. But it's a little bit of ableism in there because maybe he was intelligent enough to be able to read, first of all. So I might be wrong to say that.
I mean, I think it's directionally correct, though, because the other reason why people aren't tapped in as movies, like when you were talking about before, you got to reiterate the plot a bunch of times because people are just listening to the podcast. Also, people are having a hard time comprehending what's going on.
Man. Now, everybody's going to disagree with me when I say this. I want you to know I do not care. Okay, guys? Whatever. Maybe technology has evolved in a way where they need to read differently because I think those same kids who cannot read a book. Nah, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
I think what is also at the core is critical thinking stickers. Critical thinking stickers. No. Critical stinking. Okay, we're in delirious territory now, people. Critical thinking skills. I think that is the part that is lost. I think a number of people I talk to and educators I talk to will say that kids need you to tell them exactly what you need. They have challenges reading a text, interpreting a text, and coming up with their own opinion on the text. Like that is lagging. So how are they going to understand these bars?
I said that. They diluted the game. They don't have...
It wasn't even the game, though. It's like George Bush said, no child left behind, and every child got left behind.
He flattened all the tires on the bus. Even the driver got left behind. No child got left behind. They left the caterer behind. Left the janitor behind.
Everybody left behind.
Everybody was left behind. Like, what happened? Like, we more behind than we was before you decided not to leave us behind. Annoying.
This is what happens when you vote for people and elect people who tell you they don't like government. If you elect people who don't like government, only thing that's going to happen is your government going to get worse. My whole life, one of these parties been talking about they hate government. And I can tell. That is crazy. All right, so what we got next? We got long-winded short story again. 90s head, we not gonna act like Hammer ain't have us jumping. I don't give a fuck. Hammer did. He had a cartoon. He had pants. He had his own pants.
I could make an argument that I got on Hammer pants right now. I don't know what I was hiding.
Because you're jazzercising.
Size outfit. I mean, it's the fabric. I don't know if it has a dipped enough crotch. No, Paul.
If you jump off the couch, will you float a little bit? Because your Hammer pants parachute you down.
Yeah, I'm going with yeah.
1 second applause.
A loose definition of float, but yeah.
Here's 504 Scooby again. Stat let off a sleepy crowd. And see that he saw what I saw. Because that moment when Stat's head tilted, that's when it looked like he was asleep. I was like, oh man, this is funny.
Hey, nobody sleep as a person who get mad and say they ain't sleep. If you start going on I am not asleep, you was
knocked out. You were definitely asleep. You were deadly asleep.
Only a sleep person does that.
Flow focus. Mickey, veteran MC, lyricist, and performer here. Oh yeah. Did we do this? I think we did this. Okay, cool.
They said I was like, oh my gosh, what did I say?
The hip hop watch. Hip hop being the only genre of music where writing your own lyrics, songs carries weight. Why has that jewel lost its appeal?
I think we asked.
We did. We asked this question, didn't we? Yeah, we did. Star Trek ambassador for Pete. We did this one. Oh, we did this one. Okay, do we do this one? Doing a series where I listened to some OG music. I listened to Rapper's Delight, and I never knew that Big Bank Hank stole lyrics from Casanova. Thoughts? We talked about this. We don't think we talked about this particular super chat, but we definitely talked about this topic. Yeah. I just think that is how you know nobody thought they were doing anything wrong. How about this? That's how you know hip hop was so new. Rap was so new, right? Because I'm pretty sure Big Bang Hank was just like, yeah, I can rap that. It's a song. Because that's how all the songs were. All kinds of people were writing all the songs. You know what I mean? Like the innovation was rap and hip hop. Like that was the innovation. The innovation was like, nah, you're better if other people don't actually write your stuff. You're actually doper if you actually write your own thing. And that was so new, Big Bang Hank didn't know that he probably shouldn't have spelled another guy's name in his rap.
Crazy. I think he gave him that.
Right, for the tryout.
Yeah, he gave him that.
But he didn't even think, like, if someone gave me a rap to rap, I would make sure that I'm spelling my own name. But I have institutional knowledge. I don't know if Big Bang Hank had institutional knowledge like that.
Definitely didn't.
He's over there with Sylvia Robinson and them talking about, like, songwriting. And, Cass he didn't get no points from that either, too, so, yeah. I don't think maybe he got paid later, but I know he didn't get it up front.
We did this, I think. Well, maybe not.
I don't think we did this one. Did you see Lord Jamar old school versus new school debate on YouTube? Worthwhile. Also, congrats on Crooked as a guest and absolute master still at work. We actually looked at that. So that we looked at a clip of it, but I did think that was fascinating. It was actually really good. I enjoyed it quite a bit. Just Chris. Sliver Sloth? Silver. Okay, there we go. Just Chris Silver Sloth? Man, he always leaves really, really insightful comments on the videos. This one says, never get to send a thanks during the show, but wanted to send my applause now and watch this tomorrow during work. Man, that's what's up. Appreciate that. 1 second applause. I always see his stuff every day because, I'm always in the comment section. I don't necessarily reply to everybody. Fortunately, there is enough of you to where I have difficulty making videos if I reply to everybody. And so I thank you guys for the support. But I see everything, and I at least try to heart something. And I definitely know the patterns of people who are really engaged and talking all the time. And Chris is one of those. And Chris, who else is there? There's Chris. There's Marcos. There's JG. There's a few other people, but those are the ones that stand out the most on the next day comments. So Marcos and Chris, they're commenting like throughout the whole thing. You know what I mean? And that just means so much to me. That means so much that you guys, care and show us this kind of support. It's not, this is something we do out of love. And, but it's also something that can be a lot more difficult than I think it looks sometimes. Perfect example. The psychology of being on the internet, right? It's very easy to, again, I've been talking about this a lot lately, right? It's very easy to get caught up in the scoreboard aspect of it. And a lot of times you lose the humanity in the process, where you're not actually engaging or connecting with something that someone is saying. You're just focused on the scoreboard aspect of all this. And it's people like Chris, people like Marcos, people like JG, people like Andy, people like Lils, people like Deluxe, people like Miss Hummus, you know what I mean? Like so many of it, like you all keep the humanity of it, what's most important of it, at the forefront for me personally. And I just want to thank you guys. So, 1 second applause. Who we got next?
I saw JG in my comments on my graduation thing, and I don't know why I got so particularly excited. Like, hey, it's JG! You're right about the community aspect of it all. It's like you start recognizing people. You're like, oh my goodness, right. We're building something here. So yeah. I definitely agree with you.
504 Scooby, we gonna find out years from now. K-Way got more kids than Future, Lil Wayne, and Country Wayne combined from all the traveling he be doing. Second applause. Now K-Way was prepared. Yeah, K-Way came right back and said, nah, 504 Scooby, randoms don't get this good Blackwood. If a woman hit this, we go together.
That is so funny because I was about to say, now, Scooby, you don't need to be talking shit about me. Coming to your ass. That's so funny.
1 second applause to that. We hear you, Miss Hummus. Test. We see you. We hear you.
Pass.
Pass the test. Pass. Got a 65.
Did you see them call Stat Quill?
I didn't see them call him Stat Quill. I'm gonna call him that tomorrow. Stat Quill. Actually, everybody show up tomorrow for the morning show on the Third Verse channel and just start calling Stat Quill Stat Quill. That Stat Quill is funny. They come up with there's a lot of funny names for Stat. Stat Quovio.
Stat Quovio is also outrageous.
That's one of my favorites. Stat Quovio. Romango, Target rolling back DEI after heavily promoting it feels like a lot like UPN using black TV shows to build an audience, then sidelining them once it's established. The pattern feels familiar. Right. That's where CW came from and all that. Yeah.
Remember that. Could be going to do the same thing.
They're basically doing it now. 1 second plus. They're in process. They're owned by Fox now, so you know that shit going. My man Rory Bateson. This is the cat I was talking about who's an artist. He's super talented, does like woodworking, does painting. He has the picture, he did paint a picture of me. Super hip hop head. Like he is really outside, like building with people, like in a genuine hip hop fan kind of way. You know what I mean? Awesome guy. Elle, country you were looking for, what you wanted to say was more bars than an Irish village. Ooh, that's it right there. 1 second applause. That's the truth.
What's a place that I have hella drunkard in places to serve drunkard? Irish Village. That works.
I like that. Irish Village. That's what's up. And big shout out to K-Way for real, says justice for MC Hammer. Kirk Franklin stole everything from him, and I won't be explaining further. I'd have never thought about that, but there is so much there. That's why we pray. All my life I want to make it to the top. That's why we pray. People told me no, but no, I didn't stop. That's why we pray. Working hard, making those moves every day. That's why we pray. On my knees every night, I'm still going to pray. That's why we pray. Pray. Oh, yeah, we pray. Pray. We got to pray just to make it today. I said we pray. I said we pray. This is me doing Kirk Franklin.
Okay. That wasn't immediately apparent, but that's the beautiful thing about interpretive dance.
Right. That was Kirk Franklin. You ever see Kirk Franklin do this? You know why? You know why he does it? Because he stole it from Hammer, just like K-Way said.
Wait a minute.
That's what he said. When I think about Kirk Franklin, I felt like this when I was a kid. Kirk Franklin reminded me so much of Hammer because of that song.
Maybe because of that song. Maybe because of that song. I really loved Hammer, and I like Kirk Franklin too. But I never saw Hammer. But you know what? Right now, like my brain is doing this like a merge, like Kirk Franklin into Hammer, and then they're like switching over each other like this. So
right.
I see it.
I loved Hammer. Hammer was so good to me.
So Hammer is so tall, and he seems kind of not brolic, but he's like boom. Kirk Franklin is not. So
wait,
maybe
Hammer's tall to you?
Hammer's tall to me.
How tall is Hammer?
Hold on. Tall in comparison to Franklin. Hold on. Let me be
same MC Hammer, man.
Tall.
I guess he is. He's 5'11". That's what it says here.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, 5'11". Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Right. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
5'11" seemed like a stretch. He's probably 5'10" if I'm being honest, but still.
Right. He might be 5'9". 5'9" and a half. He might be. But no, he's solid 5'11". Yeah.
How tall is Kirk Franklin?
Kindergarten. He is kindergarten height.
So that's what I'm saying. So it's like once you see them both in real life, it's kind of hard to maintain that.
5'4". So he's like Lil Hammer.
Shit, Kirk Franklin.
Yeah. That's all super chats. Is there anything you want to let people know?
We did it.
Another Culture United in the books. It's 2 a.m. Eastern. Nick's still celebrating.
Oh, today's the day of your parade. Congratulations, New York Knicks. I hope you guys have a ball. I hope you guys stay as safe as you can possibly be during your parade. And I hope you called off of work because once you get in there, your ass going to be stuck.
Word up. We got 504 Scooby says, when I think of Kirk Franklin, I think applies.
Me too. I'm closer.
Maybe there's some of that.
I see that.
Maybe there's some of that.
I see that.
Let's
see. Do I have to say? Definitely be on the lookout for FNF this Friday. We are.
Look at that. You see this? Look at this.
No, what happened though? Oh, I didn't know you could do that.
Yo, they've been adding new features to StreamYard. So every time I log in, they're like, "Did you know you could do this now?" And I'm like, "I did not know that."
I'm stuck at this. Oh,
that's actually really dope though. So you can put people where they want to, because like this way you're actually looking at me. Right, this one you're actually looking at me. But when it's like this. But if you switch to the other camera angle, then you got to go back like this.
It's hard to see in my peripheral.
It's hard to deal with in the delirium. Thank you to everybody who tuned in tonight to Culture United. Major thank you to Stat Quo, King Crooked, Mickey Factz, Elle Janelle, Pete Relic, Mike Ross,
Justin Hunt.
9-second applause. You can catch the Third Verse podcast tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. on the Third Verse podcast channel. We'll also have clips from this conversation up on the Culture United Clips channel. And we have a Culture United Instagram. You guys want to follow our Culture United Instagram?
Please do.
Elle created it over the weekend. And it is glorious. I guess I gotta start promoting these things. How many followers do we have?
Man, we got like 10,000 followers. What?
We got 16.
Close enough.
We got 16. Let's change that. here is our Culture United Instagram. If you guys have Instagram, if you wouldn't mind following us, we'd greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. That was very
Well, it's not
hard to
going.
bring that up.
But yeah, no, you want to do the FNF news that I haven't mentioned yet?
Oh, the FNF news will be released on Friday. We have something really cool and fun for you guys. You should be signed up for our emails. You will have more hints than this. So if you're not, go to firstand15th.com and sign up for our newsletter because I'm sending out a little hint in the morning. But just know Friday on Juneteenth, we will have a couple of hours long entertainment for you. That's really fun, visually and auditorily pleasing.
Something we ain't seen before.
You've never seen before or heard before. Ash.
True that.
Astrid.
I'm with it.
You ready for that? It's gonna be big fun. You can throw it on your TV for Juneteenth.
That's nice.
Ooh, people are following us.
Oh, that's good. We're going up. You want to close out with your favorite Lupe Fiasco verse that you want to rap?
Do I? No. Wait, hold on. Let me think.
Yeah, there's plenty of great ones.
A delirious rapping of Lupe.
Go ahead, just do Mural real quick. Just knock Mural out real fast. Just go get your Mural out.
How far you think I can get on Mural?
I think you can get 2 minutes into it.
I think you're probably right. I thought you was gonna like underestimate me or whatever. I was like, no.
Nah, I think right now, especially Delirious. You can't look at the lyrics though. That's cheating.
Hold on.
You're looking it up. We're all chemicals, vitamins and minerals and Vicodins with inner tubes wrapped around their arm. See the vein like a chicken on a bond. Top cat chat, let's begin another yard. Let's fry sausage cheese, or is it chicken parm? Roosters don't fly like boosters don't buy. So what powers cowards? Get them to the top just to fall asleep. Listening to bop. The rhythm in the sky is the ribbon that I drop. Dribble in the eye across the
prism of a
clock that lacks meaning. That wraps up stacks. My brain is. The cat's chief are wrapped up plans for trap dealing. Now, what's a coffin without a scratch ceiling? And what's that talking without the match feeling?
It's cherry picking. Like, what is? Maybe I can't do it.
It's hard. Yeah, it's
proceed with the whack reading. When I was young, I had visions of a color world. That's not the song I would have picked though.
It's a hard one.
I'm trying to think. I was trying to think which song would I have picked. It would it have been Lupe. Maybe I would have did My Pockets Getting Thicker. The something is much quicker. What do you think about that song? We're not gonna talk for hella long, but what do you think?
Was that the one off Drug Us Wave? Is that it? Sound like Drug Us Wave.
This is not a Lupe Fiasco song. It's that rap dude who came out with that song that's like everybody says it's AI, but he says he's like, you don't know what I'm talking about?
I haven't heard you finish it
yet.
He
talking louder now when I can't sleep through the night. I think
Oh yeah, I think I saw that online briefly.
The wrong way. Everybody's arguing about is it AI or is it not AI? He's saying it's not AI, but everybody else is saying it's AI.
Fascinating story I saw. Let me put this up on the screen real quick. I should have.
It's pretty interesting. Because I think it's AI too. But then it's like, well, what happens when you think somebody's shit is AI and they're like, no, it's not AI, I made it. I'm like, nigga, that's AI.
Right.
It's interesting.
You just keep running with the con until you get caught.
Yeah, because it got to be AI. Like it sounds like AI. What the fuck?
Oh, I'm gonna pull this up. I'm gonna do an episode of Culture United one day that's called "What is in Justin's Bookmarks?" Everything.
Ooh.
Let's see what we got here.
Everything.
Where did that go?
What is in Justin's? Everything. All right.
I can't find it right now. But there was a report that I was looking at earlier this week that was talking about how record labels have now added disclaimers or forms for the artists that they sign where they have to declare that their music is not AI. And what they're finding so far is that people are lying their ass off.
Ooh, that's smart legally because they probably
lying
gonna
their ass off.
they probably gonna have some sort of clause where it's like, well, we found out you use AI, so all this other shit you thought you was gonna get. Ooh.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going right now. People are lying. They showed up with AI music. We saw Chief Baby do it. Sat there and said, I mean, I use ChatGPT to write my raps. Wait a minute, I shouldn't have said that. Let me try to clean this up because there's cameras on me. I mean, I only tried it once though. Yeah, that's it. Keep going. You're doing good. You only tried it once. Yeah, and I tried it once, and you know, I didn't even get through the whole song, you know, but it worked. Good. You just saved your career. Good. It's one of the most fascinating interviews I've ever seen. Like, he was literally sitting there. You could watch him, the wheels turning as he realizes he is sitting here saying that he uses ChatGPT to write his raps. Fresh off the freshman list, you know what I'm saying? Fresh. He had a Billboard Hot 100 song, Went West. Chief Baby Doer from Chicago.
I never heard that name in my life. I never heard words put together ever.
Oh my gosh, that's one of my favorite ones of all time. Let's see. Chief.
I was in Chicago realizing that I haven't been in Chicago in so long and everybody I know is old.
Let me see. Chief Baby Do It. He's a good, I like him as a producer a lot.
All right, whenever you're ready, tell me because I have my Going Away song.
All right, I can't find it right now anyway.
So, guys, we're going to continue the Path to Paris campaign with Elle Janelle. You see my Cash App right here? Elle Janelle, help me get there. I'm close. I'm going to go either way, but help me so that it's not as tumultuous as it could possibly be. I am going to be continuing to share videos and updates and all type of stuff showing my whole trip and the whole process. I leave on Thursday. I'm still going to do Culture United in Paris. Don't know what's going to happen next Wednesday, but it's going to be something interesting. So stay tuned. Now, Justin, would you like to say something before I sing my Going Away song?
Just how much I appreciate you and everything that you bring to the show and to the community and how we're all inspired by you all the time. And I would like to say how happy I am for Mogo and BK. And I think this is a really, really exciting time. And I hope they're having fun planning one of the best days of their life because they deserve it. And I'm glad that they have each other. I would also like to say a big shout out to everybody in here as well as all the moderators. And I hope everyone has a happy but also a really appreciative Juneteenth.
All right. For our musical exit, let's go to sleep in Paris and wake up in Tokyo. In New Orleans and fall in love in Chicago. Man. And we can land in the motherland, camelback across the devil's land, and take
a train to Rome, home, Brazil, for real.
Wherever I go, you go. See you wherever I
go, she goes. Hashtag see you Wednesdays. It's all happening in the name of the super poet Lupe Fiasco.
Mm-hmm.
Peace and much love to you.
Culture united, our culture united, our culture united, our culture united, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world.